Dr. Ramananji.
Yes.
Dr. Ramananji, in your opinion, what should be done? Do you think that valley area should have AFSPA also?
See, there is no question of putting ASPA in the valley area or wherever it is not required. The issue at the moment is law and order, which is not in terms of the people who are armed. When ASPA is put into the state, there is essential to prove that there is a requirement of the ASPA because there is an armed person operating in the state or in the valley or in the hill where the aggressor is with arm. When you talk about the putting the law and order here, uh, they are unarmed. So there is no question of bringing the ASPA into a particular region. But only thing is the sad part is the government of Manipur is failed to maintain law and order at any form. That is the sad part of this incident. And even if their intelligence having some information about such possibility of blocking by the people or Maida 5 or any other group or organization, they should have informed earlier and they should have advised beforehand. After passing the security pass to the convoy of the Rahul Gandhi, in the middle of it, such incident happened. So it's a very, very shameful for the state to see all these things. The problem is, there are always been a possibility that people are angry, people are suffered enough. So the situations are not normal at the moment. So we are expecting that there might be a possibility of the protest. And even I have seen yesterday, there are student organization who are posting a post in the social media that when the Rahul Gandhi comes, they will oppose. So there is expectation that there are some preparation for some organization to oppose, maybe because of some affiliation or maybe some because of their arrangement to show that Rahul Gandhi should not go anywhere to do know the ground reality of the Manipur. So that planning was already have done yesterday. Once Rahul Gandhi announced that he is visiting to the Manipur, I have seen many social media in the region where there will be some opposition from the student, from people. So there is expected that there will be something to be done. But once he comes, the security arrangement to be done by the state, and the intelligence has to put their input to the police so that they can advise to Rahul Gandhi or their team to visit anywhere they want. So that is what the issue is. That intelligence report, that arrangement of security is totally missing in this visit. That is what the said part of the arrangement.
The other thing is that there is so much of ghettoization. How do you get people back to their colonies? Is it possible, Professor Singh?
See, Kartikeya, this is a very, very difficult for uh, the Manipur to back to the normalcy. Now it seems that some groups or some people do not want peace and normalcy to come. I'm telling you because when you see and you have been following this this whole issue from the beginning. I am in your show many times, and you are observing this also. Now, every day there are changing stories, every day there are changing strategies. People are provoked, people are, given arm, and people are trained, and people are radicalized. Now, things are changing every day. You will not expect the normalcy and peace and harmony in very short, near time. Now, some top leaders do not want these state to be remain peace and normalcy. Without taking any side of this conflict, I am very confident that there are something which is behind the scene. There are something behind the scene.
Something behind the state. Mr. Seeram Rajesh is also with me. Mr. Rajesh?
Yeah. So hello.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. I have seen the visuals which you are actually showing right now, and I also called to some of the people in Bisempur right now and trying to confirm what is going on there. So I was told that the women's actually were very angry because the government have actually blocked Rahul Gandhi beyond Bishenpur, and they are saying that Rahul Gandhi is coming to Champur and coming to the old relief camps in Bishenpur. Why government is stopping them? So that is why women are actually very angry against the state government, and then they even try to breach the barricade, and the commandos are actually firing tear gas and others. So this is actually the women are saying that Rahul Gandhi should be allowed to visit on the road because he should not be stopped by the administration. And the women are clearly saying that it should be welcome. But unfortunately, some of the national media are actually trying to say that the women, the Mera Paibi are stopping Rahul Gandhi. So this is a misinformation. And also there is a big campaign going on to discrediting the Manipuri women right now. But so that is why I just called them and I confirm why they are saying. So I have already informed in the discussion that it is unlikely that many people actually would stop Rahul Gandhi because the Manipur, including both Kukis and Meitei and everywhere, have been saying that the Rahul Gandhi and also all the parliamentary delegation committee should visit to Manipur. Prime Minister should visit to Manipur because the Home Minister has failed to restore peace in Manipur because he is doing politics. He's trying to divide Manipur on the community line. He has many women from Manipur who came to Delhi. They are saying that uh, instead of trying to restore peace, the Honorable Home Minister actually invited the Naga MLAs and reportedly told that government will actually be trying to give something to Kuki and they will also give to the Naga something. So such kind of things, dividing people and giving something, some piecemeal kind of thing have been, already reported. So he's actually, the trust on the Home Minister has actually broken out. And today's incident, as I have been confirmed, that women are welcoming Rahul Gandhi and police is actually stopping it. And there is no that the Mera Paibi are stopping Rahul Gandhi. So let me clear this fact because I actually also verified from the ground. Number two, I would also say that today at in the early morning in Sanjem Chairang case, it was also informed that with the assurance from the security forces, from the security forces, village defense force and village group, they have abandoned some of the bunkers that were actually used by the military group, but they have dismantled those forces with the assurance that the government will protect and they will not be attacked from the Kuki side, Kuki militant. And I was also informed that uh, then these areas have been attacked from the side and two youths have been killed. That is why many people are also very angry, and unfortunately, in that Sanjim Sarang nearby, there is also an Assam rifle camp, but they were not responding. They were not coming to restore peace even when there was firing. So I was told that it is not confirmed, but such kind of incidents actually are reportedly happening in many places. When there is conflict, when there is firing, Assam rifles do not come. Even the location and geographical area is under their control. So this is something which is actually the reason why the conflict is continuing, because the Assam rifles were actually have been living in this region, in the state from many years, from decades. So they know everything about it. But in the valley, and many of the women are saying that, are also demanding, even the vice president of the BJP of this ruling party have written a letter to the prime minister and the Congress president that the Assam rifles should be withdrawn from
Okay.
Manipur, because it is
Can you,
no
okay. Rojesh ji, एक मिनट रुकिए. Rojesh ji, just wait a minute. Just to keep everyone on the same page, we have got bites of Ibobi Singh, we have got bites of Supriya Srinath, we have got bites of people accompanying Rahul Gandhi, we have got bites of the PCC chief of the Manipur. We are showing you latest non-stop coverage of Rahul Gandhi's visit. We will continue till Rahul Gandhi reaches the spot. This coverage will not stop. I am asking all my friends to stay with me, listen to these bites for 5-6 minutes, and we are again going to come back to these visuals. So to all those viewers who are joining us, please listen to these bites.
राहुल जी मणिपुर पहुंचते हैं, इंफाल के एयरपोर्ट से निकलते हैं, महज 20 किलोमीटर दूर उनका काफिला चलता है और विष्णुपुर में उसको रोक लिया जाता है। उस काफिले को क्यों रोका गया? पहले इसी प्रशासन ने कहा आप बाय रोड जा सकते हैं, उस काफिले को रोका जाता है। और जिन लोगों में थोड़ी सी आशा और थोड़ी सी उम्मीद जगी थी, तो कोई तो है जो हमारे साथ खड़ा, वहां लोग आ जाते हैं, वहां गांव के लोग इकट्ठे हो जाते हैं और उन गांव की महिलाओं पर बर्बरता और निरंकुश पुलिस टीयर गैस के गोले दागती है। ये मणिपुर के लोग हमारे देश का हिस्सा हैं, ये हमारे भाई बहन हैं, जिनसे इस देश का एक बेटा उनकी खैर खबर लेने जा रहा है, उनको प्यार जताने जा रहा है, उनको ये विश्वास जताने जा रहा है कि आप हमारे देश का एक अभिन्न हिस्सा हैं, आप भारत का एक अभिन्न हिस्सा हैं और परीक्षा की इस घड़ी में हम आपके साथ खड़े हैं। वहां से उनको रोक दिया जाता है और प्रशासन जिसने परमिशन दी थी, ऑब्वियसली उनके पास ऊपर से फोन आता है, उनके पास तानाशाहों का फोन आता है और प्रशासन उनसे कहता है कि नहीं, अब आप ऐसे नहीं जा सकते, अब आप हवाई जहाज से जाइएगा। वो जैसे भी जाएंगे, वो जाएंगे जरूर। और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि प्रशासन ये रोककर कहीं ना कहीं ये साबित कर रहा है कि वो कितना डरते हैं। नफरत करने वाले लोग मोहब्बत से क्यों डरते हैं, प्यार से क्यों घबराते हैं। प्रधानमंत्री के पास मेरा बूथ सबसे मजबूत करने का टाइम है, अमित शाह जी के पास बिहार घूमने का वक्त है, जेपी नड्डा जी के पास राजस्थान जाकर झूठ परोसने का वक्त है, लेकिन इनमें से किसी के पास यह वक्त नहीं है कि वो जाकर मणिपुर में लोगों का हाल जान सके, उनके आंसू पोंछ सके। ऐसा क्यों है? और इस बात का जवाब तो मिलना चाहिए कि ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है। ऐसा इसलिए हो रहा है क्योंकि तानाशाह घबराता है। तानाशाह को लगता है अगर भारत जुड़ गया और भारत जोड़ने पर यह आदमी आमादा है, तो कहीं ना कहीं मेरी जो नफरत और डर के बूते पर बनाई हुई इमारत है वो ध्वस्त हो जाएगी, और वो ऑलरेडी ध्वस्त होना शुरू हो गई है। तो हम जितनी भर्त्सना करें इसकी कम है। राहुल गांधी जी इस देश के एक हिस्से में उन लोगों से मिलने गए हैं जो 2 महीने से पीड़ित हैं, उनके आंसू पोंछने गए हैं, उनको मोहब्बत जताने गए हैं। उनको रोकना पाप है। और क्या जुर्म है? इस देश में किसी के घाव पर मरहम लगाना जुर्म है? इस देश में देशवासियों का हालचाल पूछना आज जुर्म है? किसी से मुलाकात करना आज पाप है? भाईचारा फैलाना पाप है? इसके बारे में जवाब एक निरंकुश तानाशाह और उसकी बर्बर सरकार को जरूर देना पड़ेगा।
That's why we appeal to the people of Manipur please maintain peace, calm, and please help and extend cooperation when Rahulji's visit during his stay for 2 days visit. So this is only the appeal. His visit is almost confirmed.
Yes, sir. What time, sir, he will be landing at Imphal Airport, sir?
Around 11, a little more than 11, in between 11:30.
Yes, sir. We also learned that he is visiting Chuchanpur district also and Bishunpur district also, sir. At the same time, he is also having a night stay at the Moirang, sir. How far it is true, sir?
Let us see tentatively as of now we have fixed like this.
Okay, sir. And also meeting with the civil society organization leader, Mairapa AB, sir.
Yes. As I have already mentioned, not only Manipur civil society organization, all students group, and any other civil society, intellectual circle also, we have already arranged.
So he is also going to be to Chuchanpur district, sir.
Yes, as of now, tentatively we put.
Or any migrant organization, civil society organization, Praja Singh, Alam Lai, Mayam, Punamagna, Matin Pambiu, Cooperation Pibiu na, Karana, Congress ki Matamda, suspension of operation se, Mashi Maru Hulambani, Mashina Maramoina, and Aina. Dumaya Ishamati Ujati, local CNN Amata, Haibatare, Madu Haiba, Madu Matamduta, Hoi. Yam Kuppa Madugi ground rules. The Univa government is high the issue suspension of operations. Mashi Sumi Congress ki government Matamda Haibata. Way back 2005 first of all effective till to be 2008. A mid Tariki Kaure Madugi Sanapa. Mashi suspension of operations. भारत सरकार की तोान एजेंसी मैम वारी सानब नतना डायलॉग नतनदी वायोलेंस अखोई पार्टी की मरोइना कांग्रेस की तारे तो मीन वारी सानसी अखोई अहिंसा की वायोलेंस की लंबी से अखोई थादोक्सरगे हाइबसे सिदा आईदी एनी गवर्नमेंट अंतना आईदी जिक लेरिबा बीजेपी की सेंटर द लेरिबा Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi, territorial integrity, Kahendabda, Yare Haina, Soi Tonari Badu, Hajay, Bharati within the framework of the Constitution of India, Ahoy Maduda Chatpa, Yare, Central Saba Port Amada, Numai do Loy Masim Tidokani, Maru Loy Masim Tidokani, explosive bomb, Mayami Loy Tidokani, Port the Tamala double lock Torga, Adu अखोई स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की यावरी कुकी मिलिटेंट्स की यावरी मसे ग्राउंड रूल द यावरी मयam से वायोलेट तौब्रा थुगाइरा चतब्रा हाइबसे एवरी मंथ कांग्रेस ना लेपा की इंटरेस्ट नतवा कानदबा सस्पेंशन ऑफ ऑपरेशन अमत तौसलमे हायरगदी 2004 दा 2014 दा अदगी हंदक तसु स्टेट गवर्नमेंट सिना unitarily monitoring group na adana masi withdraw tawrsi haiba tarati state government na cabinet decision lawing da recommend tawgada monitoring group na su equally recommend tawgada then government of India ultimate na su recommendation su tawgada cabinet da khang dabra cabinet da ground rule phajana khang dabra ground rule to violate tawre haina
शुरू में हुए वैली और हिल्स के बीच में फुट हिल्स में ज्यादा कन्फाइन थे यूजिंग इवन प्रिमिटिव वेपन्स नाउ आर्म सोफिस्टिकेटेड भी आने लगे हैं यूज करने लगे थे एक स्टेज देन अनदर स्टेज आईडी इवन स्टार्ट्स बीइंग ब्लास्टेड अलोंग द तिदिम रोड जस्ट अ फ्यू डेज बैक एंड सीइंग द सिचुएशन ग्राउंड सिचुएशन we have simply stopped the VIP from proceeding further. Rather take action. Rather go to Churchanpur, the destination by helicopter. That's it. Simple as that. If our suggestion, if our security angle taken into consideration, and on the ground report given to the police headquarters, and police headquarters accordingly giving the advice to take to the VIPs to take by to go to Churachandpur by helicopter. If this is not taken, somehow rush or come up to here and we stop here. If this is taken, otherwise it's not our problem. Thank you. It was improving, but when Valley people started going towards the foothills, fire also out of apprehension or whatever the reason, fire started coming from the hills. This has been the scenario in the last 1-2 days, and possibility of blasting the grenades along the highway which a VIP is going to move today. Chances cannot be ruled out. Chances are high because miscreants on both sides want to highlight whatever grievances they have by attacking the VIP, especially when Rahulji has like figure from the Delhi has come down here along with the local MLAs. We are simply trying to provide security, safety by not allowing or crossing this point.
हम ये कहना चाहता है कि राहुल गांधी को चुरचांदपुर में जाने दे। वो यहाँ मणिपुर में आया है ताकि मणिपुर प्रजा को क्या हो रहा है ये जांच करने के लिए वो मणिपुर में आया है, कि वो राजनीति फैलाने के लिए नहीं आया। Why they are blocking the road? Why? I want to ask to the government why they are blocking the road, Rahul Gandhi ji.
You know, this is very, I'm joined by my input editor, Brijesh Pandey. Brijesh, you know, today we are doing this story, Rahul in Manipur.
Yeah.
This is the story we are doing, Rahul Gandhi in Manipur. I think Rahul Gandhi per se is important. What is important is you have a leader from the opposition going to Manipur. And he has made it a point to go there. I think that should be respected. There are two things which happened. You know, the Mera Pai base that blocked the road, and the spear core that visuals were released. The same organization stopped Rahul Gandhi's convoy, and Sambit Patra said कि जब इनको रोका गया तो राहुल गांधी क्यों नहीं जा रहे हैं? I think it's very strange that the same organization creates a situation on ground which leads to release of 12 militants. Same organization is being quoted by Sambit Patra in his press conference by his own. बहन शब्द का इस्तेमाल किया कि उन्होंने रोका, वो वहाँ पहुँच गए मोहब्बत की दुकान खोलने. I found it very surprising, and it went on air.
Well, I think, you know, the BJP is trying to delegitimize it as, you know, the information which Sambit Patra said, used jocularly in the tweet that, you know, the trip costs 2,500. I think this information was released to us about, you know, the state, from the sources of the state government. And honestly speaking, it doesn't behoove our state government. See, this incident happened at 5:30 in the morning, Kartike. Rahul Gandhi landed in Imphal at around 12. So, you know, the government was very much seized of the situation, what is happening there. They could have conveyed that to Rahul Gandhi then and there at the Imphal airport. You know, that this firing has taken place, 2 people have died, and, you know, this protest and everything that is happening, and, you know, this is how the situation should have been. I don't think, you know, it was very prudent on the part of the security arrangement for allowing Rahul Gandhi to reach up to Bishnupur, and then from Bishnupur he is, you know, not allowed to go ahead and all. So, I don't think it was a politically prudent step as far as the BJP is concerned, and it has further given ammo to the Congress party by saying that, you know, that the entire trip is scuttled, politics is being played only because they don't want Rahul Gandhi to go there. And I think, you know, if Rahul Gandhi would have gone there, if I may draw a parallel, Kartike, you remember Bhatta Parsol, you remember that incident in Hathras, you know, that where the girl was brutalized. They stopped Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi from going there. There was a mayhem. It was all big banner coverage and all. But when they allowed the Gandhi family, both Rahul and Priyanka and others, you know, the situation did not blew out of proportion. This is like, you know, willingly blowing a situation out of proportion. And honestly speaking, you know, irrespective of the scenario, if anybody says that, you know, that he or she or can hold security forces to ransom and have the entire situation buckle to their demand, I don't think it does augur well for the narrative point of view, you know, which many of these people would want to portray.
Okay, we are also right now joined by Seeram Rojesh ji, and Dr. Ramanand Singh ji is also with us. Dr. Ramanand Singh ji, tomorrow there is going to be a big press conference by Rahul Gandhi, and we have also been given to believe that Rahul Gandhi is going to visit these three places, sir. Uh, Greenwood Academy, Tuibong, Churachandpur Government College, Community Hall, Konjengbam, and Moirang College. Is there anything specific to these two places, sir?
See,
Yes.
the audio version and the pictures of what you have already posted. There are minor corrections has to be done in the your channel. When you put the things. One, boys I have listening from the Maira Paibi who are protesting there. One particular Maira Paibi clearly saying, I was not able to, understand the language initially, but after this break, I come to know what they are saying. They are not against Rahul Gandhi visit. Those who are protesting are against the police force. The police force are not able to provide a clear route. Police are stopping Rahul Gandhi convoy at some place in the Bishnupur, and the people, Mara Paipi and the ladies are coming out. Clearance to go to meet people there is safe. So as the Roses has already confirmed through from the his channel, and I am also clearly hearing the language they are speaking. The people who are there at the place and seen in the pictures are clearly saying they are against police arrangement. People are not against Rahul Gandhi movement. People are welcoming them. Only they are against the police. This is what I come to know.
Okay.
Then
So
But
the
then
next
that puts
point,
the entire narration on its head.
Okay, so Ramananji, basically what you are telling me is directly opposed to what Sambit Patra said on air.
yeah, that's why there
मतलब
is a
आप जो मुझे कह रहे हैं रामानंद जी, वो बिल्कुल उल्टा है जो संबित पात्रा जी ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में बोला.
जो जो आपने पिक्चर दिखाया उसमें जो एक लेडी मैडम ने सामने जो बात रखी है वो यही है, उसका लैंग्वेज यही कह रहा है, वो मणिपुरी बोल रहा है. उसने यही बोला है कि आप लोग ने उसकी रास्ता क्यों रोका, उसको क्यों नहीं जाने दे रहा है, यही बोला है उसने.
Yes, yes.
मतलब
And
ये लोग रोक कहाँ रहा है.
okay, so you basically you are saying that इनका political misrepresentation हुआ.
डेफिनेटली
ये मतलब इनका political misrepresentation हुआ.
हाँ, और दूसरा वो रोजेस ने कंफर्म किया है. रोजेस हैज टॉक टू द पीपल देयर itself and रोजेस हैज क्लियरली से कि दे आर अगेंस्ट द पुलिस who are not giving the permission to go.
Okay, great. रोजेश जी, do you agree? You know, sometimes ये होता है, भाषा के कारण होता है ये, मैं मानता हूँ. बहुत शुक्रिया रामन जी. Thank you so much for getting into those details. रोजेश जी.
Yeah, I have confirmed from those people who are present right now, and they are clearly saying that there was no point from the government to stop Rahul Gandhi going towards the Bishempur and Torbung and then going to Churchampur, because they really wanted that the political leaders from across the party really wanted to listen about the voice from both the communities. So there was no stopping it. But unfortunately, many of the groups, even the other intelligentsia, they're always trying to blame the Maira Paibi and women organization. And even, let me clarify another one point that day after yesterday, I was also attend in one of the channel. The army was actually released a statement that because the women actually forced that they have had to release 12 militants. It was not a true, because it was also confirmed from those groups. They said that they did not ask the army to release the 12 militants. It's also another revealing fact that they did not force them. They only actually telling about the opposition about their problems to the state, but they have not forced the state to release them. So it was also confirmed from the ground. But the problem is there is also like two stories are not coming. Even some media have already tweeted on this context that Myra Paibi are stopping Rahul Gandhi, and they are also, saying many things about the Myra Paibi. Let me also clarify to understand what is Myra Paibi. All the women are not Myra Paibi in the context of Manipur. There are women's organization, BJP women's group, Congress women's group, any political parties women's group are there. They are not Myra Paibi. Myra Paibi are only used in the context of when the women of Manipur taking torch in their hand and effectively working for the protection of the rights of the women, rights of the people, and necessarily against the state when the state is actually violating the rights of the community. Myra Paibi are basically used in that context. So Myra Paibi are not nothing to do with any of the election campaign. Myra Paibi are nothing to do with any of the issues related when women are involved. So many people are misunderstood that whoever women are involved, they are not Myra Paibi. So let it be clear that even when the nude, the 12 mothers of Manipur nude themselves in the Assam, in the front of Kangla in 2004 against the atrocities of the Assam rifle, they are a Myra Paibi. So we don't use the word always in every platform, Myra Paibi, Myra Paibi, Myra Paibi. It is also good for the Brajesh and the Kartik to understand the when and how we will use Myra Paibi and when we will use not to Myra Paibi. So Myra Paibi is a very organization. They have an ideology. Another category of group of the women's Nisabandi. Nisabandi is also not Myra Paibi. Nisabandi of the women are those women who are actually campaigning against the drugs, against the alcoholism, against any kind of drugs and other. They are called Nisabandi. So in every context, the organization and context have been changing in money. So please understand this thing. When they are crackdowning alcoholism or drugs, they are not even called as a Myra Paibi. Rather, historically, they are called as Nisabandi. And the Myra Paibi is actually using the context, and their main objective of the work is when the rights, the people's rights are being violated by the state forces and the Assam Rifle, then their intervention is involved. So I'm happy that you are given a chance to clarify those points, and that is the one. In this context of stopping Rahul Gandhi visiting in this place, every sensible person would actually object and condemn, because the people of Manipur, including Kukis and both, even many Kukis, even in Chochampu, they are waiting to meet Rahul Gandhi, and they have many things to tell about the way they are living in the very pathetic situation up in the relief camp. They are not being provided proper rehabilitation program. The way they have been driven out from their own places. There are many things to tell the stories, but unfortunately they have been stopped. I've also already expressed my concerns that we really wanted Rahul Gandhi to go, or any other political party leader, even and all the members, to visit. It's actually from Bishempur to Chochampu. It may not take hardly 20 minutes, maybe 25 minutes more, and they will see how the roads are being, the abandoned houses, and even in the Torbul area, in many of the places are still not dominated by armed security forces. Many of the destroyed houses are used as a bunker by the Kuki militant. I'm really, maybe the state government may not want this kind of situation to be shown to the political leader and other, but even some 3-4 days back, there was a big bomb blast happened in Bishempur, and even the issue is also very complex now, as you have already seen. So the women are not saying, and then opposing Rahul Gandhi's visit. And again, today also in Sajim Charang, there in the camp in the Meitei villages. With the assurance of the security forces, the Meitei villages have dismantled their bunker, but they were attacked and the two people been lost their lives. So there is a lot of tense. So whenever there
Your comments on this, which means people want the politicians to come. It means that the people wants politicians to come.
I think, Kartike, I'm thankful to Rajesh that, one thing which I want to make it very, very clear one more time, that, we never claim that we are the masters of the subject, and I have no sense of calm, shame, whatever you want to say, like, is to learn from people who are on the ground. Rajesh is the latest one who has explained us to the difference between what is being said on the ground and what is the reality, and we have no problem with that. See, the point is that I honestly don't think that anybody, any side which wants to let their voice be heard from maximum majority mainstream media or come out in the mainstream India would want to scuttle Rahul Gandhi's visit to Churachandpur. And till now, nobody has ever come in before Rahul Gandhi started for Churachandpur and his convoy was stopped at Bishnupur. Not a single word has come from any of the group which says that, that they are opposing Rahul Gandhi's visit to Churachandpur, they are opposing Rahul Gandhi's visit to Imphal, and so on and so forth. Not one single instance has come, and we have been covering the happening in the state of Manipur like a microscope for the last almost 2 months now, Kartike. So I think as I have been saying since morning that, I personally feel that this could be, this might not go the kind of narrative which the BJP would want to push. If you had allowed Rahul Gandhi to go visit, come back, the situation would not have gathered so much. Imagine the situation. Even if I have to take a dig at my own fellow brethren, journalists and all, imagine today, courtesy that stopping of visit, the whole national media is covering Rahul Gandhi's visit to Churachandpur. So this is
Baki TV channel cover kar rahe hain abhi?
Exactly. Not right now. They are not doing. They have gone back to their original this thing. But for good 2.5, 3 hours, they were forced to cover this only because the police stopped Rahul Gandhi's convoy cavalcade, and they didn't allow him to go to Churachandpur.
But that is, Brijesh, that is our commitment. That is our commitment. This is our commitment that we are going to cover Northeast. When we started this platform together, it was our commitment that every day when Manipur happened, we will cover Manipur.
Absolutely.
We will do 2 hours. Today we have decided to a rolling coverage on Manipur, because I think the national mainstream needs to understand that how important is Northeast for us.
Absolutely.
Not only in terms of national security, Northeast is important for us in terms of mineral security, it is important for us in terms of national security, it is important in context of social security.
Absolutely.
And Northeast is important as a model of prosperity also, because ultimately if there is no Northeast, there is no Act East Asia policy. If there is no Northeast, we cannot connect with the Southeast Asian economies. The Look East, the Act East, if we have no Northeast stable, we have no Kaladan project. If we have no stable border at More, we have no commerce.
More importantly, Kartike, if you look at the fact that, that ever since Modi government has come in, one of the key good things which I completely appreciate is what they have done is that, their Act East policy. Them forming a government, they made sure that all their ministers make one visit to any of the northeastern state in 15 days, and this policy has going on, and it has worked wonders for the BJP. But I think Manipur has emerged as a big litmus test, if I may say so, for the government. And I think government, by every passing day, the situation is worsening. All the claims of the fact that we have allowed the situation to get out of to control the situation and things like that. I'm very sorry to say the situation is definitely not controlled. And these sporadic violence, the 5,000, 6,000 guns which are out in the open, the illegal guns which is being routed through Myanmar, it is only inflaming passions, and it's like, the entire situation is doused with kerosene, Kartike, and all it needs is a matchbox. What happened in the morning further betrays the confidence in the fact that, that the police and other forces present there would be able to so microscopically contain or localize the outcome. It is very, very difficult, and I think, the government has a real tough task at hand to ensure that the state go violence-less for a few days at least.
Actually, and let us play a couple of bites before I go to Ramanand ji and Rojesh ji. There are a couple of bites apart from Supriya Shrinate of Ibobi Singh and the MPCC president, Manipur Congress Committee president. Let us play out those bites, then we can play the bites of the local. What happened? Rahul Gandhi's trip. What was happening? And Rahul Gandhi is now visiting these camps. Let me tell you, Rahul Gandhi is visiting camps, and I am telling the name of the camps. Rahul Gandhi is visiting Greenwood Academy, Tuibong, Chura Chandpur Government College, Community Hall, Konjambang and Moirang College. Let us play out the bites first.
हम ये कहना चाहता है कि राहुल गांधी को चुचामपुर में जाने दे। वो यहाँ मणिपुर में आया है ताकि मणिपुर की प्रजा को क्या हो रहा है ये जांच करने के लिए वो मणिपुर में आया है कि वो राजनीति फैलाने के लिए नहीं आया। Why they are blocking the road? Why? I want to ask to the government why they are blocking the road, Rahul Gandhi ji.
शुरू में हुए वैली और हिल्स के बीच में, फुट हिल्स में ज्यादा कन्फाइन थे, यूजिंग इवन प्रिमिटिव वेपन्स। नाउ आर्म्स सोफिस्टिकेटेड भी आने लगे हैं, यूज करने लगे थे एक स्टेज, देन अनदर स्टेज आईडी इवन स्टार्ट्स बीइंग ब्लास्टेड along the Tidim road just a few days back. And seeing the situation, ground situation, we have simply stopped the VIP from proceeding further, rather take action, rather go to Churchandpur, the destination by helicopter. That's it. Simple as that. If our suggestion, if our security angle taken into consideration, and on the ground report given to the police headquarters, and police headquarters accordingly giving the advice to take to the VIPs to go to Churchandpur by helicopter. If this is not taken, somehow rush or come up to here and we stop here. If this is taken, otherwise it's not our problem. Thank you. It was improving, but when Valley people started going towards the foothills, fire also out of apprehension of whatever the reason, fire started coming from the hills. This has been the scenario in the last 1-2 days, and possibility of blasting the grenades along the highway which a VIP is going to move today. Chances cannot be ruled out. Chances are high because miscreants on both sides want to highlight whatever grievances they have by attacking the VIP, especially when Rahulji has Rahulji figure from the Delhi has come down here along with the local MLAs. We are simply trying to provide security, safety by not allowing or crossing this point.
Abhi ESP Bishempur and the ADM Bishempur, they are totally blocking our visit. Rahulji's visit अभी बंद कर रहा है, जो जनता लोग ने नहीं, पर जनता लोग को वो जो वेलकम कर रहा है अभी सारे रोड साइड में जनता लोग वेलकम कर रहा है राहुल जी का विजिट। सारे जो अभी वो जो ब्लॉक कर रहा है, वो जो पुलिस ने ब्लॉक कर रहा है, एसपी अभी देखा है, सारे एसपी है, वो एडीएम है, वो सारे एडीएम डीसी बिशेमपुर एंड द एसपी and the OCs of Bishempur, they are blocking. Why sir? I don't know why. Yeah, we got the permission and तो अभी बंद कर रहा है। ये क्या है? ये पॉलिटिकलाइज कर रहा है। वो जो मैं सुना है कि ये चीफ मिनिस्टर और एसपी कन्वर्सेशन मणिपुर में बात किया है, वो जो चीफ मिनिस्टर का इंस्ट्रक्शन आ रहा है ब्लॉक करने का, वो है चल रहा है। ये पॉलिटिकलाइज कर रहा है।
आज टीवी चैनलों के माध्यम से श्री राहुल गांधी जी जो मणिपुर गए हुए हैं, उनके खबरों को हम देख पा रहे हैं। बड़े दुख के साथ कहना पड़ रहा है कि राहुल गांधी जिस जिद के साथ मणिपुर गए हैं, वो जिद उचित नहीं है। जागरूक होकर जाना चाहिए था। सेंसिटिविटी इज फार मोर इंपॉर्टेंट देन स्टबर्ननेस। जब सिचुएशन इस प्रकार की हो तो हृदय में सेंसिटिविटी होनी चाहिए, जागरूकता होना चाहिए, जिद और स्टबर्ननेस नहीं होनी चाहिए। वी आर अ डेमोक्रेटिक कंट्री, हम एक लोकतंत्र हैं। स्वाभाविक रूप से राहुल गांधी मणिपुर जाना चाहते थे, गए मणिपुर, किसी ने रोका भी नहीं उन्हें। मगर मणिपुर की जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है उन्होंने एक रिक्वेस्ट किया। उन्होंने रिक्वेस्ट किया कि विगत 2-3 दिन से जब से राहुल गांधी जी का मणिपुर आने का खबर मणिपुर के लोकल न्यूज चैनल्स में चल रहे हैं, अखबारों में छप रहे हैं, राहुल गांधी जी के विजिट को लेकर काफी प्रोटेस्ट मणिपुर में हो रहे हैं। राहुल गांधी जी और जो कांग्रेस पार्टी है, मणिपुर में कई लीगेसी इश्यूज हैं। आज जो परिस्थिति हम मणिपुर में देख रहे हैं, इन कुछ लीगेसी इश्यूज के कारण हैं, जिसमें कांग्रेस पार्टी का एक बहुत बड़ा हाथ है। I don't want to visit those issues because of the sensitivity attached to them. मैं भी उनका यहां उदाहरण रखना नहीं चाहता हूं क्योंकि यह विषय बहुत गंभीर है, सेंसिटिव है, और हमें समझना होगा कि एक एक शब्द जो हम कहते हैं वो इफेक्ट डालता है मणिपुर के सिचुएशन पर। तो स्वाभाविक रूप से राहुल गांधी जी के जाने से पहले आप सब ने कल टीवी में देखा होगा कि वहां की जो स्टूडेंट यूनियन है, ऑल मणिपुर स्टूडेंट यूनियन, उन्होंने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके राहुल गांधी जी के विजिट को बॉयकॉट करने की मांग भी की थी। और क्यों बॉयकॉट किया था, वो लेगेसी इश्यूज को एन्यूमरेट किया था इन स्टूडेंट यूनियंस ने। कई सिविल सोसाइटी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस, जिसको सीएसओस कहते हैं, सीएसओस ने भी आह्वान किया था कि राहुल गांधी जी इन परिस्थिति में मणिपुर ना आए और यहां चिंगारी भड़काने का काम ना करें। मगर फिर भी राहुल गांधी जी नहीं माने। मेरा पाइबी अर्थात हमारी वहां जो महिलाएं हैं, जो माताएं हैं मणिपुर में, उनके कई संगठनों ने भी राहुल गांधी जी के खिलाफ, उनके विजिट के खिलाफ आवाज बुलंद किया था। इन सब को ध्यान में रखते हुए जब राहुल गांधी जी आज सुबह लगभग 11 बजे के आसपास इम्फाल में उतरे हवाई अड्डे पर, और उससे पहले भी कम्युनिकेशन के माध्यम से राहुल गांधी जी को और उनके दफ्तर को कहा गया, एक रिक्वेस्ट किया गया। सरकार ने उनसे रिक्वेस्ट किया कि राहुल जी, आप चुड़ाचांदपुर जाना चाहते हैं, रिलीफ कैंप विजिट करना चाहते हैं, कोई बात नहीं, आपका अधिकार है, बिल्कुल जाइए, कोई आपको रोकेगा नहीं। मगर सड़कों पे कुछ लोग प्रोटेस्ट करके आपके खिलाफ नारेबाजी करने के लिए उतारू हैं। हम चाहते हैं कि आपकी सुरक्षा के लिए और यहां की सेंसिबिलिटी के लिए, जो सेंसिटिव सिचुएशन है, तो उचित होगा आप हेलीकॉप्टर लेके चुड़ाचांदपुर जाएं। और मैं आपको बता दूं, माननीय गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी जब दौरे पर गए थे मणिपुर में, तो उन्होंने वहां जायजा लेने के पश्चात एक हेलीकॉप्टर सर्विस 3 स्थानों पर चालू किया था, चुड़ाचांदपुर जाने और आने के लिए, मोरे जाने और आने के लिए, और कांगपोपी जिला जाने और आने के लिए। माननीय अमित जी के निर्देश अनुसार वहां चॉपर सर्विस, हेलीकॉप्टर सर्विस चालू की गई थी। मात्र 2,500 रुपए कीमत है, 2,500 रुपीज पेमेंट करने पर आप चुड़ाचांदपुर जा सकते हैं। तो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने राहुल गांधी जी से रिक्वेस्ट किया, आप एक पर्चा कटाइए और प्लीज यू टेक द हेलीकॉप्टर टू चुड़ाचांदपुर। इससे सड़क रूट जो है, उस सड़क रूट पे किसी प्रकार की वहां पर गड़बड़ी होने की आशंका है, लोग बाहर निकलने के लिए जो इच्छुक है आपको प्रोटेस्ट करने के खिलाफ, वो नहीं होगा और यहां वील मेंटेन काम। मगर राहुल गांधी मानते नहीं, उनको मोहब्बत का दुकान खोलने की जल्दी है। झटापट किसी से बिना मशवरा किए, जिद करते हुए वो निकल गए, और वही हुआ जिसका अंदेशा था। अभी मैं देख रहा था टेलीविजन चैनल पे लोग सड़कों पर उतर करके राहुल गांधी गो बैक, राहुल गांधी गो बैक, अपने हाथों में प्लेकार्ड लिए हुए राहुल गांधी जी के खिलाफ नारे लगा रहे हैं, उनसे सवाल पूछ रहे हैं कि आखिर इतनी गलतियां कांग्रेस ने पहले क्यों की हुई थी कि आज वो सॉल्व नहीं हो पाए हैं आज तक। और अब राहुल जी के काफिले को विष्णुपुर में, एक स्थान है विष्णुपुर, विष्णुपुर में जब वहां बहुत ज्यादा प्रोटेस्ट हुआ राहुल जी के खिलाफ, तो वहां रोकना पड़ा और राहुल जी खुद वहां से अब यू टर्न लेके वापस आ रहे हैं। यही अगर राहुल जी सुबह करते, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की बात मानते, हेलीकॉप्टर से चुड़ाचांदपुर जाते, तो आज मणिपुर, आज जो टीयर गैस चले हैं, आज जो स्थिति थोड़ा तनावपूर्ण इम्फाल में बना है, ये मणिपुर में नहीं होता। मुझे लगता है कि राहुल जी की ये बिहेवियर, इट वॉज हाईली इररेस्पॉन्सिबल। I always say Rahul and responsibility never travel together. He has again proved the same today. He should have been more responsible, more sensitive towards the issue of Manipur. जून 13 से 13 जून से अब तक शांति थी. किसी प्रकार की कोई बड़ी घटना, दुर्घटना और किसी की जान नहीं गई थी. और मुझे दुख के साथ कहना पड़ रहा है, आज सुबह एक व्यक्ति के जान के जाने की खबर है, दुखद खबर है. और हाथ जोड़ के कहना चाहते हैं, the situation is coming under control. Let's not fight for petty political gains. जब सिचुएशन कंट्रोल की तरफ बढ़ रहा है, अब आगजनी नहीं है, अब गोली नहीं चल रही है, लोग एक दूसरे को नहीं मार रहे हैं, वैसे में राजनीति के माध्यम से अगर माहौल को बिगाड़ने की कोशिश की जाती है तो ये उचित नहीं. मुझे इतना ही कहना था. और मुझे लगता है चूंकि ये बाइट है और एक बहुत सेंसिटिव विषय पे मैंने अपने विषय को रखा है, हम सब इसको समझेंगे. एक एक शब्द जो हम कहते हैं, it has some effect in Manipur. So we all would be responsible. We all would be responsible citizens of this country. ये अपील मेरे हर कांग्रेसी और हर ऑपोजिशन लीडर से है. थैंक यू सो मच.
राहुल जी मणिपुर पहुंचते हैं, इंफाल के एयरपोर्ट से निकलते हैं, महज 20 किलोमीटर दूर उनका काफिला चलता है और विष्णुपुर में उसको रोक लिया जाता है. उस काफिले को क्यों रोका गया? पहले इसी प्रशासन ने कहा आप बाय रोड जा सकते हैं. उस काफिले को रोका जाता है और जिन लोगों में थोड़ी सी आशा और थोड़ी सी उम्मीद जगी थी, तो कोई तो है जो हमारे साथ खड़ा, वहां लोग आ जाते हैं, वहां गांव के लोग इकट्ठे हो जाते हैं और उन गांव की महिलाओं पर बर्बरता और निरंकुश पुलिस टीयर गैस के गोले दागती है. ये मणिपुर के लोग हमारे देश का हिस्सा हैं. ये हमारे भाई बहन हैं जिनसे इस देश का एक बेटा उनकी खैर खबर लेने जा रहा है, उनको प्यार जताने जा रहा है, उनको ये विश्वास जताने जा रहा है कि आप हमारे देश का एक अभिन्न हिस्सा हैं, आप भारत का एक अभिन्न हिस्सा हैं और परीक्षा की इस घड़ी में हम आपके साथ खड़े हैं. वहां से उनको रोक दिया जाता है और प्रशासन जिसने परमिशन दी थी, ऑब्वियसली उनके पास ऊपर से फोन आता है, उनके पास तानाशाहों का फोन आता है और प्रशासन उनसे कहता है कि नहीं, अब आप ऐसे नहीं जा सकते, अब आप हवाई जहाज से जाइएगा. वो जैसे भी जाएंगे, वो जाएंगे जरूर. और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि प्रशासन ये रोककर कहीं ना कहीं ये साबित कर रहा है कि वो कितना डरते हैं. नफरत करने वाले लोग मोहब्बत से क्यों डरते हैं, प्यार से क्यों घबराते हैं. प्रधानमंत्री के पास मेरा बूथ सबसे मजबूत करने का टाइम है. अमित शाह जी के पास बिहार घूमने का वक्त है. जेपी नड्डा जी के पास राजस्थान जाकर झूठ परोसने का वक्त है. लेकिन इनमें से किसी के पास यह वक्त नहीं है कि वो जाकर मणिपुर में लोगों का हाल जान सके, उनके आंसू पोंछ सके. ऐसा क्यों है? और इस बात का जवाब तो मिलना चाहिए कि ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है. ऐसा इसलिए हो रहा है क्योंकि तानाशाह घबराता है. तानाशाह को लगता है अगर भारत जुड़ गया और भारत जोड़ने पर यह आदमी आमादा है तो कहीं ना कहीं मेरी जो नफरत और डर के बूते पर बनाई हुई इमारत है वो ध्वस्त हो जाएगी और वो ऑलरेडी ध्वस्त होना शुरू हो गई है. तो हम जितनी भर्त्सना करें इसकी कम है. राहुल गांधी जी इस देश के एक हिस्से में उन लोगों से मिलने गए हैं जो 2 महीने से पीड़ित हैं, उनके आंसू पोंछने गए हैं, उनको मोहब्बत जताने गए हैं. उनको रोकना पाप है. और क्या जुर्म है? इस देश में किसी के घाव पर मरहम लगाना जुर्म है? इस देश में देशवासियों का हालचाल पूछना जुर्म है? किसी से मुलाकात करना आज पाप है? भाईचारा फैलाना पाप है? इसके बारे में जवाब एक निरंकुश तानाशाह और उसकी बर्बर सरकार को जरूर देना पड़ेगा.
So this program, I don't think this program is going to continue after more than 1.5 hours, because he's going to be there for 2 days and will be holding a press conference. Rahul Gandhi is likely to hold a press conference tomorrow. Rahul Gandhi will visit other camps tomorrow. Rahul Gandhi is going to stay put in Manipur today, and Rahul Gandhi will, I think, conclude his visit of today by 6:15 p.m. In Imphal, people don't understand. The sunset time in Delhi is 7:24, 7:24, और इम्फाल का जो sunset time है, it is 8 minutes after 6 o'clock, 6:08.
Basically, Karthike, if I may just read this, that the original program was.
Okay, original itinerary. Please
Original
go ahead.
item was that after returning from Chura Chandpur, which was supposed to be a road visit, he was supposed to visit different relief camps in Bishnupur district.
Okay.
Where his this thing was stopped, and then he was supposed to spend the night at Morang. And that is how the entire thing was. And then tomorrow it was that he will visit various relief centers in Imphal and hold meetings from representatives from different communities, including Maiti, Pangal and Naga at Hotel Imphal. And post that, he was supposed to do a press conference there. But it'll be interesting to see if he stays back in Morang or he comes back to Imphal and stay at Imphal.
I think after sunset, helicopter movement is not allowed. No private company has night flying capacity except Indian Army, and that too is like the special forces operation which do that night flying capacity. So I don't think expected media briefing.
This is tomorrow.
This is tomorrow. Expected media briefing is tomorrow. Thank you. Very patiently waiting for us. Rajesh, tell me, in this situation, do you think what sort of condition is required for talks between Kukis and Maitis? Let me be very blunt. The visuals will come out. President rule होना चाहिए या बीरेन सिंह का हटना जरूरी है? बातचीत कैसे हो दोनों के बीच में? गुस्सा कम कैसे हो?
Look, Kartik, let me actually put some very important facts so that we all need to understand that now Kukis are demanding the president rule to come and this government must fall. And the Meiteis are saying that the government should not fall because it has a majority and the democratic norms are there and the central governments are there. So these are the two demands coming. So any foreign line saying that even if you fall down this government, another side will be also, giving in a different direction. So if you also continue this, then the frustration will also continue. The point is, in this point of time, as you know that from 5th on that, because the state government was responsible for law and order on the 3rd and 4th, and on the 3rd, the vice president was visiting the Imphal and the state forces and even the security forces, the Assam Rifles and other, they failed to protect both the communities and the violence occurred. So if the violence was prevented from the Chorchampur itself, from the Kuki-dominated area, and the More and other, then this problem would not have reached to Imphal. My point is that from the 5th onward, from the 5th to till there, the security, the central security forces, under the unified under the this security advisor, he is the chairman of the unified command. Interestingly, the minister is supposed to be in the unified command, the chairman of the unified command, but now the security advisor is the chief of this advice, because it actually restructure. Even they have not enforced Article 355 again, because the government center is not actually taking full responsibility. Rather, the state government is actually there, but on the other side, the security is in the hands of the central government. So both the state government and the central government, even under the leadership of the Home Minister, actually should be taking full responsibility, because this is not happening under only the Chief Minister's watch.
But
the Home
Rajesh, if for example, I'm not talking from a Meiti perspective, how do you get Kukis on board?
No, that is why I'm saying that they are saying that the reconstituting committee and the central government or any of the trusted ministers should be headed in the committee also, and even the governor. People are saying that governors should be on the committee. So the consensus should be taken so that the peace should bring in the state. Another second point why people are angry, especially in the valley, is that the views and the observation and demand of the state government is completely rejected by the government of India. So that is also why people are frustrating, because they also perceive that Biren Singh is a rubber stamp of the central government. Biren Singh government, the Chief Minister, Honorable Chief Minister, have already said in a demand by the political party that the Sioux militants are responsible in this violence. So this abrogation of Sioux militants should be the first priority. But the central government did not listen, and that is why the central government, even though they are allowing the state government to continue, but they are not listening to what the state government is saying. So that is why, and on one side, the state government is helpless in one sense, because the Assam Rifles are more responsible with the Sioux relationship, and in the last many years, now this even I will give you a report of the army. They have conducted a search operation in the Sioux militant. They said in the report, 58% of the cadres were present. That means, where are the 42% of the cadres were? In the recommendation, it's also said that 70 weapons have been burned. Number third one, the only 2 weapons was missing. And the fourth one, some of them might have died due to natural death. So the committee also indicating that those people who are absent, the 42%, might have been dead because of the natural or unnatural death. It means they also says that these militant who have actually agreement between the central government, state, and the Kuki, they are involved in this violence. And if they are not involved, so who are them who are actually using snipers and other attacking the villages? So until and unless, just to bring the peace, or in the one condition for atmosphere, the central government have to take a very tough decision and also cancel for those Kuki Sioux militant groups, so that they can, for example, if until and unless we do not abrogate this Sioux, the suspension operation, Assam Rifle will not take action against them, because they have an agreement. So what happened is that Assam Rifle do not attack or do not get any positive action, even though there is a firing happening, because they have an agreement between not to fire each other. Then until and unless Assam Rifles was not attacked, they are not about to counter-attack the militant. It means that security, the common public are just allowing to defend themselves, and this is not supposed to be the situation. So the first priority is that the suspension operation must be cancelled, at least from point in time, and they should identify who are the responsible person, cadres or organizers, 17 organizations in the
But I have a question for you, Brijesh. How do you get the cookies to sit on the table when they feel that no conversation can take place with Biren Singh? And I can tell you, I have met them in numbers, and there is a great feeling of marginalization they have.
Kartikeya, this is a question which we have been discussing for last 1 month. How do you move forward with a political solution to a political problem when both sides don't trust the administration? It's not only cookies who have not been talking about their lack of faith in Biren Singh government, but also Maitis. And until unless the trust process is there, until unless the state administration is seen as to be honest in their political approach, I don't think that there is going to be a movement forward. And that is the reason why you realize, Kartikeya, that despite all the efforts and all, they have not been able to take the conversation any forward. And until unless the cookies feel, or the state government makes an outreach to the cookie community where they feel that the situation is normal, or at least that the government is honest in its approach, I seriously doubt if this situation will move any forward. The problem is that there, on every single issue, every single demand, there is a deep divide. Be it president rule, cookies or cookie-backed intellectuals and others are saying impose president rule right from day one. Maitis are completely opposed to it. This separate administration, Maitis are completely opposed to it. Even if the Congress party sees, I mean, the Rahul Gandhi is going to meet the Kuki CSOs and all, but the Manipur state chief of Congress says that, says complete no to the Kuki, to the separate administration remarks. So there's so much inherent contradictions involved in it, Kartikeya, that it would require a very, very Herculean effort on the task of on this part of the government to send a message that the government really intends to find a solution and not to back one ethnicity over another.
Not back one ethnicity over other. Before I go any further, let me inform everyone that in our special show, Rami Niranjan Desai, scholar, author, Northeast, will be joining us. Dr. Mercy Khaute, Assistant Professor, Faculty of Law, University of Delhi, will be joining us. Thangmillan Kipgen, spokesperson, Kuki, INPI Manipur, will join us. And Dr. Seeram Rajesh, journalist and social activist, continues with us. So these are the live visuals which are coming, and our coverage of Rahul Gandhi continues. Rahul Gandhi right now is visiting the camp. He needs to come back before 6:08, because after that no helicopter can fly. Let me tell this to our viewers in Delhi, because India has one national standard time. सूरज इम्फाल में 6:08 पे अस्त होता है, दिल्ली में 7:24 पे. इम्फाल और दिल्ली में 1 घंटे 4 मिनट का फर्क है. It can be any other country. That is the difference between Delhi and Kabul. It is more than Delhi and Kabul. It works on a different timeline, है ना, Brijesh?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Dr. Rajesh, now coming to you. Dr. Rajesh.
No, let me put just to bring peace in 3 lines, 3 action points. Number one action point.
Wonderful.
Number one action point is that the first, that the government should try to fix responsibility, whoever is involved in violence, whether it's a Kuki militant or whether it's a military armed group. Whoever is involved in the violence should be fixed, and responsibility should be fixed, and they should be punished. That, under that premise, whoever tries to break the law, whoever tries to break the peaceful life should be held accountable, and they should be punished. If the government is saying that no, we will not do it, then people will carry on this fight. That is what is happening, because government is not trying to take action. Whoever in the 2 parties, let's suppose in A and B is involved, then who will ensure the peace? Who will ensure the rule of law? The rule of law and the peace should be ensured by the government. Government, when I say government, state government and central government. The central government, now the rule of law, the law and order is under their command. The first thing, the 3 things that needs to be done. Number 1, the Kuki militant was supposed to be, who have been alleged that the Kuki militant are involved in this thing. The first thing is that action should be taken on those militants who are part of this violence, and then cancel the abrogation. Number 2, when they are taking action, simultaneously they should also crack down those Maitai arms group at the same time. So you cannot do, you have to do simultaneously, because you have to punish those people, and then again at the same time in Imphal, you have to take action against the arms group or any youth who have actually taken arms from the armory or anything. So until and unless you do not take action on the both sides, if you are saying that you will continue to talk with those people who have already, breached their agreement, who have already involved in the firing, and you are still talking with the state, then peace will not come. So this is what is happening. The people are saying that abrogate the peace deal and then take action against the Mitai. If you are not doing, if the state is not doing these 2 things, then you will keep talking about the separation. That means what it means. Then if you are trying to divide...
Rajesh ji, on this, Mercy Khaute is with us. Mercy?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for joining me. Can we show Mercy on screen? Dr. Mercy Khaute, a very warm welcome to you. Kartikeya here.
Thank you, sir.
Mercy, tell me, Rahul Gandhi is here. I was asking this to Rajesh. Is there a conversation possible with Biren Singh for peace? अभी मैं राहुल गांधी पे बात नहीं करूंगा. I'll come to Rahul Gandhi.
Okay.
Can there be a
So I
conversation
think
rally?
at this moment, there the possibility of peace talks don't seem to be likely, because even as your visual shows on my screen, for peace talks to happen, there has to be, the meeting of the minds. But right now, as what the ground situation shows, I think the possibility of a peace talk is almost next to impossible. In fact, it is impossible. And because even when Rahul Gandhi wants to visit the affected areas, if he is also debarred from, entering, and if any kind of consolation is to be given also, if that is obstructed, so the possibility of a peace talk seems to be impossible at this juncture. That really doesn't seem to be happening anytime soon.
Why is there so much of mistrust between Kukis and Maitis?
So I think this also has to be partly blamed on the inaction of the state government, because it is the responsibility of the government to ensure that there's law and order. We have seen that there has been chaotic, violence in the state for more than 50 days now. And if the state government has failed to protect its citizens, and also if the central government has failed to take interest in protecting the state, then the reasons for the mistrust are bound to be in leaps and bounds, sir. So this mistrust has it has a lot of factors in it, and I think one of the main reason is the inaction of the state government, the failure of the state government to ensure that the protection and the security of the civilians have not.
Okay, I think there's a bit of an audio glitch. So Mercy Khaute won, and as I told you, Rami Niranjan Desai, she would also be joining us. And with Rami Niranjan Desai, other guests are also going to be joining. Mercy, are you there with us?
Yes,
Mercy,
yes,
yes. Please come back. I think phone baja aapka.
Oh, is it so? I'm so sorry. So I was saying that at this juncture, the reason why there's a lot of mistrust is also because the state has failed. The state has failed to contain the situation when the situation had not gone so bad. On the third, going back to the 3rd of May, the whole, the 4th of May, the entire state was burning. Where was the government? Where were the laws? Why didn't the state act? These are bound to happen if the state has failed to act to protect its citizens. And this divide and rule policy that has been followed has only been injurious to the peace-loving country, or to the peace-loving citizens of our country. So now what is visible in the state, sir, it is a case of divide and rule, and which also seemed to be a very bad tactic that has been adopted by the state. So I would personally say, and want to put this on record, that it is the failure of the state to protect the citizens that this mistrust has really gone, and the fault lines have been so deep that it is going to take generations and generations to overcome this pain.
Okay, generation and generation to overcome this. Brijesh, Mercy is saying that it will take, a lot of time for things to improve. But I can tell you one thing: if some sort of a common point can be reached, if Nelson Mandela can have a Truth and Reconciliation Commission, why can't Manipur can have it? And Mercy, what do you have to say on Rahul Gandhi's trip?
So I think what Rahul Gandhi has attempted to do is, taking politics aside, keeping it aside for the time being, at least what he has attempted to do is to go to the affected areas and get an information at the ground level. The local knowledge is essential, and here what is happening is that even that is also not allowed to be done. So, sir, as you suggested, if Nelson Mandela could come up with, could find a solution for the people in Africa, of course, we are also very open, because we have been peace-loving country. We belong to a peace-loving country. We are citizens who have laid down our lives fighting the Anglo-Kuki war. Even now, we are also willing to have peace. We want peace. But what are the methods that are going to be adopted? Because right now, there is no procedure. Right now, there are no law and order. Whatever is being done by the government appears that there is no procedure that has been followed. The rule of law has been totally distorted to such a level that it becomes doubtful if at all there is one.
Okay, let me tell you, there are other visuals which have also come in.
There's one important input which has come right now, Karthike, which I would want to tell our viewers, is that as per the news agency, Rahul Gandhi is visiting relief camps in Churachandpur as we speak.
Okay, and there are some visuals which we'll show you. That's the other side of the story. There are some people who are opposed to this visit. So, you know, as always happen, you know, a lot of visits are welcome. A part of it is not welcome, then politicization takes place. So anyway, this is part and parcel of the political visit, but the good part is at least, you know, politicians are coming here. Most important of all, and you know, these are the photographs from Bishnupur earlier in the day, and there is going to be a press conference tomorrow. So ultimately there is some political process. Brijesh, लोग oppose कर सकते हैं, लोग propose कर सकते हैं, लोग support कर सकते हैं, they can oppose it, but at least you can see politicians going out there and there is some action there.
Well, yes, I think, I mean, you know, any visit here cannot be, should not be negated, because I think, you know, if you want to have a political outreach to the problem, you know, the government has held a all-party meet, and I think all this, you know, people from all faith delegations should also be allowed to visit the area, and you know, all party meet delegations should also be allowed to visit these areas, because that is only one short way of, you know, adopting a healing touch, or the government completely recalibrates its approach. You know, with the kind of deep divisive distrust as far as the state government is concerned, Kartikeya, it is very, very difficult for anybody, you know, any leader to even sound the first word which says that, you know, that yes, we want to go for peace and reconciliation, we want to sit in the same room as either Maitis or Kukis would sit. It is going to be suicidal for that particular leader. So I think, you know, if you want to build a process of trust, it has to start from the home government, the state government, by sending out messages that you know, that they mean business, and come what may, they will not want to reach a scenario where the situation gets completely out of control. I mean, who would want to see these kind of visuals where, you know, the police force is fighting with the local population and things like that? I think, you know, the government must recalibrate its position as far as reaching out to both ethnicity, and until unless that is done, the situation is getting out of hand by the day. You know, people make tall claim, and very next day or 3-4 days later their claim gets busted. You know, what the Chief Minister said yesterday or day before yesterday, you know, today's killing completely shattered that feeling that yes, violence is on a decline. You know, all these one single incident of violence further inflames the situation, makes people more angry.
We are also joined by Mr. Kipgen. Your response on the today's day's development, what do you think is happening? Is Rahul Gandhi going to face the same music tomorrow? Something like this?
Like I said previously, earlier today, you know, one thing which surprised me was if it was a political thing, or even if it was a security thing, I still fail to understand how he was able to reach Bishnupur in the first place. To me, it seems like the valley-based media or the administration there, they wish to project the troubles that the valley area has faced, that they wish to show the world how much the valley is suffering. But upon Rahul Gandhi's choice to visit the hill areas, somehow it was managed. He was managed to be stopped. So along those lines, you know, something, it does not make sense why he was allowed movement up to certain spot, and thereafter such a hue and cry came about. Yes, they did blame the security issues regarding what happened, the firing incidents today in Haraut Hill, firing incidents in Lemokong and in Kangchup. But this had started way early in the wee hours of the morning, around 5:30. By that time, the state government was already aware as to which parts of the state, in which areas there are violence, where the firing is taking place. But even then, they had allowed his movement, his cavalcade, to reach up to Bishnupur. Then why suddenly from there was a security concern? That is my question.
Show you some visuals, they'll be ready. You know, the complete politicization of this visit has happened. On one part, I'm going to show you the visuals of Rahul Gandhi. You know, these are the visuals of Rahul Gandhi. Please, just play up the nat.
आप लोगों के लिए आए, यहाँ पे आप लोगों के लिए आए हैं।
Viewers, I am joined by Mr. Kipgan. I am also joined by Mercy Khote. I am also joined by Dr. Serum Rajesh, and I'll be joined by Rami Niranjan Desai. Is Rami with me? Okay, a warm welcome to you, Rami. Rami, today's development, fast-paced, a full politicization has taken place. First, there were Rahul welcome visuals, now Rahul go back visuals. But don't you think that more politicians should be going to these camps? This should end.
I think there isn't a politicization of Rahul's visit. I think Rahul's visit is political. Rahul did not go for the 4-5 years when Ibobi Singh was when Ibobi Singh's government was in power and there were severe tensions between communities. Rahul Gandhi did not go once. But today he chooses to go because it is a question of political mileage for him. I have never known Rahul Gandhi to take any sort of deep interest in the Northeast, let alone in Manipur, or to have a point of view. So obviously we have to treat this like a political visit that it is, with those intentions and that agenda. Having said that, I think again, looking at the situation wherein Manipur today stands at a at a position where it's in a delicate situation. The security imperatives here are for everyone to see. And I think this is the time when, if you just want to make a political sort of motive out of this, I don't think this is the time to do that. I don't think this is the time to go to Manipur. I think until and unless there is some amount of some level of security, some level of safety that the government can ensure to leaders like this, who, obviously Rahul Gandhi, whatever he may be, is somebody who gets a lot of attention. So if that is the case, then I think it's best not to be going into places like this at a time like this, when as it is, the security forces are already so pressured with the kind of job that is in front of them, that I think this is sort of added pressure. I don't know what benefits we are expecting out of this. I don't know if this kind of tokenism really helps. And I don't think that people should get carried away by Rahul Gandhi choosing a time like this to come to Manipur and not any other time.
Manipur and not any time. Brijesh, you had a question.
Well, my question is, Rami, why would the state also behave in the way? I mean, if you're looking at purely from a political point of view, it's understood. I mean, politicians, whoever is in power today speaks very responsibly. The second they go back to opposition, they have a completely different take on any situation. So we know how it works. We've been covering that, watching that, and commenting on that. What I'm trying to understand from you, Rami, is that why did the state either, didn't allow him up to Bishnupur and not allowed further? If there was a security concern related to incident which happened at 5:30 in the morning, why was he even allowed or given the the authority to visit the Imphal, or why was he even allowed to get out of the airport? Like, from there also he could have gone easily through the helicopter if they would have conveyed to him. Don't you think that it's a political miscalculation which happened there? Because then the entire Congress is saying that, and to many it's legitimizely so, that why is this why was he stopped, and why is this last moment security concern?
Brijesh, you're absolutely right. I don't think it's lost on anybody that these kind of attempts to get this sort of political mileage is made by politicians, irrespective of the party that they belong to. Having said that, the questions that you've asked, only the state government can answer. I have no idea whatsoever.
I'm not asking you to second guess government.
Like this, but having said that, the last I heard was there was a threat of a grenade attack on the road from Imphal to Churchandpur, which is when he was asked to take a helicopter and go. Maybe they reassessed that. Maybe they felt that he could travel up till there, without any sort of security threat at this point. And then, considering that the situation is so delicate, there's new information that is coming in all the time. It's not as if you have one firm information that carries on, for hours on end. Things change, status changes, security threats change. Maybe that is the reason. But of course, I can't be sure of it, and I don't think any one of us can be. But that's how I can, I imagine things to be.
Rami, before I get other people, you last time when you were on our show, you said certain space needs to be ceded. Today, after 2 days, I kind of realize the only place where some sort of a compromise can happen is that you have a different person running the state. And then the conversation should start. I'm saying conversation is not starting. वो होता है ना स्कूटर में वो किक नहीं लग रही है. वो किक कैसे पड़ेगी?
Absolutely. And I think, it isn't lost on anybody that, there are both sides, there are groups in both sides that are asking for the resignation of the chief minister. But, my concerns are greater. The kind of deep leveled lines that we have seen cannot be just for 6 months, if we have president's rule or this assembly is dissolved. I don't think these fault lines are going to heal even then. I think the attention has to be towards calming people's tempers down and ensuring that nobody picks up weapons or nobody is in a state where they think that the answer to their problems is this sort of indulging in this sort of violence, and that again has to, this has to stop. This has to come from the people of Manipur. I know it sounds really simplistic, but I don't think any amount of government, any amount of forces can really bring this sort of peace unless all these organizations, all these groups that are involved, the common man that is involved really takes that initiative to call an end to this violence. And, there is going to be a lot of politics. There's going to be a lot of deep-seated hurt. There's going to be a lot of mistrust, not just with the government, but with each other. So, sorry, I heard somebody else.
Not at all. This is the other side of the story. When the day started, we showed the visuals of people saying, please, Rahul Gandhi, come. Now the day is ending, there are some people saying, please go back. So you must have heard the NAT, not an issue.
Yeah. No. I just think that the government is only one part of the problem. There are many vested interests and many vested parties in this entire conflict. And it's not from one side; it's from both sides. So until and unless these groups, these organizations decide, look, we both made mistakes. One way or another. Both communities, all communities have been impacted, and we've had enough. 2 months it's been going on for, and the tensions have been on for much longer than that, and we can't live in this sort of limbo. So eventually civil society will have to, I don't see a group coming up saying, we only want peace and nothing else. We can discuss about things later. We've seen all sorts of banners come up. We've seen road blockades. We've seen groups protest. We've seen people say that we want a solution first, not peace. We've seen all sorts of organizations only complicate the matter. We've not seen one organization come up saying that, look, we're not saying this one's right or that one's wrong. We're just saying that the state needs some level of peace. We need to have some restraint on ourselves. And I think that kind of sensibility needs to, come in at some point. This cannot go on forever. And, Manipuris, irrespective of the community they come from, I am sure it is beginning to dawn on them that irrespective of whose fault it is, Manipur as a state and communities all involved are going to not just be financially or economically impacted, but for a long time to come are going to be impacted psychologically as well.
Mercy, before Rami joined in, the whole issue was that how do you stabilize a state? So the first thing we see is a politician coming to the state. Other politician could have come in. Amit Shah ji is the home minister. He has the right to be anywhere. The other politician who has been allowed is Rahul Gandhi. But how do you end the ghettoization? My question is as simple. How do you end it when there's a basic law and order issue and then the communities feel that there is no point going out of the camp because you might be killed? Mercy?
Yes, because there's this, yes. Am I audible?
You are audible. Please go ahead.
Yes. I think, the problem is, the problem now is beyond the situation, beyond control. And now, I think we, at one point in time, we were also hoping against all hope that law and order will be, sustained and then the state would come back to normalcy. But since more than 50 days have passed now, so I think we are also losing hope on the fact that irrespective of who really comes in, the situation is not going to change, because if you look at the situation on ground, we have been provoked time and again. So unless this provocation stops, the proportionality doesn't really apply here. Also, because if you look at the, quantum of loss and the quantum of life, which have been displaced, it continues to be so even this morning, till this morning. So it becomes very difficult to actually say that, okay, let this person, XYZ person come and, could be the beacon of hope. So I think what we are really, I think right now what the emotions on the ground is, that it has come to a situation where it is worse than, live and let live. Because there don't seem to be any way out. There seem to be a deadlock. And
but Mercy, I say every deadlock can be broken, Every deadlock can be broken. Why can't this deadlock be broken? Why can't there be a conversation?
So, but to have a conversation, we need to be at the equal level playing game.
And what is that equal level?
To be so.
What is that equal level, ma'am?
So when I talk about equal level playing game, I mean to say that if you look at, the nature of the violence also, all that we are doing is that we are, defending ourselves. So once that attack, unless the, it's difficult for the victim, if I may use the word, to come on the same table as the perpetrator and, attempt to have a peace talk, because the attacks have to stop.
But
and
Mercy,
may I ask you a question?
You can ask my question.
Mercy, both sides are claiming to be victim and the aggressor. So how do you, and it is not possible that, only one side can be victim and one side be the aggressor, because that is not the lopsided, the match there. Both sides are victims, both sides are aggressor. Then how can there be a meeting of mind? Because, the process has to start. It cannot be forever in a state of limbo.
I totally agree with that, because, the losses have been suffered from both ends. But we also need to see that but we also need to understand that why is this killing and arson still continuing? Which party is still continuing? We also need to understand that. All right. And when we talk about, when I talk about equal level playing game, I also mean to say, when we talk about the geography of the state itself, the lifeline of the people of Churachandpur has totally been cut down. Because now whatever amenities we are getting, whatever help we are receiving, it is all through the state of Mizoram right now. So, we are totally being cut out from the valley. The valley has been cut out from us, but who stands to lose? Because we don't have the airports. We don't have, if I want to travel to Guwahati for my medical treatment, I need to travel more than 400 kilometers. But for the persons who are in the valley, they still have the facility of the airport, for instance. So it is definitely not a level, equal level ground right now.
But then how do you move forward? I mean, because, Mercy, it's an attempt to understand rather than an attempt to lecture. It's a genuine attempt to understand. Then how do you move forward, with both sides having taken such a deep position, saying that nobody is willing to budge an inch from the stated position. How do you move forward then, Mercy?
So, it's not like it's not that we don't want to budge, but look at the situation right now. If Rahul Gandhi comes to visit, shouldn't he be allowed, to move around, to go and collect the news, to go and collect the information from the ground itself, because that's what he says is his purpose. So why is it that why are the civil, why are members of the society themselves taking the law into their hands? Why can't they let the, the central government forces do their job? Unless that stops, there is no reason why you should stop a, public official
Rami,
from
you
discharging
wanted
his
to
duty.
say something? Sorry, Mercy, I am stopping you. I think, Rami, you wanted to come in.
I just wanted to respond to Mercy as much as I take her views, into account, because anybody who, lives in this country should be allowed to go wherever they want. But I think nothing comes over and above uh, the state of security and the security imperatives that have to be taken into consideration. Rahul Gandhi does a padayatra from one end to another end and nobody stops him. That is not the problem. The problem is that we are in a state of relative sort of concern. Things may have improved, but they haven't improved. Just look at the visuals. You have people collecting on the roads. You have people's emotions that are being riled up. You have security forces who are overburdened and have obviously been working non-stop. If people have suffered, the forces have been working for the last 2 months or more. So, I think we have to take all these things into consideration before saying that this is just a political move and he's just been stopped. Because at the end of the day, what is the aim of the security forces? It is to limit any sort of other security threat that may happen in a state where there has been extensive amount of problems which have obviously affected the common man. And I think this is what they're trying to prevent, and we need to trust them there. And I repeatedly say this, I don't think this is a great time for Rahul Gandhi or any other politician who really is not going to is not invested in any real way to be there at this point. He could go and visit a month later when things are better. This is exactly the reason he should not be visiting, because he should make security a priority concern in the state. And he knows that his visit is going to rile up emotions. It is going to pressure the security forces. And mind you, Rahul Gandhi is no researcher. He is no field worker. He is not going to go and collect information on the ground. He's probably going to go and understand. I've been studying this region for 15 years. Manipur, I cannot say I am an expert on Manipur. It is a very complex state. Rahul Gandhi has probably been there, I don't know, maybe, a handful of times, if he has that as well, But he's not really there for any, breakthrough sort of groundbreaking work. So I think this trip could have been postponed. And I think he could have done that, and that would have made him look like a more responsible and mature politician than what it makes him look like right now.
I wanted to ask you one question. We all know, where, what kind of positions both ethnicities have taken. And we also know, what is their apparent, the steps which center has taken, the steps which state has taken. But nothing is changing on the ground. Not much is changing on the ground. I won't say nothing. How do the situation moves forward?
British in conflict resolution, one of the things, whether people like it or not, is that they have to come on the table for a dialogue, for a consensus. Of course, we can hold on to saying until our demands are met, we will not budge from our position. Your demands are not going to be met like that, because the state is never going to be held on ransom. So you will have to cede space. You will have to come on the table, and you will have to engage. Unless you engage, nothing's going to move forward, and that has to be the basics of conflict resolution. You can continue blaming each other, as I've already said, that these are wounds that are going to take many years, if ever, to fill. They are not, these fault lines are not normal fault lines, because there's been such a prolonged emotional impact on all communities involved. British, you rightly said that, you can't say one community is a victim and the other community is not. We've seen 2 Meiteis get shot today as well in Imphal, and we've also heard about the kind of problems the Kukis have gone through, what sort of impact this conflict has taken on them. Therefore, what is the solution? You will have to follow the rule book. This is the foundation of conflict resolution. You will have to cede space. You will have to come to some amount of consensus, and that's going to take time, but at least the dialogue has to start, and at least you have to be able to identify people who are actual representatives of the community. Right now, you can't even identify one person from either of the communities who can be a representative of the larger community. Everybody has their own organizations, everybody has their own groups, everybody has their own agendas. There are motives, there are different people who are in charge of these organizations. So, if you've not even identified a person who's going to be your voice, we are very far away from coming to any solution. So I think that should be our first step. There should be a spokesperson, there should be some sort of umbrella sort of body which should bring all these groups from either side under them so that they can represent them. Then they should come on the table, have a dialogue, with open minds and with the foremost priority being the benefit of the state, not just a community.
Mr. Kipgen, how do the, I mean, we move forward? How does the situation move forward if both sides are not willing to talk to each other, and both sides claiming to be the one who is at the receiving end of this violence more than the other side? I mean, there is no way you are going to arrive at a solution of any kind. If this kind of inter-science attitude is kept, how do you see the situation moving forward in Manipur?
Yeah. Step number one, I couldn't disagree more with Madam Rami. She had suggested a while ago that president's rule or the changing of the removal of the chief minister or any sort of these political changes will not be a solution. She was also suggesting that it is the public and the civil society leaders who need to take charge of the situation. But I would disagree on that because, and she was also speaking about, not having, from both communities, not having their representatives, somebody to speak for the community. But here, the thing is that, number one, first of all, we had elected 20 representatives from the hills, of which 10 were being victimized based on their community lines. And when those 10 representatives from the Kuki community are not able to represent us in the state machinery, state governance anymore, that means there is a state of suspension of the state's assembly. Then why not president's rule till now? Why did the drafters of the constitution insert that provision for a president's rule? Breakdown of the state machinery, the center needs to take charge. Now here the central government has failed. Secondly, when we my point of view, suggestion for the way forward is that we cannot bring our own table, to come together to a table. The cookies cannot bring their own table, or the Métis cannot bring their own table. What should be happening is that there should be somebody to provide us that table to come and reason together. But there is none right now. And today, yes, we can have many political debates along this line, but the leader of the ruling party has not spoken a word till today regarding the situation in Manipur. What is so wrong when a member of the opposition party comes to visit us? At least, for us, when our representatives are silent, at least it is a beacon of hope. I'm not saying that Rahul Gandhi can come and make a lot of change, but his presence itself, look at it, his presence itself has, triggered so much of response from the center. Sambit Patra has given his live interview. But still then, even then, why is the central government still silent? Why is Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji still silent along these lines? So to move forward, we do not deny. We all wish to move forward. We want peace to be restored in our areas. But then again, see here, when we talk about victims and perpetrators, you take a look. For example, you were saying that Rami ma'am was saying that 2 civilians were killed today. Why? You have to also look into the fact where did they get killed? Why did they get killed? What was the reason? Where did they go? It was people from the valley, armed personals. They had come to attack Harautel village, wherein the security forces, to defend themselves in the fighting that ensued, these people got killed. Now it is because of their own doing that the repercussion was felt in all parts of the state, and especially in Bishnupur. Now you cannot just isolate one case and forget about the entire context. So there, when you look at the context, you come to realize that yes, there is actually a perpetrator and there is actually a victim. Yes, there may be times like look at the entire history, like the history as in like since 3rd of May, what has been happening. If you look at it, all the fights that have been that have ensued, all the firing that all the killings that has ensued? Where has it happened? Who died? Whose houses were burned? Which community and which community persons were killed? Now, normally, you can speak to trained armed personals. It is, when you defend, it is easier to defend.
Kipgen, can I come to you? Mr. Kipgen, I think Rami has a point which she cannot wait to make. So, and she was silently, so first Rami, then Mr. Kipgen to you, then I'll go back to Mercy. And I think Rojesh ji is also there with us. Okay.
Mr. Kipgen, I take your points, even though you disagree with me, with full amount of sort of respect, means I understand you're on the ground and, you feel your community's been impacted. But the fact of the matter is, nobody's been able to give me this answer. I'm not against President's rule. My point is more long-term. What after President's rule? What's going to happen in these 6 months? That is going to change things. How are these communities going to heal? What is going to fill the fault lines that have been created? I mean, we have to think long term, and if we want to think long term, then civil society has a huge role to play. Now, if you tell me that, look, the government's going to solve everything and security forces are going to solve everything, I don't buy that. Because, security forces are, don't have magic in their hands that they're going to say, the two communities should come together and, so, they're going to solve all their problems because we say so. You're not going to listen to them either. So I am talking about more in terms of a long-term prospect for greater peace and security. President's rule is stopgap. Over and above that, we know, and I'm sure you know, sir, as well, that the Supreme Court had given orders that this should be used in the rarest of rare cases. Therefore, there may be some hesitation. Therefore, there may be some sort of, there may be some sort of wait and watch strategy. I don't know. But the fact of the matter is, even if this was to happen 6 months down the line, these tensions would occur again, and possibly the result of that may be worse than what we see today, because the frustrations would have reached such a point. Number two, you might think that Rahul Gandhi coming to the state is a great step towards giving this situation attention. But let me tell you, like this channel has been running this story every single day for 2 months, there are many other channels that have been doing the same. We don't need a Rahul Gandhi to go there in a situation like this when it is such a high security risk and emotions and tensions are at an all-time high, to go and again create some sort of a security situation for our forces. That's the only point of view I look at it from, because if communities are stretched, I think our forces are stretched to their limits as well, and we have to behave like responsible citizens. Number three, of course, nobody expects you to bring a table, or nobody expects the Meiteis to get on this dialogue together. But has a representation even been made? Has this even been thought of? Has there been one organization that has come up and said, look, we don't care what has happened for now. We want to come together and bring peace back to the state so that our children are safe, our women are safe, our men are safe, our youth is safe. And then we can come on the table to discuss things and decide how to move forward. That has also not happened. And I think, for every good and strong society, this sort of a voice should come up. What is wrong with asking for a voice like this to come up in times when everybody is at each other's throats, and I don't think if it continues like this, we are ever going to find any solution. So of course, both the communities can put a representation to the government, can put a representation to the governor, and neutral parties with maybe even court observations can be put together. Nobody is going to say no to that. But who has put a representation?
Okay.
Yes, please. Yes.
Along your first point, yes. Now we are agreeable. I'm agreeable to you because, yes, you said that president's rule. What after that? What down the line? Yes, but first there has to be president's rule. Otherwise, we cannot move to that. To what has to, what we need to discuss down the line. First of all, why we are requesting the government to impose president's rule is that so that the state machinery, now the blame game is going on. Okay, for example, the Kukis are saying that the state forces, especially those in the valley, are with the militants who comes to attack Kuki villages. That is an accusation. Now, if president's rule is there, can we make such accusations? No. Number one, there will be no accusations from both sides. Now, that is one step towards normalcy. Number two, once that happens, then you're talking about the dialogue. Once that happens, then it will be possible to have a dialogue on an even ground. Why? Because see, last time, it is not that we are averse to peaceful negotiations. We have given our commitment. The Kuki in Manipur has in fact stated that, yes, we will support any peace initiatives. However, as long as N. Biren Singh is a part of that committee, how can we trust that committee? Because to us, we are blaming him right now. At the moment, we are blaming his chief ministership, his leadership for, for being a part of the genesis of this problem. Secondly, thirdly, yes, Rahul Gandhi's presence may not do us much, but we did not, more than his presence, we require Narendra Modi ji's presence. Why not? Okay, you were suggesting that yes, it may be difficult to impose president's rule on the fact that it should be imposed on the rarest of rare occasions. But for 40, 50, 60 days of violence, why hasn't the Prime Minister of the country visited us? Had he come today in place of Rahul Gandhi, there would not have been the problem of this sort today, and we would have hoped for a more, fast-paced negotiating table. That would have been possible. But right now, the way we are feeling and the way we are moving right now is, even through this debate, we can see that all steps that could lead to a possible solution, we are putting an obstruction to those. Be it president's rule, be it negotiating table, somewhere or the other, there are some obstacles everywhere we are putting. So first of all, president's rule, then we can think about what next and what next and what next.
Sure. You will get the time to respond. Dr. Rojesh also wants to comment. Dr. Rojesh, and Mercy,
Yeah.
please. And Mercy, you have a point. Raise your hand. That's the way we have the conversation. It's not a TV
Yeah, I
debate.
think
We
I
give
have-
proper time to everyone. If you have a time,
Yeah.
raise your hand. Dr. Rojesh raised his hand. Rojesh, to you.
Yeah, actually you have shown two videos here, but in these two videos, one is in the Bishampur that many women are there and they are trying to actually fight with the state forces, and it is actually, I've already confirmed that they are not actually opposing the Rahul Gandhi visit, rather they are welcoming the Rahul Gandhi, and they were very disappointed that the state forces tried to block Rahul Gandhi, and they said that why Rahul Gandhi was not allowed to visit to Chochampur, to visit to the Moirang, and that is why they are frustrated. The second part of the video, some of the main were with the posters and other. Of course, they are saying that they don't want Rahul Gandhi and other, but we don't know where these footage are coming, but it's not in the Bishampur, rather it may be in other places. I hope that the News9 will provide the places so that I can confirm it in this between. As I confirm in the Bishampur area, that earlier it was misinformed that the Mera Paivis were blocking the Congress. It is not the case like this. They are welcoming Rahul Gandhi and they are against the state. The facts is clear. On the case, actually, Mrs. Desai has actually put a very important point on this point of time, that why the communities are not coming forward, and then because in the very conflict resolutions, many other issues could have been discussed later on, like there are many other issues from both sides, from the Kukis or from the Meitei, the grievances are there and the problems are there. If I point out that there would be 10, 20 leases, that it can be sorted out. So this can be discussed. Of course, we in Delhi try to reach out the communities, and of course, some 1 month back, we had a small interaction with the Kukis and the Meitei, and sitting together and trying to listen each other about the pain and the problem they have faced. So both the communities, like in Manipur, it's a coexistence society, and we all know that Kukis are very much part of Manipur, as the Meitei, as the Nagas are there, and we're living together. And of course, there are many fights that happen within the communities, as you all know, that the Paitis and Kukis have bluntly killed each other. More than 300 people have been killed. but there was no any separate administration or other, because that conflict was between the communities, and then they actually now jointly united against the Meitei in this point of time. So Nagas and Kukis fought. Then you have many other conflicts in the valley also, in
Rajesh,
Meitei,
Rajesh,
Pangal.
wait,
So
wait
my
a
point
minute.
is, no,
No, I'm not stopping you, Rajesh. I'm just playing these visuals for the new people, new viewers who have joined us. That's it.
So what I'm saying is that yeah, is there any possibility to have a dialogue within communities? Yes, of course, it should be. It is the way to forward. Of course, we can discuss even all the conflict and war resolved through dialogue and peace, and the border sections should go. So it should not be like that until and unless separate administration is provided, we will not talk. If that kind of agenda will come forward, then I don't think that peace will come. Many other issues are lying, but one we need to understand here is that how this conflict is there, and who has the vested interest to ignite this violence, and who is benefiting out of this conflict. So we need to understand this. Now, what Meitei are going to get from this conflict, what Kuki are going to get from this conflict, if this violence is actually to create another state or another exclusive territory, then this violence is actually perpetrated to get certain ends. That means this violence is actually executed so that certain group of people wanted to have their own certain political end. But in this end, Mani Meitei is not going to get anything, because Meitei, as a community, we have been fighting for many years, be it Naga or be it any community or insurgents group. We always wanted to have a united Manipur. We always wanted to have some kind of thing. Yes, I am Meitei. I feel pain, same kind of pain that when many of the Kuki houses were actually driven, and their casualties are also reported in Imphal. At the same time, my question would be, same the Kuki feel the kind of pain I am feeling, that when the Churchampur 5,000 people have been driven out by the MOF Kuki vested group, Kuki militant, and do you feel the same kind of pain when the many houses were burned in the More? So if we have to accept both the communities, that as Meitei in the dominant area in Imphal, we have to take the responsibility that we have failed to protect the communities, the Kukis living with the community, because they live in the dominated area. So we have a certain responsibility. State has certain responsibility. In a similar way, the Kukis should have the same kind of responsibility to think that when the Meiteis, the minority Meiteis are driven out, their burn have been ethnic cleansing, then do have the same. So we have to accept that the majority community have failed in the both case. So majority Kuki dominated area in 4 districts, they have failed to protect. The Meiteis in More.
I think okay. I think Mercy should be given time. No, point taken. Mercy.
Yeah. So there are a few things that I just want to put straight here. Like, when we talk about this session talking about, the visit of Rahul Gandhi, for a person as me who's very apolitical with no inclination into politics at all, I just want to look at it like a public figure who has come to Manipur to show solidarity. And I don't see any reason why this act of solidarity should not have been appreciated, one. Two, when we talk about the ruling party, apart from the Honorable Home Minister, we haven't seen the arrival of any other politician, in power right now. So that is also one reason which has made us feel that, our plight is it's not important to the central government. And also when we talk about the ethnic clash between the Kukis and the Nagas way back in the 1990s, we need to understand that within 2 days, president rule was imposed and the entire situation was brought under control. Now, if you talk about what will happen in 6 months, at least something is going to happen because the nerves are going to be calmed. When we talk about, why are the two community people not being able to come and talk? See, you and I are willing to talk about peace, but we are not on the field. The emotions, the loss of life, the fear. Even now, people are fighting either side. People are fighting for their sustenance, for their security, for their life. So that's the reason why it is very difficult for us to, a group of people coming together and saying that we represent the entire community, because we are honestly not at the ground, at the field right now. And when we talk about, the kind of devastation people have suffered, it has been very obvious that even in the valley, when these houses were burned down, they were looted before they were burned. But when we talk about the Meiteis being displaced in Churachandpur also, we have had video clips where we can see that they were being escorted out, and taken to the relief camps. Now, so I am not here to put the blame on anybody else, but if you talk about, why, who is this person, or which party is putting, extra burden on the already overworked, central forces? Just let them do their work. You as a member of a civil society, or you as a member of some women rights group, you cannot go against public morality and decency, and put a gun on their head and say that you don't do this, you go beyond this point, we are going to strip ourselves. So this, we need to also understand what are the procedures, what are the tactics that we are also adapting and adopting in order to secure, quote unquote peace. Because right now, to talk, like I said, and I've always, and I am of the opinion that we need to come to a level playing game. Because as of now, even if both parties feel, even if both sides of the community feel they're being...
Mercy, what is the level
Yeah.
playing game?
So I feel that as of now, it's very difficult to determine what it could be, but we need to understand that this, the perpetrators need to be, how do I put it? We need to bring under control these perpetrators.
Perpetrators to be brought to book.
Yes, and how do we do that? Unless the president's rule is imposed, there's no other way you can think about it right now. So let's have the president's rule. Let's calm down the nerves. Perhaps then we, as representatives, if we can speak to our own community people and then think about what is the next step. Without even having the first step, it is difficult to actually go to the second step. So that's my opinion as of date.
Rami, now please come in, Rami.
Obviously there's a difference of opinion here with you, Mercy, saying that we don't need Rahul Gandhi coming in because he is coming for a sense of solidarity. My problem is not with anybody coming in. My problem is with somebody coming at a time like this, and also with the fact that, we should be beyond tokenism. There should be something more that we should be expecting. On one hand, you're disappointed with the government, but on the other hand, you think tokenism is okay. So I don't agree with this sort of just thinking that you can walk in when it suits you, politically suits you, where you don't have to care about what our security forces are dealing with because it's giving you political mileage. Because like I mentioned before, there were years of tensions during Ibobi's time, and Rahul never came, so, this is my very clear stance on it. But of course, if that's what you think, that tokenism is enough, then, that's your call. But having said that, I also think that constantly saying that, there should be a level playing field, as great as it sounds and as great as we would want it to be, the field is never leveled. We have to make do. We have to sort of create the best out of the situation that we have. And if you're going to wait for the field to be leveled, and that to a field that has never been leveled, there have always been some tensions or another, there's always been some conflict or another, there's always been some inter-ethnic competitiveness, rivalry, for as long as we can remember, then I think expecting this ideal situation would be foolhardy. What we can do right now, with our emotions being set on the side, we can choose a practical way forward. And that practical way really is to make the most of what we have. These skirmishes are going to go on, in lower intensities and higher intensities. We've seen it in the last 2 months, There's been a week of relative peace and then conflict has erupted again. So solution within this environment has to be found. And like I said, that can only be found with some amount of consensus on both the sides that comes together on a dialogue. Having said that, I keep hearing, that the Prime Minister should have spoken and he should have said something. People can want a lot of different things, but the situation comes under the Home Ministry. And I think, with Mr. Amit Shah's visit to Manipur, it is an indication that obviously that they take it seriously. The fact that the chief minister flew down to Delhi not too long ago, I think it was maybe 4 days ago or 5 days ago, shows that there is communication that is going on. The fact that this government has put, and I'm not a spokesperson, but because I have been in this region for a really long time, I have seen the difference. The fact that this government has put the Northeast as well as Manipur as a central point to one of their most important policies should be, really should be giving us confidence that no, we may not have heard the Prime Minister speak. We didn't hear him speak during the Khalistan movement, even though it had become an international situation, even that should give us some amount of confidence that even though we might not hear him, the fact is that we have to have confidence that work is being done and that we are held as priority to the government. I don't think that is a doubt that we should have, and I don't think we should get stuck on these sort of narratives where we want what we want irrespective of what is happening. You cannot pressure the Prime Minister into speaking, and do you think he's going to get pressured and he's going to say something and then peace is going to prevail? I mean, we have to look at the larger picture, not just segments like this. Of course, nobody denies that communities want what they want and voices like you want what they want because of the kind of emotional impact that the situation has had. Nobody denies that. But at some point, we have to put our emotions on the side, whether we like it or not, whether that is fair or not, and find ways to work within the environment that we have and find solutions with each other. We're not going to get 100%. No community is going to get 100% of what they're demanding. And being stuck on demands is being in a deadlock.
I think no community is going to get 100% of what it is demanding. I think that is the line. No community is going to get 100% of what they are demanding. You might have a mighty chief minister, but you might not have Biren Singh. You might have an empowered tribal autonomy council under 5th schedule, but you might not have a 6th schedule there. You might have a strong conversation and you might have strong action against those who are trying to divide people there, but it does not mean it leads to a sort of a public or civil crackdown. But then, the state needs to limp back to normalcy. But then how do you expect people to limp back to normalcy when you have mercy? What do you have to say on this no work, no pay thing, People can't move out. So, Rahul Gandhi can't go to where he wants to, and state wants people to work and cut their salary if they don't report.
So I think this, yes, I think this is it's a very sad state of affair, because I think the state is failing to understand the actual situation. Because when people are threatened for their securities and their lives, so any person who, and it's not like they've left the valley out of choice. It's because they've been driven out. Whatever be the forces, they've been driven out, and now putting it, a gun on their head and saying that you don't come, we don't pay you. It's just another way of saying that we don't care about you. And if I may just add, when I say that it's not a level playing game, is because the state government, the CM Biren Singh has not stepped down till today. And when we know that the state has failed, so only when the state government steps down, only when Mr. Biren Singh and his team steps down, that is perhaps when it may not be an equal, but at least an equitable, ground. So when we talk about, putting, coming out with a circular and telling people to come back to work, otherwise there'll be no pay. Are we not also striking at, these people's right to livelihood? What about the fundamental rights, the right to life and dignity? So I think there's a blatant violation of fundamental rights as well here.
There are 2 bites which have come in. Before I commence with the discussion, let's listen to it. These are the vox pops on Manipur that have come in.
प्रधानमंत्री जी स्वयं नहीं, लेकिन रिस्पॉन्सिबल पॉलिटिकल लीडर जाना चाहता ही इन टच के, तो आप इस प्रकार से अवरोध उत्पन्न कर रहे हैं। अलाय बलाय हैं उनके प्रवक्ता लोग जिनको एक पैसा नहीं है कि गवर्नेंस के मूल में है हीलिंग टच। अगर वहां समाज चल रहा है, कायदे से आपको ऑल पार्टी डेलीगेशन ले जाना चाहिए, जिसकी हमने मांग की थी उस मीटिंग में, लेकिन आपको लगा कि ना, पूरा का पूरा मणिपुर 60 दिन से ज्यादा जले हुए हो चुका है। सारे कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर के घर चलाए जा रहे हैं। उसे अगर उसके बाद अगर राहुल जी जा रहे हैं और आप इस प्रकार के अवरोध उत्पन्न कर रहे हैं, तो मैं तो सिर्फ इतना कहूंगा ईश्वर आपको सद्बुद्धि दी। ये विजुअल्स दुनिया के कई हिस्सों में और भारत के सभी हिस्सों में देखे जा रहे होंगे। के बारे में जो टिप्पणी लोग कर रहे होंगे ना, वो आप अच्छी तरह जानते हैं।
വസ്തുതാപരമായൊരു യാഥാർത്ഥ്യമാണ് ഈ വിഷയത്തിൽ സംസ്ഥാന സർക്കാർ, അതായത് മണിപ്പൂർ സംസ്ഥാന സർക്കാരിൻ്റെയോ കേന്ദ്ര സർക്കാരിൻ്റെയോ ഭാഗത്തു നിന്ന് ഫലപ്രദമായ ഇടപെടൽ ഇതുവരെയും ഉണ്ടായിട്ടില്ല എന്നുള്ളത് വസ്തുതാപരമാണ്. അതിൻ്റെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ തെളിവ് 56 ദിവസമായിട്ടും ഈ കലാപത്തിന് ശമനം വരുന്നില്ല എന്ന് മാത്രമല്ല, കലാപം നാൾക്കുനാൾ വർദ്ധിക്കുന്ന സാഹചര്യമാണ് സംജാതമായിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഇന്ത്യയുടെ അഭിമാനമായ സൈന്യത്തെ പോലും തടഞ്ഞു വെച്ചുകൊണ്ടുള്ള ഒരു കലാപം എന്നത് കേട്ടുകേൾവിയില്ലാത്ത വിധം വളരെ നിഗൂഢമായ ഒരു കലാപശ്രമമായിട്ടാണ് നമുക്ക് മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ സാധിക്കുക. ഞങ്ങൾ ഈ വിഷയത്തെ ഒരിക്കലും രാഷ്ട്രീയപരമായി കാണാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നില്ല. മറിച്ച് ഭരണഘടന ഉറപ്പു നൽകുന്ന, ജീവിക്കാനും ഇഷ്ടമുള്ള മതത്തിൽ വിശ്വസിക്കാനും ഭരണഘടന ഉറപ്പു തരുന്ന ഒരു സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യമുണ്ട് രാജ്യത്തെ പൗരന്മാർക്ക്. ആ സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യം ഉറപ്പുവരുത്തുക എന്നുള്ളത് രാജ്യം ഭരിക്കുന്ന സർക്കാരിൻ്റെ ഉത്തരവാദിത്വമാണ്. ആ ഉത്തരവാദിത്വം വിശ്വസ്തയോടെ നിറവേറ്റിക്കൊള്ളാമെന്ന് ഭരണഘടനയെ തൊട്ട് സത്യം ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഭരണാധികാരികൾ ഈ രാജ്യത്ത് ഭരണമേൽക്കുന്നത്. ആ കാര്യത്തിൽ ഗുരുതരമായ വീഴ്ച സംഭവിച്ചു എന്ന് തന്നെയാണ് ഈ സംഭവങ്ങളിൽ നിന്ന് വ്യക്തമാകുന്നത്.
You know, the reason why I played this bite is because to understand that the Manipur is not a isolated story, it is having national repercussion. The gentleman was from Kerala and he was talking about religious peace. So when we talk about Manipur, you know, people might have this imagination that it's a state there somewhere on the eastern border of India, but it is having a national repercussion. You have done a lot of stories on this, Brajesh.
Well, yes, you know, and yesterday we did a story, you know, which was testimony to that, and this is the line which I use, that, you know, people may believe that, you know, Manipur impact will be limited only to northeast, but it's finding an unintended impact in the state of Kerala, you know, where Prakash Javadekar, former INB minister, is parked and is leading the BJP's Christian community outreach. And I think what has happened is that post Manipur, post what is happening in Manipur, that entire effort by Prakash Javadekar and others in the BJP has been kind of torpedoed. And now what is happening is that the Congress party has emerged as a front runner in reach out to the Christian community than the BJP. And all the effort which was done by the BJP or was, you know, was being put forth by the BJP, you know, there has been, they are at a major disadvantage, all because of what is happening in the state of Manipur.
You know, Mercy, as Rami was saying, that something has to give in, you know, something has to give in for conversation. What do you think needs to happen for a conversation? Let me ask you point blank, to the point.
So I feel that, you know, when Rami said that you know, we can't force the Prime Minister to speak, but we also need to understand that when we talk about the Prime Minister of India, he is the Prime Minister of the largest democracy in the world. And he owes us, you know, some amount, he owes us a duty, he owes us an obligation and accountability, most importantly. So when he chooses to keep quiet, even if the work on ground level may go off, you know, but it's still not visible for us. So right now, for conversations to happen, my personal opinion is that let us go by the rule of the law. Let us, you know, go by the constitution. And what the constitution says very clearly, that if the state has failed to function in a constitutional manner, then the president's rule should be imposed. So I think for me, I would say that first of all, let's impose the president's rule that is to be applicable not just to the tribal population, but also to the valley population. And once we are able to calm the nerves, then perhaps the talks can happen. We are very much open for the talks. It certainly will happen. But for now, we need to bring law and order, and we need to uphold the rule of law.
Rami? Can you unmute yourself?
I'm sorry about that, Karthike. You know, of course, you know, you can demand what you want to out of the Prime Minister, but again, it's not necessary. I don't think, I think, you know, the security situation, law and order, all of this, you know, comes under the Home Minister. And I think we have to allow the Home Minister to do his job. Like I took the example of Khalistan. I'm repeating myself, you know. Who talks about the Khalistan movement today? Who talks about the leadership that I don't even want to mention that is in, who talks about any of them? So things like this also taper out in ways that we might not be able to see on the surface. So I would personally give that kind of benefit of doubt to our security forces and our government. I think a prime minister who has really brought this region into mainstream consciousness, wherein it was for over 70 years put on the back burner as a region that should be isolated, excluded, and left out from any sort of equitable development that was happening in other parts of the country. I don't think I would go out of my way to really judge the prime minister just yet. Having said that, about president's role, I doubt very much that tempers will cool down just because there is a president's rule. The kind of deficit of trust that we have seen is so large that I don't think 6 months of any of this is going to do any good. But of course, Mercy has her point. And, she is of the point of view that president's rule is going to solve all problems. And after that, people are going to come to the table and cede space to come to a consensus. That can be one point of view. But I really don't think it works like that. I think we have the environment that we do. Tomorrow, if president's rule comes and one gets an opportunity to do this, I think, people will take that chance. But the matter of fact is that it hasn't happened as yet. This is the environment that we are in. You can continue your demand on one end, but that doesn't mean any sort of efforts towards some sort of peace resolution should not be made. You cannot say that unless president's rule happens, we are not going to move towards peace. That it doesn't work like that. You start, you have to make the effort to come to a consensus, and over and above that, keep your demand for a president's rule.
Let me read out a tweet. Well, I'll read it out for you when it comes. Rahul Gandhi has responded there. But there is a thought which I have, Mercy. When we, there is a call unity in diversity, but I can say diversity in unity. I can just flip it around. Do you feel that there is somewhere a lack of it? When you say unity in diversity, I can say diversity in unity. Is there a lack of it somewhere in our national conversations?
At this point, it's actually difficult to say, whether it's this way or that way. But, because when we look at the condition at the ground level, and, when we have conversations as this, so I think we fail also to reflect the emotions at the ground. So, when we talk about unity in diversity or diversity in unity, I hope it works for the good of all. But as of now, the reason why
Okay, wait a minute. I think, Mercy, you stay with me. I'm really sorry. Mr. Rojesh is also with me. He had been waiting very patiently for such a long time. I'm sorry. I completely forgot also. Before Mercy completes its point, there is one thing I want to ask you before I let go of you, Mr. Rojesh. Rahul Gandhi has finally tweeted and he has said that I came to listen to all my brothers and sisters. The Manipur people of all communities are being welcoming and loving. It is very unfortunate the government is stopping me. Manipur needs healing. Peace has to be our priority. He has alleged that the government is stopping him.
From many people from both the communities have been asking, saying, praying that the Prime Minister should have been visited in Manipur. Not only the Prime Minister, the Rahul Gandhi should also have been visited because he has actually shown interest in other, but he has not actually physically visited. Even it has been considered very late, but late is better than never. But there is a BJP and Congress politicization of the things that are happening. It's very unfortunate. We not only Rahul Gandhi, all the political leaders from the Mamata Banerjee or even Arvind Kejriwal, all of them should have been visited Manipur. The political parties, all political parties representatives should have been stationed in Imphal. Before this conflict started, many of the ministers from the central government always visited every 15 days in Manipur. But in these 60 days of conflict, it is not seen that kind of initiative. But actually there are many suspicions as coming out, like as I belong to Meitei, and why we understand the many are people from the ground are asking why the Assam Rifles should be withdrawn from the state. People are keep asking question is because there is a suspicion that whether Manipur would be similar like 2019, that the Jammu Kashmir was unilaterally divided by Ladakh and Kashmir by imposing the thousands of armed forces. But in case of Manipur, people are asking whether this conflict is just to divide community to 3 different blocks, to solve the Naga issue, to solve the Kuki issue, and to Manipaitai to reduce in a one small valley area for a territorial council kind of suspicion is there. But there is no answer. But this kind of suspicion is very dangerous for a peaceful future. I hope that government is not doing anything like that. We wish that they will not play on the blood and the life of the people. Government should actually ensure peace. And we actually appeal for the Honorable Prime Minister's attention, the government's attention. That is one point. Okay. The third point, which I actually giving is in 3 lines, that whoever is responsible in this conflict, either Kuki militant Shu or not Shu or Meitei armed group, they should be there should be some accountability, and
accountability
should be fixed. So who will do this? The government has to do it.
Okay. Now let me play out the Rahul Gandhi's tweet. Wait, I'll come to you. Let me play out the Rahul Gandhi's tweet first. This is the Rahul Gandhi's tweet. I'm playing it on the full screen because I want to come back to it again. This is the Rahul Gandhi's tweet. Then there is a visual of it. He said the government is stopping me. Yes, Rajesh, please go on.
So in this, and again, if we are saying that with this 1 lakh armed forces deployed in Manipur, we are not able to control or issues and even area domination of those areas, that means there is something problem, applying the mind as of now, because many of the areas, whatever is today is happening, and again, the state actually is not taking action. The simple point is the central government, as Marcy was actually only targeting the state government. I would also say that the central government have taken control of the law and order from 5th onwards. The security advisors actually and armed forces, they are taking, even the unified command is under the command, not from the minister, but from the center, from the security advisor. So when the state fails, both the state and the central government have failed.
Okay, there's a breaking news I need to give. Rahul Gandhi has, there's a view that has come, information. Rahul Gandhi has not able to visit Moirang. Rahul Gandhi was not, the administration did not permit him to go to Moirang. He only met the violence affected people in Churachandpur. He is returning to Imphal, will stay the night. There is no clarity if he will be able to continue with his visits tomorrow. This is a statement which has been released by Kaisham Megh Chandra. These are the visuals that have been released by the Congress party. We have processed it and we are showing it to you. We have not processed the clip. These clips have been processed by them. And I'm very warm welcome to you, madam. Kartikeya here. A very warm welcome to you. Gladi Vaipai Hunjan. She's a member of the Kuki community. You must have seen what happened today. Your opening comments on Manipur.
My opening comments is, we all know Rahul ji is right now in Manipur, and we know the situation where he was stopped at Bisnupur. He couldn't even move further to Churasanpur. This shows the real situation of Manipur, which was not out for many days. If Rahul ji can be stopped like this, imagine the normal citizen of Manipur, especially the Kukizo community. Rahul ji was stopped at Bisanpur. He had to go back to Imphal airport. Thank God he's not a Kukizo. Otherwise, if he was a Kukizo, at the airport itself, they would have done something which I can't even explain today. This shows that the normalcy of Manipur has not returned. No matter what the governor say, no matter what the media say, you clearly see today, normalcy in Manipur is a far cry. On top of that, what about the situation of the women folk, the mayor of IB, blocking every progress that the central government is taking? What about the leader of our central government not intervening to the problem of Manipur? What about the armed forces? Where are they? Manipur is a small state. If we cannot curtail this violence in a small state like Manipur, almost 2 months now, what is going on? Or is it done on purpose? Or someone doesn't want to stop it? This is a very big question. I am so sorry for what happened with Rahul ji. This can happen with anybody if the state and the central government doesn't want it. If they want it, they would have made a very peaceful road for him that he could visit the affected area into Rachanpur. He can visit other places. That means the state will continue to suffer if president rule is not implemented. If we implement president rule, it is good for the Meitei, it is good for the Kuki zone. There's some sort of normalcy, some sort of government has to be implemented as soon as possible. So I urge president rule to be imposed as soon as possible.
You know, I was going through a couple of bites, and a lot of people were saying that the firing took place from the lower hills. The firing took place from the hills, and I heard the officers say that, madam.
Firing took place in the hill, I don't know. I keep on saying in my earlier interview, we know the valley, 7,000 kilometer valley, we know that. If anything happened outside the valley, that means they are approaching the land of the tribal. The tribal are simply defending their life. If any fight happened in Imphal, maybe the Meitei people are doing. But if any Meitei go and approach towards the tribal, don't blame the tribal for attacking. They are defending their life. And also, normalcy is not there, no matter what the media say. Misao gas agency was burned down a few days ago that we know. Vaipaden attacked for the third time. Day before yesterday, we know. And every night, people are living a life of fear, afraid of the morning what will happen. This kind of tension. My question is, why are we not stopping this? Are we a very weak country? No, we have our armed forces. I say we believe in Central Armed Forces. We believe that if president rule is imposed, we believe normalcy will happen at least for 6 months. Let's implement president rule. We have this constitutional right, and we are urging as a citizen of Manipur for the betterment of both the Meitei and the Kuki, let's demand president rule. And the firing
madam,
in the hill area, yes.
Madam, a lot of people would say, Meiteis would say that Manipur joined Indian Union as a state. They joined in 1949. Those sentiments need to be respected.
Do you know the Kuki fought India independence? Why do you always say Meitei are the land owner? Meitei are the owner of the valley. The tribal people were never under Meitei. The tribal people are as old as the mountain and the hills of the Northeast. We lived before independence. Why do we always say that we are under Meitei? This narrative has to change. The real story has to come out. The tribal are under the village chief. We are never under Meitei. We have our constitutional right. We're protected under our schedule. Do you know that? We are not under Meitei. We are in our land. Let's separate them. Separate the valley and the tribal people. Separate them. Yes, go ahead. Can you hear me?
Yes. My colleague, my input editor, Brijesh Pandey has a question.
Yes.
Ma'am, I wanted to ask you, about this visit of Rahul Gandhi, that he was not allowed to go there. The state is saying that there was a very clear, threat to his visit to Chura Chandpur, and that is the reason why the road travel was not allowed and he was asked to travel in a helicopter. Do you feel that there was some other reason other than that?
Oh, simply it's unrest. The state, which is unrest, it simply means it's unrest. Why did they stop Rahul Gandhi? Why they are not allowing him to travel wherever he wants to travel? The whole country know who Rahul Gandhi is. Why do they stop him? Talk about safety. You think Rahul doesn't know the safety and unsafety for his life? Who are they to decide whether Rahul is safe or not? If he decided to go, let him go. Who are they to decide for Rahul when he himself decided to go and visited all these places? Who are these people that you say it's not safe?
Okay.
Point out who are these people who say it's not safe for Rahul?
Okay, madam, I would like to get Rami in here. Rami, there is one thing which I would like you to speak upon. There's a complete different perception of truth, and it's in context of, historical imagination of one's own identity. A Maiti would imagine the whole state as its whole state, which is hill and land. And he would say that the imagination of Manipur is about both hill and state. You speak to a Kuki and they said, no, it is only about land and hills are different. So basically we boil down to the fact that how both two communities imagine their past differently. It's like reading Benedict Anderson's The Imagined Communities real time on TV with you.
Sorry. You're quite right, Karthik. I've often had that problem when I write as well. It's because there are so many histories. You always find conflicting histories when you study Manipur, If you look at it from the Meitei point of view, the fact that the Maharaja Manipur signed the Accession Treaty, or fought and against in the Anglo-Myanmarese war, they would say that is foundation enough to know that Manipur was their land. Manipur itself, the name, they say, means, that this community existed there. And if you ask the Kukis, they'll say, oh, we've been on this land forever. If you ask the Maitis, they'll say, no, they were brought in by the British. So obviously there is this conflict of history, and to get into the nuances of it would be very difficult in a short period of time. But this conflict exists. Now, my problem with looking at history like this as to whose land it belonged to, whose land it didn't, is the fact that it's very divisive. I think we have to understand that, this is a country now. We have to understand that, it doesn't belong to one person or another. We are equal stakeholders. But unfortunately, some of the policies that I do not agree with, which are legacy policies of the colonialists, whether it's the ILP, whether it's the scheduled areas, whether it's, all these sort of divisive labels, have created this sort of imagined territorial supremacy. And I think that's very sad, because that's exactly what we are fighting on right now. Having said that, even this idea of tribe versus non-tribe, like I mentioned on your show earlier on, if we were to really go by what this country sees as a tribe, the characteristics that are applied to a tribe, what local committees stipulated as to what characteristics a community should have to be labeled as a tribe, today nobody would be applicable for it, apart from some of the communities which are still isolated in maybe places like Andamans and Nicobar. So I don't, I have larger problems with these sort of labels. But having said that, again, the reality of the matter is that they are there in something, special statuses that you've given, you cannot take away. And that is going to be, that is going to prove to be a problem for us, like we have seen in Manipur, because that brings up all sorts of issues. That brings up ethnic issues, that brings up identity issues, that brings up issues of land rights. So these are issues that come with the labeling that we've accepted that somebody else has given to us. I don't think 200 years ago or 300 years ago a tribe identified themselves as a tribe, or a non-tribe identified themselves in that reference point. So now we have these issues, we have to contend with it. And that's why I keep saying the only way to do so is to be able to cede space, not just in terms of your demands, but also in terms of your attitudes to what you see these labels being as. These are not absolute labels. Nobody fits into these labels in an absolute way, so to hinge on them and rely on them to this much of an extent, really is not the greatest thing to do for the greater common good.
Madam, I think Rami made a good point. Tribe, scheduled tribe, these are colonial words for classification. They didn't exist before.
So, sir, among the 16 districts of Manipur, Churachandpur, Kuki zone, Gangtokpi, Kuki zone, Noni, Perzor, Tamenglong, Tengnopal, Thoubal, Ukhrul, let me tell you, almost 90% of the land is a tribal land. 90% of the land almost is a tribal land. Only the valley, the remaining valley, as the Meitei land. If we don't want to accept that, let's go back to the paper of the Jameen, the village chief paper who's handed down from the British. We have to go to that deep if we want to know who are the landowner. Verbally, everybody can claim the landowner. But what makes me the owner of my plot? The Jamambandi, the land paper, the Pakapata, the record from the government. Why don't one go and dig down there? The Impal Valley, we never claim to be ours. That is the Meitei. The rest of the surrounding area, northeast, southwest, yes, are the tribal land. So why don't we talk something like this rather than saying everybody claims to be the owner? I never claimed the valley to be the tribal. The rest of the hill area, the mountain area belongs to the tribal. You all can take the office of the registrar and find out yourself. Now don't tell us we're not the owner. And don't tell us that we are not there. The Meitei were first.
Madam, only
Please
thing,
don't tell us
Madam,
that. Yes.
only request I'll make is that it's not a conversation about us and you. I'm a journalist.
Yes.
I don't share any ethnicity. So when you say us, I don't want to become they. I'm Kartike.
Okay.
I'm Kartike.
Okay.
Rami.
All right,
My point was exactly that, Kartike, that, when I speak of the Manipuris, I use the term us. We will need to do this. It is very sad to hear somebody alienate me in this way. You've just proven my point. You've made the same, you've picked up on the same sentiment. Having said that, again, the problem is, madam, as much as I respect your impassioned speech and as much as I, my heart goes out for what people are going through in Manipur, the fact of the matter is that you cannot delegitimize the problems that the other community has also. You can keep saying that this is tribal land, this is my land. We've never claimed the valley. But the fact of the matter is that there are legitimate reasons as well that people of the valley are feeling that they are being given a raw deal by limiting such a large population to just the Imphal Valley, where there are land problems, there's overpopulation. What is going to happen in the next 20 years when Imphal already, like we always say, it's not even 10%, it's probably like 5% of habitable land if that is the case, have you thought these are your, eventually these are your people, these are people from your state. How are they going to
Yes.
live in the next 20 years? You know, when the population is
So,
going to increase,
yes,
when these...
ma'am, you mean to say that if the, ma'am, you mean to say that if they have no land, the population is too much concentrated in a valley, you mean to say that they can go and expand and annex the tribal land? Why don't they go?
Nobody is saying
vertically?
no. I don't think you should. I don't think you
No,
should
ma'am.
misconstrue my words, madam. I never said they should annex any land. I said that if you feel that you have demands, irrespective of how impassioned your speech is, you have to also accept that the other communities also have demands. By drawing such stiff lines, you are not going to come to any consensus. You know, if you have been pained, other people have been pained as well. But what I am saying, but there's no reason to speak over me. I'm not speaking over you. When you were speaking, I gave you your
Please,
time.
yes. Madam Gladdy, please let Rami speak.
All I am saying is that there is no point drawing or seeing this entire conflict from one lens. Where has it got you in 2 months? Where has it got the Meithis? Where has it got the Kukis? Nowhere. All right. Now you have to at least open your mind to say that there is a legitimate issue on the other side as well. The issue being that they don't know where they are going to go. Now, will you or will you not agree with me that the population of the Meithis in Churchandpur has decreased, considering that Churchandpur is named after a Meithi king? You know, that there has also been an exodus of Meithis from other regions. The fact that there is a feeling of threat because your Sioux camps were all around the valley, that it made maybe the Meithis or the people of the valley feel a bit threatened. You know, there have been causes on both the sides, and I am not sitting here legitimizing one situation and, you know, disregarding your situation. But what I'm asking you to do is not disregard the other person's legitimate voice as well. You know, you can't say that everything that they've demanded for has been wrong. You know, yes, there have been issues. We cannot absolve them from their responsibility the same way we can't absolve some of the things that have happened on the other side. You said today that, you know, we all have to take our own responsibility. So in that spirit, madam, all I am saying is that a good amount of rational thought has to be given to the legitimate demands of the other side, because finally, all communities will have to live side by side. You won't have a choice. The stance of the government, no matter whether your demand you feel is legitimate or not, on a certain increased level of autonomy is clear. And that is something that we will have to respect, the rule of law and the word of the government.
Can I say that
yes, madam. Yes, madam. Before you,
right?
madam, before you, Mr. Kipgen also wanted to say something. Mr. Kipgen, and then I'll go to madam.
Thank you. I would like to agree on a few points that Madam Rami has brought up. Yes, I agree that the issue of land, where the Valley Meitei community is restricted to 8, 9, 10% of the land of the entire state of Manipur, it is a legitimate issue, but my question to this issue is that, is this the way to address the issue? For example, and at the same time, by there are certain colonial things that we have adopted, that our constitution has adopted. Do we mean to say that it is time to discredit the framers of our constitution?
I think we have lost you, Mr. Kipgen. If there's a problem, I would like to go to Madam Gladdy YP. Madam Gladdy YP.
Sir, yes, sir. The name being Churachandpur doesn't mean that they are the owner. Nelson Mandela Mark is in Delhi. It doesn't mean that he owns it. Indira Gandhi Airport is there. It doesn't mean that the Gandhiji own it. Okay, the name doesn't mean anything. Okay, this is the point when Madam was making.
Okay. Okay. I think there's a bit of a problem, but I think that was a bit on. Yes. Please
Yes.
go ahead.
Yeah, the tribal are the landowner. The village chief has the paper of the land that was collected in 1994 for investigation for what I don't know, and you don't know that it's burned down in 1994 in the office of Impal where the paper were kept. Ethnic cleansing is in their mind so many years ago. That is the reason why they want to, burn down all our paper, which is given to us by the British. That's number one. Number two, they want to call us illegal immigrant. What about the Aadhaar card? Everybody have Aadhaar card. Are they telling that the Home Ministry is nonsense issuing Aadhaar card to illegal immigrant? We have passport. That means the Ministry of External Affairs is nonsense that they issue passport. We are born before independence. That's why we fought 70 above % of India in the freedom fighter from Manipur are Kuki. If we are illegal immigrant, all the freedom fighter names in India get written, they're also immigrants. Okay, we are before the state of Manipur. Let's make it very clear. And then Imphal Valley, 10%, the population is concentrated. Doesn't mean that they can come and live in our land. Let them be in there. Let them go high rise like Times Square. Why do they have to say, oh, we have to sympathetic that they have no land to live? If they have no land, let them buy somewhere else. Why just annex our land and wage war against us, giving all these names, that this cleansing of our ethnicity, cleansing of our identity, burning our churches? Sir, 300 churches burned. Let me tell you, if this was another religion, apart from our minority, India, the entire India will burn. Can you imagine 300 Gurdwara, 300 Masjid, 300 Mandir burn? We keep quiet, sir. We are suffering 300 churches, sir. 50,000 internally displaced people. We don't even have one shelter home in Delhi. What about 1984 riot?
Madam,
we have Khiala.
Madam
Khiala,
Vaipi,
sir,
Madam
resettlement
Vaipi,
colony.
Madam
Have the government
Madam
done something
Vaipi,
in Delhi, sir?
Madam Vaipi, I'm not going anywhere. Neither I'm stopping you. So why are you shouting? मैं आपको रोकूंगा नहीं. आप पूरी बात बोलिए. मतलब कहने का मतलब है people can only access you through mobile and TV. If you speak like this, they will not be able to listen to you. That is my only point. This is the limitation of the media. आप बोलिए, मैं आपको रोकूंगा नहीं. मैंने आपको कभी नहीं रोका. Please speak your mind. नहीं, अरे please you don't have to. Please call me Kartike, madam. Only thing is,
Kartike. My only thing is, can the Delhi government set up a shelter home who are right now in Dwarka living in a relief center? Can this much is not done by Delhi government? Set up a relief center.
नहीं
Help
होना
those
चाहिए.
people who run away from Manipur.
बिल्कुल होना चाहिए.
2 महीने हो गया. एक shelter home भी नहीं कर पाया, sir. बताओ frustration क्यों है, sir? Nobody pay attention to our problem.
Rami, you wanted to come in. Please come in.
I think my limited say on this is, first of all, I take serious objection with the lady who spoke before me. I think her name is Gladys. For bringing religion in. You know very well, madam, that this has nothing to do with religion. Ethnicity trumps religion. And if you bring religion in, then we go into a whole new debate of where scheduled tribe status stands. Because, technically scheduled tribe status is given to those who follow indigenous religions. So it might be better for your own case not to bring religion in, and also not to use other parameters like the Gurdwaras or other religions in terms of referring to the conflict in Manipur, because we know that the Manipur conflict is very complex. Number two, as far as your take on asking your own fellow countrymen to live the way they can in the worst possible conditions that I can possibly foresee for an urban center like Imphal, I think is very unempathetic of you. Because I think we all expect, and this is set in our heads, that the people of the Northeast, the people of Manipur, including the Kukis, are extremely generous, large-hearted people, and you have not represented that. Because I would never say that to another citizen of this country, that you should live in squalor or you should live in this sort of urban concrete jungle, no matter how large your population becomes, because we don't have enough to give you. You know, there is enough to go around. Manipur's a large state. You yourself said that there's, you know, huge amounts of land that is not habitable. Having also said that, I don't think large amounts of communities, including people from outside Manipur, ever feel that cookies are outsiders. Yes, infiltrators are infiltrators. You have to call a spade a spade. And I have heard a lot of Meiteis also saying that, you know, we are talking about the infiltrators. We're not talking about the cookies. So we have to draw a distinction here, you know. So when you make a dialogue, your dialogue cannot be based on everybody calls us an infiltrator and we are you know, we are citizens of India. We already know you are citizens of India. You know, there will always be some people who will try to alienate you. I'm a Gujarati in Delhi and I was alienated as you know, growing up, because people didn't know where Gujarat was, you know. But that doesn't mean that I say that everybody is like this. If today I was to ask you, do you know the difference between South Gujarat or North Gujarat? Do you know any of the districts? You won't know, you know. So, you know, this sort of victimhood, I don't think is going to take us anywhere. I think we need to be very clear, you know, that issues have happened, conflict has happened. And, you know, we need to look at things from a more balanced point of view. Not everybody is that ill-informed that is, you know, that they're going around calling all cookies infiltrators. Nobody is doubting your citizenship. You have an Aadhaar card, you have an Aadhaar card. But the fact is that there has been infiltration. And if anybody says that there has not been infiltration, then that makes Manipur the most special case in the Northeast, because there has been infiltration in every other state. If there are 30,000 Myanmarese refugees that have been registered in Mizoram, I refuse to believe as a logical person that there has not been any settlement in Manipur. So I think we have to start by being honest that infiltrators are infiltrators and infiltrators are not cookies. And I think it would not serve the purpose of the cookie community to deny the fact that there is infiltration, because you would be thinking that other people don't know the truth, but people do, and that would cast a doubt on what you are saying. So, you know, we have to, you know, we have to dialogue and debate also basis some logic and rationality.
Yes. The logic is, when we build a home in Impal, we don't chase them out. We buy the land. If the Meitei community, like the way we say, we are sympathetic towards them, why not buy a land, get a proper paper the way we did in the valley, rather than chasing us like animal. You know how they will chase out animal, huddle them together and then burn their houses. That is not how the Meitei can live. Why don't they buy the land the way we buy in Imphal Valley? We buy the paper, we buy crores of rupees we spend, we build our home in a you know, legal way. Why can't they do like that to the valley? Why do they have to chase us out like this, calling all the names? And then you say that religious point. Religious, I am saying because the churches were burnt. If there was not that, I will never pick this point. Why were 300 plus churches burned? Why can't they just respect that this is, you know, pavitra places, let's not touch it. They never separate that. Now you're angry that I'm bringing a religious point. If this is not religious, how are they burning the Bible? Why are they make a mockery of the church by beating those drums, partying in the church? If this is not a religious point, one point, yes, it's political, yes, but churches burned down 300 plus. How will the person feel who worship right from childhood? If you don't want to bring this, then don't touch the religious part. You are very rightly saying that religious part should not be brought in. That's why we never touch a Hindu temple, Hare Krishna Mandiri, Churachandpur. Till today, it is standing. We never touch, we never bring religious into. But why are you finishing all our churches? Where do we worship now? You're talking about sympathetic, aren't you sympathetic for us to worship every Sunday? Where do we go now? If that is not to be bring in, because it involves our building, our place of worship. You're very rightly saying that we have to be looking into the problem of the Meitei, concentrating in the valley, yes, but not the way they annex our land. Now, right now also in Imphal Valley, all the tribal kuki, they bought the land legally. They register it legally. Before even building, they make the boundary legally. Why can't they do like that? Why can't they talk to the chief and say, hey, let's do like this. We need more space. Why are they not doing it? Now you may be blaming, you may be doing this professionally. I'm just a victim family. My languages may not be pleasing to you because I'm not trained. But one thing I know, that our life is more precious than any legalistic that you're talking about.
Madam Gandhi,
many people have lost their life.
Wait a minute. I just need to tell my viewers that these two pictures I'm playing are from Chura Chandpur, and Rahul Gandhi has been able to visit this place, the camp. He was not allowed to go to Moirang, and that has not happened. So Rahul in Manipur, I don't know, because the sort of Ibobi Singh's bite has come. Has Ibobi Singh's bite come? Satish, has Ibobi Singh's bite come? Okay, my panel, PCR panel head is saying the bite has not come. So we'll try to play out that bite. I think that visit might be curtailed tomorrow, because that's the only place Rahul Gandhi
Tomorrow's visit is, I think, only limited to Imphal.
I think tomorrow's visit will be limited to Imphal and maybe the early morning press conference, but that I don't know about. Mercy, are you there with me? Mercy?
Yes. Am I audible?
Okay, let me just play out the bite of Ibobi Singh, then I'll come to you. Former Chief Minister.
Sir, there is no obstruction on that. We cannot take risks.
VVIP do, we home department BMW na loine escort sufficient escort na yarni na thador abneba.
Sir, single situation home department buffer zone cross to guri sir.
Buffer zone no ye jurisdiction de loy do re.
Sir, VVIP lakbak kanda so pada hatane sir chali sir. Please, this is a request. We cannot risk. We sir. It's around more than 50 kilometers.
No DGP or chief secretary was a high get pirova.
Chief Secretary, sir, there is no obstruction on that. We cannot take risks.
VVIP do, we home department BMW na loine escort sufficient escort na yarni na thador abneba.
Sir, single situation home department buffer zone cross to guri sir.
Buffer zone no ye jurisdiction de loy do re.
Sir, VVIP lakbak kanda so pada hatane sir chali sir. Please, this is a request. We cannot risk. Sir, it's around more than 50 kilometers.
You know, Brijesh, I have covered Kashmir. You know, I have even been to places like Syria. I have even been to places like Afghanistan. I'm not saying that, you know, I'm the ace conflict reporter who has done that, but, you know, for someone to say that you can't travel, ये कश्मीर में भी नहीं होता है. ये तब होता था जब स्टोन पेल्टिंग के इशू हो गए थे और कुछ टेम्पररी उसके बाद बंद कर दिया गया था. बट किसी एक स्टेट में इतना प्रतिबंध लग जाए ट्रैवल पे, व्हाट डज इट टेल यू?
I think, you know, very honestly speaking, I am not a big fan of the move which has been taken by the state administration. I agree. I don't know what all security concerns, legit security concerns could have been. But unfortunately, till now, even the information which is filtered into by source-based information by reporters who are on the ground or by agencies who have filed copy, nothing that big has come out which warranted to curtail the visit of Rahul Gandhi to Chura Chandpur. I think the state, if they have allowed him to go up to Bishnupur, should have allowed him to go up to Chura Chandpur. They made the whole national media cover Rahul Gandhi's visit to Chura Chandpur much more than ideally it might have had been. So I think I mean, you know, it's not a politically astute move. I don't ascribe it as a politically astute move. And you know, when you say that security forces are under stress, yes, I completely agree with Rami when she says that, you know, that this is not the perfect time. And we all know how politicians behave, you know. I mean, so it's nobody can make you know, do that grandstanding, be it BJP or be it Congress party. Both parties behave the same way. But I think, you know, if I was a political party, if I was was a political analyst, I would have allowed Rahul Gandhi to go to Churachandpur to meet them, and then they would have come back, and the situation would have been like any normal politician's visit. By not allowing him, they have given Congress a handle to be more aggressive back here in Delhi than in Manipur, because the Congress has been, saying or attacking the Prime Minister by saying that he's not been talking. They've been attacking the Home Minister for not taking everybody in confidence. I think the curtailed visit of Rahul Gandhi will further add fuel to the fire, which is not a politically wise move.
Okay, there is one more issue which I want to really talk about, and Mercy, I would like you to get in. कोई इंटरनेट की बात नहीं करता है. इंटरनेट इज अबाउट सर्विस, इट्स नॉट हैविंग.
No, people do talk about, but I mean,
अभी कोई बात नहीं करता. लोगों को लगता है इंटरनेट का मतलब है कि विजुअल इधर से उधर व्हाट्सएप में कर दीजिए. मर्सी, टेल मी, हाउ हैज लैक ऑफ इंटरनेट crippled lot of things in Manipur? I want you to take us through that.
Yes, when we talk about the internet being banned for so long, I think what is important is that, the students are suffering the most. Because when we talk about, fake news being circulated, internet being abused by virtue of applications like WhatsApp or Twitter or all the other social media handles, the government of India has very much the authority to, block these applications. Yet, the internet could have functioned, because when we talk about, financial transactions, or we talk about even, online classes not being able to be held for the students, I think that is. And we are living in the world of governance, e-governance. So it has really brought the situation really bad, because at least the students, if the schools have been, since most of the schools have been turned into shelter homes, at least the children could have been engaged through productive online classes like the way we did during the COVID, times. So I think life has really come to a standstill. And not just the internet, even the electricity also. There were instances where 3 days of continuous blackout had happened. And we know that, there is a lot that can go on in the dark. So I think it's important to also understand that, when we have the power, it is important to use it appropriately. And some normalcy, have to be reinstated, perhaps with the, restoration of the internet as well. If social media handles are creating issues, block the apps for the time being in the interest of social justice, and only in the interest of good governance. That's all that I can say. And if I may just take the liberty also, what Rami said was very true, that Northeast have a very, very porous border, and there's a lot of infiltration. This is nothing that's peculiar only to the state of Manipur. But my question is that if this is something that is well known, to everyone, what are the steps that had been adopted? What are the steps that were taken to check on the infiltration? Because there have been so many name callings. We have had people coming on national TVs, at times we are being called refugees, next moment we are being called terrorists. So there is a lot of aspersions that have been raised on our citizenship as well. And trust me, when fingers are being pointed, it is never easy, it never goes down too well. So I feel, I really want to, I really wish that there would be an answer that we would get from the appropriate authorities, that what are the steps that have been taken to check the infiltration, because now we are being blamed for, accommodating these infiltrators, which is why there has been a huge rise in our population, which is actually, not backed by facts. So I think it's also really important to make statements which are accountable, which are responsible, because, the whole country for this matter is at stake. Because India is a union of states, not just a country which is made up of small composite states. It's a union of states, and Manipur is very much a part of the union of India, and we are very much a part of the citizens of this country.
Rami, you had raised your hand.
I'd raise my hand on a couple of points. The first point being that this is to Gladys, who said that, I am making my point because I probably do this professionally. Gladys, no. I am making my point because, I am exercising restraint and not becoming emotional about it, irrespective of how much it has hurt me as well to see that Manipur, after so many years of peace, at this level of conflict. Number two, when you talk about religion and you say that you have a right to bring religion in, let me also say, if you point a finger, 5 fingers will be pointed at you. If churches have been burnt, temples have been burnt as well. Yes, at the moment, whatever statistics we have, and those are not the statistics to go by, but it is very well reported that over 17 temples have also been burned. But the fact of the matter is, bringing all this in has absolutely no consequence on the solution or the way ahead. You are just complicating matters more by bringing things that should be left out for the safety, for the peace of not just Manipur, but so that vested interests cannot manipulate this by superimposing a lens that is completely false, which is the religious lens. Now, having said that, I would also like to say that, the points that Mercy made were great because, I think, it is true that we should have looked at this situation from a different perspective in terms of how social media is being used, the kind of misinformation that is being transferred around, the kind of numbers that are being quoted, kind of one-sided dialogues that are happening, and there should have been a crackdown on that. But these are really large sort of situations to deal with. I've seen more often than not in conflict situations, the social media problems are being operated from somewhere else. And I think all these situations are going to come out in time. But with the question of illegal infiltration, I think the Home Minister made it very clear as to what they are doing about the border. There's fencing, and they've already given orders on more fencing, but we also must remember that over 1600 kilometers of border through difficult terrains are really, really difficult to plug. It's not going to be that easy. What is fencing going to do? You're only as strong as your weakest link in that fence. Of course, we can use additional technology, we can use tracking systems, we can use facial recognition, but all of this on such large borders is a difficult task. That is why the role of locals becomes really, really important. Now, nobody is casting aspersions here on the communities that live on the border or on the cookies. I am just saying that local efforts become very, very important. There have been times when women from local villages have come in Assam and given information about people within their own communities who were drug trafficking, or people that they had noticed coming from across the border. So this is every citizen's responsibility, irrespective of what community you belong to. I mean, one cannot be seen as absolving one's self from one's inherent national duty. So that is where the role becomes very important. You can keep asking the government, what can they do, and apart from fencing and putting in some technology on the borders, I don't think there is much more you can do on borders that are so long. So we have to understand this in a very technical way, not in an emotional way.
You wanted to come in? Please, you had raised your hand, Mr. Kipgen.
Yes, I got disconnected a while ago in the middle of my talk. I was at that point referring to the land allocation, and I was agreeing to Mrs. Rami that yes, it seems very unjustified that the valley population should just get access to 8, 9, 10% of the land, and the rest 90% or so in the hills. But here, one thing is, there are various ways to address this issue. Why did it come to this? Why has Manipur, with its population, Meitei, Kuki, Naga population, regarding allocation of land, had to have to resort to this present crisis starting from 3rd of May? Now, be it whichever form, whoever was ruling the state back then, nobody wanted to pave a way to a fruitful or to a very much feasible solution, so that land allocation between the valley people and the hill people could be sorted out. Instead, what happened, and which led to the culmination of 3rd of May, I would put it that way, is that first of all, the present state government, what they did was, in Manipur we have a system land regulation and land acts called the MLR and LR Act, wherein non-tribals are constitutionally not able to purchase land belonging to the tribals in the hills. MLR and LR Act is not enforceable in the hills. So what the government did was that when such provision is there in the hills, they allowed the hill people to get their pata registered in the valley revenue offices. Something illegal, but they allowed it to happen through the course of many years, 10, 20, 30, 40 years. So finally what they did was that, being registered in the valley revenue offices, the state government suddenly claimed that all these registered lands now come under revenue section, and therefore either Imphal East, Imphal West, Thobal, these revenue districts. That was the first way of them trying to get access to this tribal land. Secondly, what they did was that, through various forest acts, they declared many parts of these hill areas to come under reserve forests and protected forests, by way of which they started to evict villages. The government tried to evict villages. Third point, yes, there are cultivators of poppy across every community in Manipur. That is there. But the state government under the leadership of N. Biren Singh specifically targeted the kuki population and termed them as poppy cultivators and narco-terrorists. Point number 4. When you spoke about infiltration, Rami, when you spoke about infiltration, I agree with you that there is infiltration from outside within the state of Manipur. But you're forgetting, when you mention cookies infiltrating, either you forgot or you deliberately omitted. I'm not sure about that. But infiltration is across all
Mr. Kipgen,
communities.
I am not Rami's lawyer, but I know her well enough to say that there is no malicious intent. And at least, we should have that for each other. We respect each other's extreme opinion, Mr. Kipgen. I never stop anyone. But ये नहीं कहना चाहिए कि ऐसा लगता है, ऐसा नहीं है. Everyone is entitled to their opinion. मैंने तो आपको एक बार डिस्टर्ब नहीं किया. आपने कितनी सारी चीजें बोली. कोई दूसरा अगर इस वक्त चैनल पे मेथी भाई होता, नाराज हो जाता.
I was hoping that it would not be a malicious intent. I'm sure it is very, So infiltration was also there across all communities. And however, even this, the state government would like to put infiltration or illegal migration as one of the factors for population increase among the, especially
Mr. Kipling, I should say one thing, I completely agree when people say कि outsider है poppy cultivator. This narrative is incorrect. Cookies are not outsiders, they are Indians. वैसे the other thing is कि just because Meithis are in majority does not make them majoritarian fundamentalist or they do majoritarian politics. कोशिश यही है कि हमको ये binary तोड़ने की ज़रूरत है. Cookies are not poppy cultivators, they are not outsiders, they are Indian citizens. Indian है. Even Meithis are, despite being in majority, does not make them majoritarian. Not पूरी cookie Meithi community को आप ये नहीं कह सकते majoritarian politics कर रही है. So my whole idea of doing this today, 8-hour long, sir. This has been 8. This is a continuous coverage, sir. Is to ensure that people get to speak what they are feeling deep inside, and they get to speak continuously every day till there is a resolution. भाई बातचीत तो कहीं से शुरू होनी चाहिए, चाहे हमारे यहाँ से शुरू हो जाए, टीवी से शुरू हो जाए, किसी चीज से भी शुरू हो जाए, बातचीत शुरू हो जाए, इंटेंशन सही होना चाहिए ना. So that is how both me, my input editor Vijesh, and I decided every day 2 hours. Sometimes it becomes 8 hours, Mr. Kipgen. Sometimes it becomes 6 hours. But the whole idea is to do this. And I only say...
And the only thing I think, Karthikeyan, sorry for butting in, is I can say is Mr. Kipgen is here, and in the heat of the moment, or people think that X is supporting Y or all. But one thing I can say for sure, sir, is like had the coverage been for 2-3 days, you can definitely accuse us of bias towards X or Y or anybody. But if you look at our 2 months plus coverage of Manipur, trust me, all views are incorporated and nobody is interrupted. Very rarely you will see that, a person is given 3 to 4 minutes to articulate his view, and we always go back to the guest, and we never discriminate or even made an attempt to this thing. We don't understand Manipur and its complexities like you do, or like Madam does, or Rami does. You guys are on the ground, the scholars and everything, and we have never made, we are not ashamed of the fact. I think that puts us in a unique situation to assess the thing.
Yes,
barring that, but please don't think even for a second that anybody is trying to take side of anybody and all. We allowed the other lady who was there, and she was constantly taking on Rami, and nobody even for once tried to stop her from articulating her view, which was absolutely contrarian.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Let's just play some more bites, some more reactions.
राहुल गांधी जी, मणिपुर 2 महीने से जल रहा है। इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री के पास न फुर्सत है, न वक्त है, न शांति की अपील करिए, न हिंसा की भर्त्सना करिए। राहुल गांधी जी वहां पर जा रहे थे, वो क्यों जा रहे थे? वो लोगों के आंसू पोंछने, उनको गले लगाने, उनसे मोहब्बत जताने, उनको ढांढस बंधाने, उनका विश्वास जगाने जा रहे थे। उनको रोकने से साबित कर दिया है कि नफरत से भरा तानाशाह प्यार से घबराता है। राहुल गांधी जी के काफिले को 20 किलोमीटर बाद इंफाल एयरपोर्ट के रोक दिया गया। उसी प्रशासन ने उनको जाने की अनुमति दी थी, उसी प्रशासन ने उनको रोक दिया, और रोकने के बाद उनसे कहा गया अब आप हवाई जहाज से जाइए। जहां पर उनको रोका गया वहां पर गांव के लोग इकट्ठा हुए, क्योंकि उनको भी लगता है कि 2 महीने से स्थिति बदहाल है, संभल नहीं रही है। कोई तो एक ऐसा व्यक्ति है जो हमसे हमारी टोह लेने आया है, हमसे हमारा हालचाल पूछने आया है, उसके खिलाफ सरकार डटी हुई है। तो मणिपुर के गांव के लोग वहां पर इकट्ठे हो गए। वो कांग्रेस के समर्थक नहीं थे, वो मणिपुर के लोग हैं। उन पर टीयर गैस और कैनन चलाए गए। क्यों चलाया गया टीयर कैनन? क्यों टीयर आंसू गैस के गोले दागे गए उन पर? ये हमारे लोग हैं, ये विस्थापित हैं। 130 लोगों की मौत हो गई है। कहां पर आपको उनका ढांढस बनाना चाहिए, कहां पर आप उन्हीं को विलन बना रहे हैं? और राहुल गांधी जी को आप रोक नहीं सकते। उन्होंने मन बना लिया है, वो जाएंगे जरूर। जाना तो प्रधानमंत्री को चाहिए था, लेकिन वो अपना बूथ सबसे मजबूत करने में तुले हुए हैं। तो मेरा अपना मानना है कि राहुल गांधी जी को रोककर एक बार फिर से सरकार ने अपना असली चाल चरित्र और चेहरा और अपना नफरती एजेंडा पूरी तरह से दिखा दिया है।
शुरू में हुए वैली और हिल्स के बीच में, फुट हिल्स में ज्यादा कन्फाइन थे, यूजिंग इवन प्रिमिटिव वेपन्स। नाउ आर्म्स सोफिस्टिकेटेड भी आने लगे हैं, यूज करने लगे थे एक स्टेज, देन another stage, ID even starts being blasted along the Tidim road just a few days back. And seeing the situation, ground situation, we have simply stopped the VIP from proceeding further. Rather take action. Rather go to Churchanpur, the destination, by helicopter. That's it. Simple as that. If our suggestion, if our security angle taken into consideration, and on the ground report given to the police headquarters, and police headquarters accordingly giving the advice to take to the VIPs to go to Churchanpur by helicopter. If this is not taken, somehow rush or come up to here and we stop here. If this is taken, otherwise it's not our problem. Thank you.
हम ये कहना चाहता है कि राहुल गांधी को चुरचांदपुर जाने दे। वो यहाँ मणिपुर में आया है ताकि मणिपुर प्रजा को क्या हो रहा है ये जांच करने के लिए वो मणिपुर में आया है, कि वो राजनीति फैलाने के लिए नहीं आया। Why they are blocking the road? Why? I want to ask to the government why they are blocking the road, Rahul Gandhi ji.
These are the latest visuals which are coming from news agency. I think these are coming from Manipur, if I am not wrong. ये लोकेशन विष्णुपुर की है, just to tell our guests, it's a rolling coverage on Manipur. It's a rolling coverage of Manipur. These are visuals from Vishnupur. And let me tell you, Vishnupur has been area where things have happened. And this is where Rahul Gandhi was stopped. Please put the location on. These are the area. These are the visuals of Vishnupur. I just don't know what to say here. It really baffles me in a way, and I would like to get our guest in. निशिकांत जी, एक ट्रिप ऑर्गेनाइज नहीं हो पा रही है, बताइए स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से। निशिकांत जी, एक स्टेट ट्रिप ऑर्गेनाइज नहीं हो पा रही है, पुलिस ने रास्ता रोक दिया है, मतलब ये क्या है? इफ पॉलिटिशियंस कैनॉट मूव, हु विल मूव?
नो 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 नो, व्हाट हैपेंड वाज दैट सुबह ना एक जगह है, उसका नाम है चिंजम चिरांग। चिंजम चिरांग में 2 मैतेई मारे गए और 4 इंजर्ड हो गए। तो उसको लेकर काफी डिस्टर्बेंस, बहुत ज्यादा डिस्टर्बेंस हो गया, दुकानें बंद हो गई, मार्केटें बंद हो गई। So and so there is disturbance everywhere. Now everybody is asking the government where is the peace, because the peace, they were expecting peace in Nepal, and Rahul Gandhi was going to Chandrapur and acting on the way in Bishenpur. There were a lot of disturbances. In fact, one of the escorts has been hurt because of the tear gas shelling. So now I think Rahul Gandhi is going to be taking a chopper to Chandrapur.
So can you just tell me what happened? Why is this being blocked? Why are women out in Bishnupur? These are the latest visuals, sir.
Yes, I said because today early in the morning in Kingdom Chiran, 2 Maitais got shot. And see, it is a reaction to that. 4 Maitais are injured. It's a reaction to that. So Bishenpur, I mean, news को जाते फैलते देर नहीं लगती, फोन पे जाता है सब कुछ।
निशिकांत जी, आपसे एक रिक्वेस्ट है, थोड़ा बाहर की तरफ आ जाइए, आपकी फोन की आवाज कट कट के आ रही है, थोड़ा बाहर की तरफ आके बात कीजिए।
अच्छा, मैं आ रहा हूँ बाहर।
हाँ, आप बोलते हुए आइए, और मेरे सहयोगी ब्रजेश पांडे आपसे एक सवाल पूछ रहे हैं।
निशिकांत जी, आई एम आस्किंग यू वन क्वेश्चन। ये जो you know, I mean, the fact is that the state government and the state police machinery would be aware of this this incident which happened in the wee hours of this morning. Why did they allow Rahul Gandhi to travel from Imphal to Bishnupur and then stop and turn back the cavalcade? I think they would be pretty much aware by the time Rahul Gandhi landed in Imphal. So why this political?
No, there's no politics to it. I'm sure that they must not have expected that kind of a disturbance in Bishenpur. But because after the Honorable Chief Minister met the Honorable Home Minister, they were assured of peace in the valley and in the hills. So because of these 2 deaths, I think it just people have got too disturbed, too emotional. People have, started shutting doors. I think it just spread like that. Nothing like that was expected in the morning, early in the morning. So Congress should have expected that, because you see, it is not in the police's hand कि कौन कहाँ वो mob शुरू हो जाएगा. So वहाँ बिशनपुर में तो suddenly all over the valley actually there's disturbance right now. So I am told that Mr. Rahul Gandhi will be taking the chopper to Chandrapur.
निशिकांत जी, आप जरा एक मिनट हमारे साथ रुकिए, वो पुराने बारे में चाहूंगा कि विजुअल्स दोबारा से चलाएं, और उसका जो बिष्णुपुर वाले हैं और जो बिष्णुपुर वाले जो विजुअल्स हैं उसका हम आपको नेट दोबारा दिखाएंगे। ये एग्जैक्टली उस स्पॉट से विजुअल्स थे जहां लड़ाई हुई थी। On this, I would like to get Dr. Sriram Rajesh in. Dr. Sriram Rajesh, your first comments on the visuals we played out from Bishnupur.
So, hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah, as Sri Nisikant have already said that in the Sanjem, Chirang, and that area in the morning, it was told that there was a attack from other side.
I'll just stop you for a minute, sir. I'll just stop you for a minute. These are the visuals. आप सुनिए उनको, इनका मैं नया ऊपर करा रहा हूँ, आप एक ही सुनिए।
कापो थोड़ा होवे कापो थोड़ा उन्हें काप के नहीं उसको खींचे थोड़ा तो खींचे प्लीज
हेलीकॉप्टर में जाएंगे, मिलके जाएंगे राहुल, इम्फाल में रहेगा,
हेलीकॉप्टर में जाएंगे।
These are the latest visuals. These are the latest visuals. Yes. Dr. Romesh.
Well, I would like to add one more information which has come in Karthike by sources. The Spare Corps Indian Army has released a message which says that firing by armed rioters toward Harothel village, KPI district. Unprovoked firing by armed rioters toward village Harothel commenced at 5:30 a.m. Own troops deployed in the area immediately mobilized to prevent escalation of situation. This is the same area which we're talking about. While en route to our column drew effective fire from armed rioters, own troops responded in a calibrated manner to prevent any collateral damage. Swift action by troops resulted in cessation in firing. Additional columns moved to the area. Unconfirmed reports indicate some casualties. Build-up of large crowd in the area also reported. Situation being closely monitored and further details till now. This is exactly what Nishikantji was saying, that it looks like 2 people have died, and this is a tweet by Spare Corps Indian Army which says that unprovoked firing happened at 5:30 a.m. There are casualties. They say that unconfirmed reports indicate some casualties. Build-up of large crowd in the area also reported. Situation being closely monitored and further details will follow. So the situation is going to exacerbate, Karthikeya,
There's a
as we say.
There's a natap here. Okay, just do the natap. Nishikantji, am I audible to you, Nishikantji?
Yes, you are.
Nishikantji, it's a pretty stiff situation, I must say, after watching the visuals. I must concede it is pretty tense in Vishnupur.
It is. Because you see, after the Home Minister met the Honorable Chief Minister, everybody thought peace would surely come. But then again, there have been news, I don't know how far I am right, that a few truckloads full of arms, full of guns, maybe, like AKs and all, have come across the border from Myanmar. I don't know how far it's correct, but this has been going on for the last 1-2 days. So naturally, they have come not to say Diwali. So this is bound to happen, and people were not expecting it. But in this Sanjan Serang area, that two Maitai could get killed and 4 injured. So that reaction has been very strong and very sad. Manipur is totally on the edge, and we've been on the edge for too long.
But Nishikantji, this incident also blows a hole into the assertion which was made by N. Biren Singh, the Chief Minister, which was reported day before yesterday, that he has told Home Minister Amit Shah that no violent situations, major violent situation has been in the state of Manipur for quite a while now. This visuals on the screen completely.
Everybody was hoping for the best, and until this morning, 2 people were shot dead. So anyway, Major, you see, you have to ensure that there's no firing in the thing from the hilltop and the foothills. It has to be ensured. Then only things will calm down. And you have to realize that this is becoming a real national security issue. You have truckloads of guns and arms getting into the country. That's risky. Extremely dangerous. Action needs to be taken fast, quick, and very firm.
Do you think now Biren Singh should be changed, sir?
Well, I'm not going to comment on that because I'm just an independent MLA. I mean, that I leave that to the wisdom of the government in Delhi.
That is why I asked this question to you, because you're non-aligned. You can have a neutral voice.
No, I do support the government, but what I'm trying to say is that I would leave to the wisdom of the Home Minister and the Honorable Prime Minister.
But Nishikant ji, how long before anybody takes a concrete decision?
You know, first of all, no, even 1 day is too long, yaar.
Exactly.
So, right, that's it.
मैं चाहूंगा कि ये पूरे के पूरे विजुअल्स फॉर द व्यूअर्स ऑफ द न्यूज़ 9 दोबारा से पूरे नेट के साथ सुनाई जाएं, सो पीपल कैन अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट इज हैपनिंग इन बिष्णुपुर. देन आई विल कम टू निशिकांत जी. प्लीज बेयर विथ मी फॉर 2 minutes. Nat up. Let's play all the visuals again.
Salta capo, mala bro. Capo. सुनो वे capo. थोड़ा ना तो काप के. नहीं उसको खींचे थोड़ा तो खींचे. Please.
हेलीकॉप्टर से जाएंगे, मिलके जाएंगे राहुल. इम्फाल में रहेगा.
हेलीकॉप्टर में जाएंगे.
Very clear that Rahul Gandhi's tour has not been cancelled. Yes, Nishikant ji, continue. Before I go to Mr. Rajesh and Mr. Kipgil.
Practically, I have said what I have to say. Now, it's like there's no more time for dialogue and talk. Action needs to be taken. Peace has to be restored. Rule of law has to be enforced. Simple as that.
I really don't know what to say, how rule of law needs to be restored. I don't know what to say, because Nishikant ji, I was fortunate enough to meet lot of Kuki delegates, and I was fortunate enough to meet lot of Maiti delegates here. One thing I can say, I was stunned to know that the electricity is not there. You have one.
No. It has been restored. No, that's wrong. It was blown off, and it was for a week. It wasn't there. It's been restored. That's wrong. Mostly.
So now let me just play out the bite of Sambit Patra. Let us play out the bite of Sambit Patra.
I'm going.
आज टीवी चैनलों के माध्यम से श्री राहुल गांधी जी जो मणिपुर गए हुए हैं, उनके खबरों को हम देख पा रहे हैं. बड़े दुख के साथ कहना पड़ रहा है कि राहुल गांधी जिस जिद के साथ मणिपुर गए हैं, वो जिद उचित नहीं है. जागरूक होके जाना चाहिए था. सेंसिटिविटी इज फार मोर इंपॉर्टेंट देन स्टबर्ननेस. जब सिचुएशन इस प्रकार की हो तो हृदय में सेंसिटिविटी होनी चाहिए, जागरूकता होना चाहिए, जिद और स्टबर्ननेस नहीं होनी चाहिए. वी आर अ डेमोक्रेटिक कंट्री. हम एक लोकतंत्र हैं. स्वाभाविक रूप से राहुल गांधी मणिपुर जाना चाहते थे, गए मणिपुर, किसी ने रोका भी नहीं उन्हें. मगर मणिपुर की जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है, उन्होंने एक रिक्वेस्ट किया. उन्होंने रिक्वेस्ट किया कि विगत 2-3 दिन से, जब से राहुल गांधी जी का मणिपुर आने का खबर मणिपुर के लोकल न्यूज चैनल्स में चल रहे हैं, अखबारों में छप रहे हैं, राहुल गांधी जी के विजिट को लेकर काफी प्रोटेस्ट मणिपुर में हो रहे हैं. राहुल गांधी जी और जो कांग्रेस पार्टी है, मणिपुर में कई लीगेसी इश्यूज हैं. आज जो परिस्थिति हम मणिपुर में देख रहे हैं, इन कुछ लीगेसी इश्यूज के कारण हैं, जिसमें कांग्रेस पार्टी का एक बहुत बड़ा हाथ है. I don't want to visit those issues because of the sensitivity attached to them. मैं भी उनका यहां उदाहरण रखना नहीं चाहता हूं, क्योंकि यह विषय बहुत गंभीर है, सेंसिटिव है, और हमें समझना होगा कि एक एक शब्द जो हम कहते हैं वो इफेक्ट डालता है मणिपुर के सिचुएशन पर. तो स्वाभाविक रूप से राहुल गांधी जी के जाने से पहले आप सब ने कल टीवी में देखा होगा कि वहां की जो स्टूडेंट यूनियन है, ऑल मणिपुर स्टूडेंट यूनियन, उन्होंने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके राहुल गांधी जी के विजिट को बॉयकॉट करने की मांग भी की थी। और क्यों बॉयकॉट किया था, वो लेगेसी इश्यूज को एन्यूमरेट किया था इन स्टूडेंट यूनियंस। कई सिविल सोसाइटी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस, जिसको सीएसओस कहते हैं, सीएसओस ने भी आह्वान किया था कि राहुल गांधी जी इन परिस्थिति में मणिपुर ना आए और यहां चिंगारी भड़काने का काम ना करें, मगर फिर भी राहुल गांधी जी नहीं माने। मेरा पाइबी अर्थात हमारी वहां जो महिलाएं हैं, जो माताएं हैं मणिपुर में, उनके कई संगठनों ने भी राहुल गांधी जी के खिलाफ, उनके विजिट के खिलाफ आवाज बुलंद किया था। इन सब को ध्यान में रखते हुए जब राहुल गांधी जी आज सुबह लगभग 11 बजे के आसपास इम्फाल में उतरे हवाई अड्डे पर, और उससे पहले भी कम्युनिकेशन के माध्यम से राहुल गांधी जी को और उनके दफ्तर को कहा गया, एक रिक्वेस्ट किया गया, सरकार ने उनसे रिक्वेस्ट किया कि राहुल जी आप चुड़ाचांदपुर जाना चाहते हैं, रिलीफ कैंप विजिट करना चाहते हैं, कोई बात नहीं, आपका अधिकार है, बिल्कुल जाइए, कोई आपको रोकेगा नहीं, मगर सड़कों पे कुछ लोग प्रोटेस्ट करके आपके खिलाफ नारेबाजी करने के लिए उतारू हैं। हम चाहते हैं कि आपकी सुरक्षा के लिए और यहाँ की सेंसिबिलिटी के लिए, जो सेंसिटिव सिचुएशन है, तो उचित होगा आप हेलीकॉप्टर लेके चुड़ाचांदपुर जाएं। और मैं आपको बता दूं, माननीय गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी जब दौरे पर गए थे मणिपुर में, तो उन्होंने वहां जायजा लेने के पश्चात एक हेलीकॉप्टर सर्विस 3 स्थानों पर चालू किया था, चुड़ाचांदपुर जाने और आने के लिए, मोरे जाने और आने के लिए, और कांगपोपी जिला जाने और आने के लिए माननीय अमित जी के निर्देश अनुसार वहां चॉपर सर्विस, हेलीकॉप्टर सर्विस चालू की गई थी। मात्र 2500 रुपए कीमत है, 2500 रुपीज पेमेंट करने पर आप चुड़ाचांदपुर जा सकते हैं। तो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने राहुल गांधी जी से रिक्वेस्ट किया, आप एक पर्चा कटाइए और प्लीज यू टेक द हेलीकॉप्टर टू चुड़ाचांदपुर। इससे सड़क रूट जो है, उस सड़क रूट पे किसी प्रकार की वहां पर गड़बड़ी होने की आशंका है, लोग बाहर निकलने के लिए जो इच्छुक है आपको प्रोटेस्ट करने के खिलाफ, वो नहीं होगा और यहाँ विल मेंटेन काम। मगर राहुल गांधी मानते नहीं, उनको मोहब्बत का दुकान खोलने की जल्दी है। झटापट किसी से बिना मशवरा किए, जिद करते हुए वो निकल गए, और वही हुआ जिसका अंदेशा था। अभी मैं देख रहा था टेलीविजन चैनल पे लोग सड़कों पर उतर करके राहुल गांधी गो बैक, राहुल गांधी गो बैक, अपने हाथों में प्लैकार्ड लिए हुए राहुल गांधी जी के खिलाफ नारे लगा रहे हैं, उनसे सवाल पूछ रहे हैं कि आखिर इतनी गलतियां कांग्रेस ने पहले क्यों की हुई थी कि आज वो सॉल्व नहीं हो पाए हैं आज तक। और अब राहुल जी के काफिले को विष्णुपुर में, एक स्थान है विष्णुपुर में, जब वहां बहुत ज्यादा प्रोटेस्ट हुआ राहुल जी के खिलाफ, क्या फायदा हुआ, तो वहां रोकना पड़ा और राहुल जी खुद वहां से अब यू टर्न लेके वापस आ रहे हैं। यही अगर राहुल जी सुबह करते, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की बात मानते, हेलीकॉप्टर से चुड़ाचांदपुर जाते, तो आज मणिपुर, आज जो टीयर गैस चले हैं, आज जो स्थिति थोड़ा तनावपूर्ण इम्फाल में बना है, ये मणिपुर में नहीं होता। मुझे लगता है कि राहुल जी की ये बिहेवियर, इट वाज हाईली इररेस्पॉन्सिबल। I always say Rahul and responsibility never travel together. Yes, again prove the same today. He should have been more responsible, more sensitive towards the issue of Manipur. जून 13 से 13 जून से अब तक शांति थी, किसी प्रकार की कोई बड़ी घटना, दुर्घटना और किसी की जान नहीं गई थी। और मुझे दुख के साथ कहना पड़ रहा है, आज सुबह एक व्यक्ति के जान के जाने की खबर है, दुखद खबर है, और हाथ जोड़ के कहना चाहते हैं, द सिचुएशन इज कमिंग अंडर कंट्रोल, लेट्स नॉट फाइट फॉर पेटी पॉलिटिकल गेन्स। जब सिचुएशन कंट्रोल की तरफ बढ़ रहा है, अब आगजनी नहीं है, अब गोली नहीं चल रही है, लोग एक दूसरे को नहीं मार रहे हैं, वैसे में राजनीति के माध्यम से अगर माहौल को बिगाड़ने की कोशिश की जाती है तो ये उचित नहीं है। मुझे इतना ही कहना था, और मुझे लगता है चूंकि ये बाइट है और एक बहुत सेंसिटिव विषय पे मैंने अपने विषय को रखा है, हम सब इसको समझेंगे, एक एक शब्द जो हम कहते हैं, it has some effect in Manipur. So we all would be responsible. We all would be responsible citizens of this country. ये अपील मेरे हर कांग्रेसी और हर opposition leader से है. Thank you so much.
So now I'm joined by Sriram Britesh, Mr. Kipgan, General Sivach, Nishikant ji, Professor Ramanand Singh ji. But I would like to just get General Sivach before I go to Ramanand Singh ji. Before Ramanand Singh ji, General Sivach, you know, मेबा पाइडिस की जो बात कर रहे हैं कि उन्होंने किया, this is very strange, because this same organization was involved in stopping Spearco, which led to 12 militants being released, and the same organization is stopping movement of Rahul Gandhi.
I can only say the situation is so fluid there. You cannot say who's wrong, who's right, but this is a fact. You remember that the two highways which are there, one is this highway which is now going from Imphal to Bishnupur and then going to Churachandpur. This is now being blocked. The one road which is coming from Kohima to Imphal is blocked for last about 5-6 days. Nothing has happened. So as of today, situation is really fluid in Imphal and other places in Manipur. So one has to be careful. The thing is that whether who's right, who's wrong, it may be difficult to say. But considering the sensitivity of the situation, in case if the security on ground say that the things are not up to the mark, there are people who are agitating, and it has become a very common phenomenon. Their weapons are still out. It is advisable to go by a helicopter, which he has already accepted. I think we should not overplay this issue. We should now try to analyze the situation. How do we bring normalcy in Manipur? That has become a mute point. And to me, it looks like situation is not coming under control. It is spiraling out of control. Every day is going from bad to worse.
Okay.
And some sort of action has to be taken.
Okay.
Whether there is a requirement of
Sorry, sir, I'm just stopping you for a minute.
Now don't play Rajniti here. We are Manipuri. He came here to protect to us to know the situation of Manipur, to know the people of Manipur, how much we are suffering. How much?
And now let me go to Mr. Kipgen. Mr. Kipgen, am I audible to you?
Yes, yes.
You know, I'm surprised that Mera Paidis was the same organization which stopped the Indian Army. It is stopping a political party. Can you please comment on it? Then I'll go to Professor Ramanand Singh. What is this happening?
Yes, and I was shocked that Sambit Patraji, very renowned, respectable figure, was sympathizing with the Mera Paibi, saying that they are against Rahul Gandhi's visit. Yes, at this point, it seems like that. It seems like a very genuine issue being taken up by the Mera Paibi. That is not the case, as you have said and as you have seen. And so these Mera Paibis, they are becoming, earlier, when we were as a kid, Mera Paibis are a very old kind of community, an organization that within the Meitei community, they always stood for peace. They were always the torchbearers of peace. But now they have become the vanguards of violence. See, in the modus operandi these days, in order to stop the armed forces, Mera Paibis go there. Once the armed forces are stopped, the state police forces, the Meitei militants, they are able to go and carry out their programs. So here also, see, it was very surprising. Sambit Patraji, in spite of being aware of what the Mera Paibis had done just a few days back, leading to the release of 12 militants, he can still today on TV, he's able to sympathize with them. It is strange, it is surprising. And he spoke about Mera Paibis, being against the Congress legacy, and somehow, even with this current situation in Bishnupur, Sambit Patraji is able to somehow pull out some idea, some thoughts, and blame it on the Congress legacy, even while the state BJP government, and even as Manipur's Chief Minister N. Biren Singh, had a month ago admitted on national TV that his government had failed, and he took responsibility for it. So these things, from a public figure such as Sambit Patraji, who has also come to us, we have visited. He has visited Kangpokpi also during the visit of Home Minister Shri Amit Shah ji, and we expect him to take a stand for both communities and not side with one particular community. And Nishikanji, and see, regarding today's problem at Bishnupur, they are blaming that Nishikanji had said that the violence erupted because Senjam Chirang was attacked and 2 boys were killed. What happened was, and what Nishikanji is confirming here is that actually what happened was that, as per the tweet of the Spear Corps also, this morning around 5:30, 3 places in Kangpokpi district were attacked simultaneously. One in Lemokong, one in Harauthiel, and one in Kangchup. Now the incident at Harauthiel, this is a sensitive issue because this is a contentious land where the National Sports University was built and is being built. And Senjam Chirang and Senjam Kuno, they are the villages residing beside the National Sports University, which is in Harauthiel. Now, what purpose did these persons who died today, whom Sambit Patraji was sympathizing with, who Nishikanji was sympathizing with, what was their purpose? What was their business to go to Harauthiel to get shot and killed by the Indian Armed Forces?
Okay,
Now,
okay. Okay, now let me get Professor Ramanan Singh. Ramanan ji, am I audible to you?
Yeah.
हाँ, मेरी आवाज आ रही है. पहले तो मैं आप first your comments, sir, since you have joined the debate. I want you to come on screen and your opening comments on Rahul Gandhi's visit to Manipur and what's happening in Bishnupur right now. Your opening comments, sir.
Yeah. Basically, the timing of the visit is quite, I would say, late. But still, he tried to reach out the people of Manipur. It shows that he has goodness to the humanity. Now the questions comes is the idea about reaching out to Imphal Valley and people stay at relief camp, and the another is the Chuchampur. He is planning to visit particularly the major area. The idea about reaching out the people is one initiative by the leaders to at least bring the people on a table. So the idea about visiting Rahul Gandhi to Manipur and the different part of the Manipur is welcome. I think we should have courage to listen to the leaders and try to communicate with the leaders to give the inputs of the crisis in the Manipur. So, in my opinion, his idea to visit and try to understand the situation, try to understand the ground situation is welcome. But I would say, at this point of time, the government of Manipur is failed to safeguard the security or
Okay.
arrange
Ramanan
the
ji,
proper
एक minute, I would
security.
just like to stop you. These are bites coming from Bishnupur. Okay. Ramanan ji, please speak.
So the point is the idea about the arrangement, security arrangement is the duty of the state. So there are 36,000 paramilitary forces and the approximately 30,000 police force there. Now, if one of the big leaders in the
Sir, okay, request ko thabigo mayamgidamak akibani.
Ima, aina thani moidrone. Aina moyene आपको माइक
These visuals, Ibobi Singh is speaking to the press. Police is stopping former Chief Minister Ibobi Singh. Ibobi Singh is talking to the police.
Sarway chatpa lakpa local MLA mantri sing lakpa अखोई सेल फोक तो जरगा आरोपी फोक तो जरंग बने तो जरगा सु सर सेफ सेफ है से नान क्वाक्ता दा चिंखोंग दा चंगिन बदंग कापना बा कनो तो बॉर्डर से तो मदुगी स्टेज में लेगा मैं नाउ स्टेज क्वाक्ता की दा ngasi numit khani mamang da sir pokhai gi bese numit tu da akoi oining ba mai kai da gi la aga tawba oiraga su highway da han ba da chingphong da ne sir loin thina bane som da chingphong da pokhai ba ga chingphong da khungang gi chingi ni naw sing gi khungang gi protection gi da mak ne na moi ID phumboiro natraga asu bi bom phumboiro tawraga pokhai bani sanda de loi haina stage ma mugla then Tidim Road highway is the Pokhai Visa. Maduki Bomdo, Kiam Chaubuno, Kiam Kamaitobuno, Maduka kind of Sokuno, Mam Loy Kambi Graves. Is it safe? Pare, Jose Pobis, the Pokhai River, Habio. No matter the Ima was you learn a Kambi Bani, Sidagin at Adagin at Tragasu. Tidim Road the Pokhai Bora, I didn't Ima. What I had it.
Wait,
sir. No, sir. Sir, when a Kubira, my point is, Narang to the Pugala money. Sister, come by the idea is it without Torres, Hagasu. Anywhere, Jangilaga, I see Janka Kiba, say, Lapse, lady, a quick punishment, Hagasu, Siki Poras, you was the Janka Chenda Tono, say, see, Tonero Drasibo, the Chinkong, Kamna Gadra, Maton Haram, the sir, ID lucky day. Now I say, latest, Narang with people do Nasi, Ayuka with people do. Within 1-2 hours, half an hour, to change the waiver. Now Nasi, the Narang, the organ, Nade organ. Logs Ching Chang was the Canary was in there. IDs Tidim wrote the Pokaiba Horopodana, sir.
Adu Punamakto. Every half an hour, every alternate hour, Hivatare. Akoi pause, low in information here. Low in a pow, Lorga.
With due respect to you and all your team, including Rahulji, sir. Nasi Rahulji Puran Lakose, see him. Matate Yaragadi Hajadu. Department की साइट की सेल लाखों कामबुजिंग VIP की सेंटर के MHA दे लाखों कामबुजिंग ताने रगा सीधे की ग्राउंड की स्वाइन तो उन्हें फगदरा है का PSQ को पुन हाई में न बने PSQ तो की हाई बतू की in spite of that रोता लाखों तो लाखरे है कि दी at least हाई होगा मदर का वो एक ग्राउंड था सिकी पोचे सी प्राइस तो हुआ हाई जब बने डिस्ट्रिक्ट बोर्ड लाया बा सिकी beyond this I can't take the risk it is risky
नती अदो अकोई रिस्क तो लौजर गया बा नंगना अखोइदा अदोगी खोइदा इन्फॉर्मेशन दो अदो पीबी बदु याम नुंगाइरे अदो अखोइ लाई खरमगे अदो व्हाटएवर थोक्सबदो अखोइगी दाइ तो नो अदो बोबा सिदा नंगी
sir I am your let's say I am your SP here on ground you are the honorable home minister chief minister as of today then I generate to ground की situation से सार हायर कांदा सार की लाखवा any VIP मरु इन मपांदे लाखवा नुमित से दस माइन चट पकांदा ना chance लोनिंग बगे timing कोई ने है ना थोपन नुमित से सरकारी तापी करनी सर I will have to at least put up to you look up to you to my DG to my DIG IG direct to immediate officers and to DG if required
नंगी वादु दे
नहीं आई हम तक थमजरो इधर सारवे नहीं चट का दोगे आई हम थमजे
नंगना थंबीरे दो अदो कोई यारे बा
नती सर सार माइना रिक्स लौजर गे हाइबे दो
नंगना दो वाले खोय खरा गांगलो
नती आई सार न पॉइंट से ताबिद्र सर वैना रिक्स लौजर गे दो आई ना जे न सर आई should not I look up to my DG sir on ground sidai lay situation in spite of our humble suggestion Sumaina high have to put up
you took 2 hours unnecessary you are just delaying our
sir if you think what I'm saying is unnecessary tomorrow maybe you will appreciate me
why not
Lord today you may appreciate me I know I point just a couple of
यारे नोइनो सिचुएशन फाइ फतेबो बट तबदबो आइना क्वेश्चन तौनी दि गारि गिनो दि गारि गवर्नमेंट ना गारि सिलिबस स्पोर्ट्स सिलि से यादगदि कदो वे अरेंज तौनो साइना एयरपोर्ट सॉरी नंग हारि सुमाइन हाइबे आदो ब्रा आदगि नोइनो बायरो चपदो यारे खोले न विथ स्कोर गवर्नमेंट अरेंज है गारि बुलेट प्रूफ पिरे चतिरो हदना अरे सिदन न याद दे साइना हाइबे आदो ब्रा
let me talk to my seniors in front of you sir ground ki koi report in spite of that adu ki apni maksad
party ki leader ni laaga ma se sidagi viral chambisi noina gari arrest ni sarkar na home department na security home department na piri ni aduga yare chalon chalala
Hari sir adu ki marina tabi da hojik minor risk logragi haibise sir hogi team na honorable kanosi puraga se ayutam sida sir hogi moine yes haragati I am not there I handok sake
moine yes abia ra pasana sala lo yani sir etare bisnya ya de pote mami ke abra de sada yo walete agar sahab ni ko koi
center ki leader pura congress ki suni ne koi se ima na anda ke koi party khaira nga
koi party ke bolete
bongi do mai marak ta koi na se
No. Just resolve this problem. Then we will
These are the ground visuals that are coming from Bishnupur, and you could hear a Bobby Spain speaking with the police officer. This is. I mean to say, I think for the first time we get to see what is happening on ground, because internet has been banned, and banning of internet has created a lot of problems for the Manipur people. Imagine they can't pay their bills. Imagine they can't send their children to school. You know, the schools are turned into relief camps. There is no digital education. You know, what about primary healthcare centers for Manipuris? What about the fact who will give them medicines? You know, half scouts. There are so many Manipuris in Mizoram, and on top of it, the road has been blocked. And then you have a central spokesperson talking about that the roads are being blocked. You know, if you do not have political engagement, what sort of an engagement you want to have? Manipur is not a law and order problem. Manipur is a problem where political dispensation has failed Manipuri people. And I think that is the bottom line. Because Manipur, the ethnic tension which was simmering, it was the job of the chief minister, it was job of the Manipur government to protect innocent Maitis and innocent Kukis. But it did not do its job properly. And on top of it, you know, Biren Singh, which has become a center of controversy, continues to sit. The man who is being seen as someone responsible under whom the mayhem has happened is someone who is sitting there. You know, he should have been visiting the camps. My point is very, very simple. He should have been visiting the camps. He should have been going to the people. I am also joined by Mr. Debrat Singh. Debrat Singh, ji, am I audible to you? Mr. Debrat Singh ji, am I audible to you?
Yes.
Mr. Debrat Singh, don't you think that Mr. Biren Singh has completely lost the plot?
Hello.
Debrat Singh ji, do you think that Mr. Biren Singh has lost the plot?
He lost the plot. He is plotting here and there, everywhere. And all the problems in Manipur is his game. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Please continue to speak loudly.
So, you have seen what has happened at the ground. Rahul Gandhi was given permission to go by road. Then the government organized small skirmishes on the way around Bishnupur. And the deputy commissioner and the superintendent of police, they have blocked Rahul Gandhi in spite of no law and order problem on the road. Seeing the confrontation with the deputy commissioner and the superintendent of police, local women and the youths came out in support of Rahul Gandhi and are saying that they are going to inquire about, at the time of crisis, to inquire about the grievances faced by the public of Manipur, whether it be in Churasanpur, in Moirang. But how could the government, given clearance, the security clearance given by the center, and while the CRPF is in charge of the security of Rahul Gandhi and his team, how could the deputy commissioner and the superintendent of police, instead of giving more security in their area of jurisdiction, and also requesting the next jurisdiction of the police officer concerned, to give more security to Rahul Gandhi's team going to Churasanpur, they have blocked Rahul Gandhi. What is this? It is completely mayhem in the area, in the state now. There is no law and order keeping, and order is very important. And how the state is going on, there is no internet, no the connectivity, and every officer is doing what the political boss is dictating about. It is completely the dispensation of the chief minister now. We can't help now.
Okay. Mr. Professor Ramanand Singh ji, right now Rahul Gandhi will be going to the other camp. Don't you think so? It is responsibility of the chief minister to do this, visit people, meet them? Professor Ramanand Singh?
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Isn't it the responsibility of the chief minister? And so Professor साहब मैं पूछना चाहूँगा, मेरा पाइप उन्होंने स्पीयर कोर के कॉन्वॉय को रोक दिया, आज एक पॉलिटिकल कॉन्वॉय को रोक दिया, ये हो क्या रहा है?
देखो, दो चीजें हैं। एक तो सबसे पहले जो आपने क्वेश्चन पूछा है कि जो सिक्योरिटी अरेंजमेंट फॉर द लीडर्स, सेंट्रल लीडर्स की जो ड्यूटीज हैं या कोई भी किसी की लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की इश्यूज हैं, ये सिक्योरिटी जो अरेंजमेंट है ये स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को करना चाहिए. चीफ मिनिस्टर हैज टू अरेंज, ही इज द होम इन चार्ज ऑफ द होम आल्सो, एंड ही हैज टू properly arrange everything for the Rahul Gandhi to visit anywhere he wants for the understanding and the ground reality of the people affected by conflict which are going on in Manipur. So since Rahul Gandhi is the central leader of one particular party, so he has full right to know what is going on in this part of India. So it's a very important for the government to arrange a proper security so that he reaches out to people, even he can help these situations to bring to the normalcy. So people have to understand the importance of such visit to the state. It is very, very important. Besides, other central leaders are not willing to come to here, but he determined and decided to come here. It's a welcome to the state, and he personally wanted to know the real reality. So there, I think it's a good for state people to interact with him, tell everything about the situation, current situation to him and share, and he may also help in terms of the understanding and try to write our grievances in the central levels. Number one. Number two, when we talk about issue of the Mera Paibi, people should understand that the ground reality of the situations. Now it has been more than approximately 2 months, more than 50 days.
Professor Saab, these are the Mera Paibis. These are on your screen. Let me play this out. These are live visuals I am playing out for you from Imphal. This is the live visual from Bishnupur, Imphal. Live visual. These are the live visuals. Live visuals from Imphal. These are the live visuals from Imphal coming. Rahul Gandhi is now taking helicopter. Rahul Gandhi is now taking helicopter. These are live visuals from Imphal coming. Live visuals from Bishnupur. This is the Mera Paibis crowd. So this is the position of law and order in the state. This is the position of law and order in the state. Chief Minister, instead of leading from the front, has created a political vacuum. These are the live visuals which are coming from Bishnupur, Imphal. And I again say that Manipur is not a law and order problem. The communities need to be brought together. Imagine firing is taking place there. Rahul Gandhi is going to go to another camp. Rahul's Manipur visit is on. These are the live visuals, live story being covered on News9 live. What do you do in that? Professor Ramananji, what do you do? These are the live visuals.
Very sad to see such kind of developments. That's why I'm telling you, when the leaders are moving towards the Chutampur, why the security personnel cleared his road and why he has been given permission to go if you are expected that such thing has to be happened. So it's a totally intelligent failure in the state. The problem is the state government is totally now thinking that it's a lawless and let the people take everything out and do whatever they want. They do not have any control on it. So that is the sad part of this issues. Why these issues has been continuing for more than a month and approximately 2 months. Now, it's because of the weakness of the state. Everybody knows. This is what I am saying in previous your channel also, to the channels. This is the the failure of the state, which do not have courage and ability to control the system and security. If you are expecting something like this to be happen, it should have informed beforehand, so that such things should not happen. It is
Okay.
very sad to.
Okay. Okay. And but then Mera Pai base, people say, then why is Mera Pai base out in the open right now? Because he's just a politician. Why is Mera Pai base out in the open, sir?
Possibility, maybe many. There are a possibility that the people who are suffering, they have suffered enough, so they are angry enough to see all politicians around. One may be the case, and sometimes what will happen? There is a politics going on. Now, Bishnupur district is predominantly, BJP win area. The people have voted for the BJP. So there is a possibility that the people may instigate the people to go against him. Otherwise, the Rahul Gandhi is a central leader. He just wanted to know the condition and situation. So they do not want him to reach out. So that the possibility is there. It may be instigated by the political party. It may not be neutral.
Let us play out these visuals. Let us play out these visuals in full. These are visuals from Bishnupur which are coming. Yes, Ramananji, please continue to speak.
That's why I'm saying this may be a political motive. There may be people who are, coming out with a political motive to stop him, not to reach out to people.
Okay.
People want, some of the group want this thing to continue. People want this crisis to continue. That's why they are not able to control it. With the support of 36,000 paramilitary force and approximately 30,000 state force, now you are not able to control the situation, law and order in Manipur is a very, very sad story. And this shows inability of state government. This shows inability of the state leaders. Mr. Biren Singh, what he is doing, what you are watching. If you enjoy this, things happening now.
Ramananji, just let me explain the visuals to our viewer, and then I'll come back to you. These are the visuals coming from Bishnupur. Rahul Gandhi's tour is on. Rahul Gandhi is in Manipur. Now what is happening is that here Mera Paibis is out. You'll see these barricades being broken. Now what is happening is neither there is a political process in place, nor you have a functional peace committee in place, nor you have politicians able to go to other places because of the current situation. So Rahul Gandhi is on a helicopter. You cannot use roads because roads are divided and dominated ethnically. So the movement of road becomes a problem. Even army is unable to do the job. So this impasse needs to be broken. And you can look at this, that impasse is not being broken because very few lawmakers are out. Very few lawmakers are out. Today's delegation is the first time when we have seen that a lot of lawmakers from the Congress party are on street. They are there. But this needs to change. Today when I met a lot of people from different communities in Delhi, I was told that there was a problem of electricity. Schools are functioning as relief camps. Children's की education नहीं हो रही है बच्चों की, और net नहीं चल रहा है, fees नहीं जा रही है, and people who are living in Delhi have to pay the bill. Real problems are being faced by people. These are real issues that are being faced by people. There are thousands of arms which are missing in Manipur. There are 350 arms which go missing in Kashmir. The whole army goes on alert. Imagine the weapons and thousands have disappeared. Thousands have disappeared. Ramananji, do you think in this atmosphere someone can even audit the weapons and get them back?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Can weapons in such atmosphere be audited and got back? Weapons आ सकते हैं वापस ऐसे में?
Yeah, बिल्कुल. There is a possibility. Nobody's know what is going on, what is happening. The problem is, it is so much chaos. Nobody knows anything can happen. Now the issues of electricity, issues of water, issues of food, who will arrange? If you are arranging so much, relief camp, and the problem, you are visiting some places, for about 2 days. The minister visits
Congress
some
is doing a
places, relief
Ramananji.
camp,
Congress is doing a
for
press
last 2 days.
conference. Congress
Now,
is doing
there
a
are
press
many
conference.
places
Ramananji,
not.
Congress is doing a press conference. Let's cut to it.
Yes. Hello.
Yes, let's cut to it.
जरूर है, हम इसकी भर्त्सना करते हैं और इस सरकार से उम्मीद करते हैं कि मणिपुर में जो कोई भी शांति बहाल करना चाहता है, अमन चैन लाना चाहता है, भाईचारा लाना चाहता है, उसके रास्ते में आप अवरोध, उसके रास्ते में आप कांटा नहीं बनेंगे, वरन वहां पर शांति बहाल करने की खुद भी प्रयास करेंगे। आपके सवालों का स्वागत है। जैसा कि मैंने आपको पहले कहा, राहुल जी के पास परमिशन थी वहां जाने की बाय रोड। प्रशासन ने ही उनको यह परमिशन दी थी कि वो बाय रोड जा सकते हैं, और एकाएक प्रशासन ने 20 किलोमीटर इंफाल एयरपोर्ट के बाद उनको रोक दिया। ये किसके कहने पर हुआ? ये क्यों हुआ? आज सवाल ये है, किसके इशारे पर मणिपुर की सरकार और किसके इशारे पर वहां की पुलिस चल रही है? ये जो डबल इंजन की ट्रबलसम सरकार है, इसने क्यों रोका राहुल गांधी को? वो क्या करने जा रहे थे? ये मैं आपसे भी पूछती हूं। राहुल गांधी मणिपुर क्यों गए हैं? हमारे देश का एक हिस्सा 2 महीने से जल रहा है। उस देश के हिस्से को आज कोई ऐसा व्यक्ति चाहिए जो गले लगाकर ये ढांढस, ये विश्वास दिला सके कि हम आपके साथ खड़े हैं। लेकिन वो व्यक्ति प्रधानमंत्री मोदी नहीं है, वो व्यक्ति मणिपुर के मुख्यमंत्री नहीं है, वो व्यक्ति राहुल गांधी है। और उनको जाने से क्यों रोका जा रहा है? तो राहुल गांधी जी जाने का बिल्कुल प्रयास करेंगे, प्रयासरत है, चाहे हवाई जहाज से जाना पड़े, चाहे चॉपर से जाना पड़े। हमारा अगला कोर्स ऑफ एक्शन मणिपुर जाकर वहां के लोगों से मिलने को राहुल गांधी प्रतिबद्ध है, और मोदी जी की निरंकुश बर्बर पुलिस उनको रोक नहीं सकती है। एक एक करके ले लेते हैं। शांति बहाल करने से माहौल खराब होता है। शर्म आनी चाहिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी को। और जो बददिमाग लोग ऐसी बात बोल भी रहे भारतीय जनता पार्टी में, उनसे पूछना चाहिए 130 लोगों की मौत का जिम्मेदार कौन है? एक शांति की अपील प्रधानमंत्री ने नहीं करी है। आप इस 140 करोड़ भारत के चुने हुए प्रधानमंत्री हैं। कहां है आपकी नैतिकता? कहां है आपकी मर्यादा? कहां आपको मणिपुर में रहकर लोगों के घाव पर मरहम लगाना चाहिए, उनके मर्म को सहलाना चाहिए? और कहां आप ये कह रहे हैं कि माहौल बिगाड़ने जा रहे हैं? तो क्या गांधी ने नोआखली में जाके माहौल बिगाड़ा था? क्या नेहरू ने दिल्ली में माहौल बिगाड़ा था? क्या इंदिरा जी ने बेलछी जाकर जब 11 दलितों की हत्या नरसंहार हो गया तो माहौल बिगाड़ा था? जी नहीं। सार्वजनिक जीवन के लोग हर उस व्यक्ति के साथ खड़े हुए पाए जाने चाहिए जो दुख में हो, जो तकलीफ में हो, जिसके ऊपर पुलिस और प्रशासन का अत्याचार चल रहा हो, जो हिंसा में हो। हिंसा खत्म करने की और शांति बहाल करने की अपील कर रहे हैं राहुल गांधी। वो अपने मणिपुर के भाइयों और बहनों से मिलना चाहते हैं और उनको ये ढांढस दिलाना चाहते हैं कि ये देश आपके साथ खड़ा हुआ है। ये ढांढस दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण इस देश के चुने हुए प्रधानमंत्री ने एक बार भी नहीं दिलाया। संबित पात्रा से सबसे पहले तो हमें नसीहत नहीं चाहिए। सुनने में आता है मणिपुर के इंचार्ज हैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी में, और मणिपुर जल रहा है, उनकी क्या जवाबदेही है पहले ये बताया जाए। उनकी पार्टी की क्या जवाबदेही है? दौड़ दौड़ के प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करना और उल जलूल बयान देना एक चीज है। आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी की ये नैतिकता नहीं है कि इनके सांसद, इनके अध्यक्ष मणिपुर की तोह ले सके, मणिपुर में लोगों के दर्द को कम कर सके। आज ऐसे दिन पर जब मणिपुर जल रहा है, इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री को अपना बूथ सबसे मजबूत नजर आ रहा है, अमित शाह को बिहार में घूमना नजर आ रहा है और जेपी नड्डा को राजस्थान में जाकर झूठा जहर उगलना नजर आ रहा है। ये इनकी असलियत है, तो यह हमें बिल्कुल नसीहत ना दें। हवाई जहाज के माध्यम से, पैदल या कार के माध्यम से राहुल गांधी जाएंगे जरूर और लोगों से मिलेंगे जरूर, क्योंकि मणिपुर को आज जरूरत है कि कोई एक ऐसा व्यक्ति उनके साथ खड़ा हो जो उनके आंसू पोंछे, उनको ढांढस बजाए, उनको ये विश्वास दिलाए कि हम आपके साथ हैं और हम साथ मिलकर परीक्षा की इस घड़ी को पार जरूर करेंगे। जी सर। जब मणिपुर जल रहा है, 130 लोगों से ज्यादा की हत्या हो चुकी है, हजारों लोग विस्थापित हैं, बिल्डिंगें जग के स्वाहा हो गई हैं, तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी इसको लेगेसी इशू बताएगी? आपकी तो तथाकथित डबल इंजन की सरकार है। कोई और सरकार होती और नैतिकता होती तो कब तक मणिपुर की सरकार बर्खास्त कर दी गई होती। ऐसे वो कौन से कारण है जो बीरेंद्र सिंह आज भी वहां के मुख्यमंत्री बने हुए हैं? मैं ये इस मंच से पूछना चाहती हूं, कोई व्यावसायिक रिश्ते हैं क्या भारतीय जनता पार्टी के बड़े मंत्रियों के साथ, या कोई क्रिकेट एसोसिएशन का रिश्ता है? रिश्ता क्या है कि इनको मजबूर होना पड़ रहा है? रिश्ता क्या है कि ये सरकार को बर्खास्त नहीं कर पा रहे हैं? रिश्ता क्या है कि ये जवाबदेही नहीं तय कर पा रहे हैं? और कहां है नैतिकता इस देश की? इस देश का एक हिस्सा जल रहा है और प्रधानमंत्री शांति की एक अपील नहीं करते हैं, और उनके बददिमाग प्रवक्ता आके यहां पर लेगेसी इशू बतियाएंगे। शर्म आनी चाहिए ये कहने से पहले। आपने इस देश के मणिपुर का नहीं, हजारों जगहों का विश्वास तोड़ा है। मणिपुर का विश्वास आपने इस तरह से ध्वस्त कर दिया है कि उनका प्रशासन में और सरकार में विश्वास जताना दोबारा से जरूरी है, और वही राहुल जी करने जा रहे हैं। What has Rahul Gandhi ji gone to Manipur for? And I will make a statement in English on this. 2 months have passed and Manipur is strife with violence. It is strife with death of 130 people. People have been rendered homeless. They have been forced to live in relief camps. And that's exactly where Rahul Gandhi was going. He is going to Manipur to ensure that people of Manipur do not feel alienated. He is going to spread the message of love.
Precautionary saying These are the visuals. This is what is happening. I'll play out these visuals for you again. Look at what is happening in Bishnupur. Dr. Ramananji.
Yes.
Dr. Ramananji, in your opinion, what should be done? Do you think that valley area should have AFSPA also?
See, there is no question of putting ASPA in the valley area or wherever it is not required. The issue at the moment is law and order, which is not in terms of the people who are armed. When ASPA is put into the state, there is essential to prove that there is a requirement of the ASPA because there is an armed person operating in the state or in the valley or in the hill where the aggressor is with arm. When you talk about the putting the law and order here, they are unarmed. So there is no question of bringing the ASPA into a particular region. But only thing is, the sad part is the government of Manipur is failed to maintain law and order at any form. That is the sad part of this incident. And even if their intelligence having some information about such possibility of blocking by the people or Maida 5 or any other group or organization, they should have informed earlier and they should have advised beforehand. After passing the security pass to the convoy of the Rahul Gandhi, in the middle of it, such incident happened. So it's a very, very shameful for the state to see all these things. The problem is, there are always been a possibility that people are angry, people are suffered enough. So the situations are not normal at the moment. So we are expecting that there might be a possibility of the protest. And even I have seen yesterday, there are, student organization who are posting a post in the social media that when the Rahul Gandhi comes, they will oppose. So there is expectation that there are, some preparation for some organization to oppose, maybe because of some affiliation or maybe some because of their, arrangement to show that Rahul Gandhi should not go anywhere to, know the ground reality of the Manipur. So that planning was already have done yesterday. Once Rahul Gandhi announced that he is visiting to the Manipur, I have seen many social media in the region where there will be some opposition from the student, from people. So there is expected that there will be something to be done. But once he comes, the security arrangement to be done by the state, and the intelligence has to put their input to the police so that they can advise to Rahul Gandhi or their team to visit anywhere they want. So that is what the issue is. That intelligence report, that arrangement of security is totally missing in this visit. That is what the said part of the arrangement.
The other thing is that there is so much of ghettoization. How do you get people back to their colonies? Is it possible, Professor Singh?
See, Kartikeya, this is a very difficult for the Manipur to back to the normalcy. Now it seems that some groups or some people do not want peace and normalcy to come. I'm telling you because when you see, and you have been following this whole issue from the beginning. I am in your show many times, and you are observing this also. Now every day there are changing stories. Every day there are changing strategies. People are provoked. People are given arm, and people are trained, and people are radicalized. Now things are changing every day. You will not expect the normalcy and peace and harmony in very short, near time. Now, some top leaders do not want these state to be remain peace and normalcy. Without taking any side of this conflict, I am very confident that there are something which is behind the scene. There are something behind the scene.
Something behind the state. Mr. Seeram Rajesh is also with me. Mr. Rajesh?
Yeah. So, hello.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I have seen the visuals which you are actually showing right now. And I also called to some of the people in Bisempur right now and trying to confirm what is going on there. So I was told that the women's actually were very angry because the government have actually blocked Rahul Gandhi beyond Bishenpur, and they are saying that Rahul Gandhi is coming to Champur and coming to the old relief camps in Bishenpur. Why government is stopping them? So that is why women are actually very angry against the state government, and then they even try to breach the barricade, and the commandos are actually firing tear gas and others. So this is actually, the women are saying that Rahul Gandhi should be allowed to visit on the road because he should not be stopped by the administration, and the women are clearly saying that it should be welcome. But unfortunately, some of the national media are actually trying to say that the women, the Mera Paibi are stopping Rahul Gandhi. So this is a misinformation, and also there is a big campaign going on to discrediting the Manipuri women right now. But so that is why I just called them and I confirm why they are saying. So I have already informed in the discussion that it is unlikely that many people actually would stop Rahul Gandhi because the Manipur, including both Kukis and Meitei and everywhere, have been saying that the Rahul Gandhi and also all the parliamentary delegation committee should visit to Manipur. Prime Minister should visit to Manipur because the Home Minister has failed to restore peace in Manipur because he is doing politics. He's trying to divide Manipur on the community line. He has many women from Manipur who came to Delhi. They are saying that instead of trying to restore peace, the Honorable Home Minister actually invited the Naga MLAs and reportedly told that government will actually be trying to give something to Kuki and they will also give to the Naga something. So such kind of things dividing people and giving something, some piecemeal kind of thing have been, already reported. So he's actually, the trust on the Home Minister has actually broken out. And today's incident, as I have been confirmed, that women are welcoming Rahul Gandhi and police is actually stopping it. And there is no that the Mera Paibi are stopping Rahul Gandhi. So let me clear this fact because I actually also verified from the ground. Number two, I would also say that today in the early morning in Sanjem Chairang case, it was also informed that with the assurance from the security forces, from the security forces, village defense force and village group, they have abandoned some of the bunkers that were actually used by the military group, but they have dismantled those forces with the assurance that the government will protect and they will not be attacked from the Kuki side, Kuki militant. And I was also informed that then these areas have been attacked from the side and 2 youths have been killed. That is why many people are also very angry, and unfortunately, in that Sanjim Sarang nearby, there is also an Assam rifle camp, but they were not responding. They were not coming to restore peace even when there was firing. So I was told that it is not confirmed, but such kind of incidents actually are reportedly happening in many places. When there is conflict, when there is firing, Assam rifle do not come. Even the location and geographical area is under their control. So this is something which is actually the reason why the conflict is continuing, because the Assam rifles were actually have been living in this region, in the state from many years, from decades. So they know everything about it. But in the valley, and many of the women are saying that, are also demanding, even the vice president of the BJP of this ruling party have written a letter to the prime minister and the Congress president that the Assam rifle should be withdrawn from Manipur, because it is
can you okay Rojesh ji, एक मिनट रुकिए Rojesh ji, just wait a minute. Just to keep everyone on the same page, we have got bites of Ibobi Singh, we have got bites of Supriya Srinath, we have got bites of people accompanying Rahul Gandhi, we have got bites of the PCC chief of the Manipur. We are showing you latest non-stop coverage of Rahul Gandhi's visit. We will continue till Rahul Gandhi reaches the spot. This coverage will not stop. I am asking all my friends to stay with me, listen to these bites for 5-6 minutes, and we are again going to come back to these visuals. So to all those viewers who are joining us, please listen to these bites.
राहुल जी मणिपुर पहुंचते हैं, इंफाल के एयरपोर्ट से निकलते हैं, महज 20 किलोमीटर दूर उनका काफिला चलता है और विष्णुपुर में उसको रोक लिया जाता है। उस काफिले को क्यों रोका गया? पहले इसी प्रशासन ने कहा आप बाय रोड जा सकते हैं, उस काफिले को रोका जाता है, और जिन लोगों में थोड़ी सी आशा और थोड़ी सी उम्मीद जगी थी कि कोई तो है जो हमारे साथ खड़ा, वहां लोग आ जाते हैं, वहां गांव के लोग इकट्ठे हो जाते हैं और उन गांव की महिलाओं पर बर्बरता और निरंकुश पुलिस टीयर गैस के गोले दागती है। ये मणिपुर के लोग हमारे देश का हिस्सा हैं, ये हमारे भाई बहन हैं, जिनसे इस देश का एक बेटा उनकी खैर खबर लेने जा रहा है, उनको प्यार जताने जा रहा है, उनको ये विश्वास जताने जा रहा है कि आप हमारे देश का एक अभिन्न हिस्सा हैं, आप भारत का एक अभिन्न हिस्सा हैं, और परीक्षा की इस घड़ी में हम आपके साथ खड़े हैं। वहां से उनको रोक दिया जाता है, और प्रशासन जिसने परमिशन दी थी, ऑब्वियसली उनके पास ऊपर से फोन आता है, उनके पास तानाशाहों का फोन आता है, और प्रशासन उनसे कहता है कि नहीं, अब आप ऐसे नहीं जा सकते, अब आप हवाई जहाज से जाइएगा। वो जैसे भी जाएंगे, वो जाएंगे जरूर। और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि प्रशासन ये रोककर कहीं ना कहीं ये साबित कर रहा है कि वो कितना डरते हैं। नफरत करने वाले लोग मोहब्बत से क्यों डरते हैं, प्यार से क्यों घबराते हैं। प्रधानमंत्री के पास मेरा बूथ सबसे मजबूत करने का टाइम है। अमित शाह जी के पास बिहार घूमने का वक्त है। जेपी नड्डा जी के पास राजस्थान जाकर झूठ परोसने का वक्त है। लेकिन इनमें से किसी के पास यह वक्त नहीं है कि वो जाकर मणिपुर में लोगों का हाल जान सके, उनके आंसू पोंछ सके। ऐसा क्यों है? और इस बात का जवाब तो मिलना चाहिए कि ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है। ऐसा इसलिए हो रहा है क्योंकि तानाशाह घबराता है। तानाशाह को लगता है अगर भारत जुड़ गया और भारत जोड़ने पर यह आदमी आमादा है तो कहीं ना कहीं मेरी जो नफरत और डर के बूते पर बनाई हुई इमारत है वो ध्वस्त हो जाएगी, और वो ऑलरेडी ध्वस्त होना शुरू हो गई है। तो हम जितनी भर्त्सना करें इसकी कम है। राहुल गांधी जी इस देश के एक हिस्से में उन लोगों से मिलने गए हैं जो 2 महीने से पीड़ित हैं, उनके आंसू पोंछने गए हैं, उनको मोहब्बत जताने गए हैं। उनको रोकना पाप है। और क्या जुर्म है? इस देश में किसी के घाव पर मरहम लगाना जुर्म है? इस देश में देशवासियों का हालचाल पूछना जुर्म है? किसी से मुलाकात करना आज पाप है? भाईचारा फैलाना पाप है? इसके बारे में जवाब एक निरंकुश तानाशाह और उसकी बर्बर सरकार को जरूर देना पड़ेगा।
That's why we appeal to the people of Manipur. Please maintain peace, calm, and please help and extend cooperation when Rahulji's visit during his stay for 2 days visit. So this is only the appeal. His visit is almost confirmed.
Yes, sir. How? What time, sir? He will be landing at Imphal airport, sir.
Around 11, a little more than 11, in between 11:30.
Yes, sir. We also learned that he is visiting Chuchanpur district also and Bishampur district also, sir. At the same time, he is also having a night stay at the Moirang, sir. How far it is true, sir?
Let us see tentatively. As of now, we have fixed like this.
Okay, sir. And also meeting with the civil society organization leader, Mairapa AB, sir.
Yes. Oh, as I have already mentioned, not only Mairapa AB, civil society organization, all students group, and any other civil society, intellectual circle also, we have already arranged.
So he is also going to be to Chuchanpur district, sir?
Yes, as of now, tentatively we put. Or any migrant organization, civil society organization, Prajasing, Alam Lai, Mayam, Unamagna, Mateng Pambiu, cooperation PBU na. Karana, Congress ki matamda, suspension of operation se, Mashi Maru Hulambani, Mashina Maramoina, and Haina. Adumaya Ishamati Ujati, local CNN Amata, Haivatare, Madu Haiva, Madu Matamda, Koi. Yam Kuppa Madugi ground rules. The Univa government is side the issue suspension of operation se. Mashi Sumi Congress ki government matamda Haivata. Way back 2005 ta most of effective till to be 2008. Dwagi a mid Tarikuki a Kaure Madugi Sanako. Mashi suspension of operation se. भारत सरकार की तमाम एजेंसी मयाम दगी हाइबसिदी वारी सानब नतना डायलॉग नतनदी वायोलेंस ददी अदु अखोई की पार्टी की मरोइना कांग्रेस की दी हाइब तारे तो मीनो वारी सानजी अखोई अहिंसा के वायोलेंस की लंबी से अखोई थादोक सरगे न हाइबसे सिदा आईडी एनी गवर्नमेंट अंतना आईडी जेट लाइरिबा बीजेपी की सेंटर द लाइरिबा Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. Territorial integrity kahendabda akoi yare haina soi taunari badu ajai Bharat ki within the framework of the Constitution of India akoi maduda chatpa koi yare center saba court amada numai du loi ma sim thidokani maru loi ma sim thidokani explosive bomb ma yami loi thidokani court ta thamaga double lock tawraga adudagi अखोई स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की यावरी कुकी रिलीजियन सिंह की यावरी मसे ग्राउंड रूल यावरी न मयाम से बायोलेट तौबरा थुगायरा चतबरा हाइबसे every month Congress na lepak interest na natawa kanada suspension of operation amat tawshalame hayagati 2004 da 2014 da adagi handak da so state government sina unilaterally monitoring group na adana masi withdraw tawrasi hayba tarati state government na cabinet decision lawdinga recommend tawgadawa monitoring group na so equally recommend tawgadawa then government of India ultimate na so recommendation tawgadawa cabinet da khangibra khangdabra cabinet da ground rule du phajane khangibra khangdabra ground rule du violate tawre haina cabinet ne withdraw tawre
शुरू में हुए वैली और हिल्स के बीच में, फुट हिल्स में ज्यादा कन्फाइन थे, यूजिंग इवन प्रिमिटिव वेपन्स. नाउ आर्म्स सोफिस्टिकेटेड भी आने लगे हैं, यूज करने लगे थे एक स्टेज. देन अनदर स्टेज आईडी इवन स्टार्ट्स बीइंग ब्लास्टेड अलोंग द तिदिम रोड just a few days back. And seeing the situation, ground situation, we have simply stopped the VIP from proceeding further. Rather take action. Rather go to Churchandpur, the destination by helicopter. That's it. Simple as that. If our suggestion, if our security angle taken into consideration, and on the ground report given to the police headquarters, and police headquarters accordingly giving the advice to take to the VIPs to go to Churchandpur by helicopter. If this is not taken, somehow rush or come up to here and we stop here. If this is taken, otherwise it's not our problem. Thank you. It was improving, but when Valley people started going towards the foothills, fire also out of apprehension or whatever the reason, fire started coming from the hills. This has been the scenario in the last 1-2 days, and possibility of blasting the grenades along the highway which a VIP is going to move today, chances cannot be ruled out. Chances are high because miscreants on both sides want to highlight whatever grievances they have by attacking the VIP, especially when Rahulji has like figure from the Delhi has come down here along with the local MLAs. We are simply trying to provide security, safety by not allowing or crossing this point.
हम ये कहना चाहता है कि राहुल गांधी को चुचामपुर जाने दे. वो यहाँ मणिपुर में आया है ताकि मणिपुर प्रजा को क्या हो रहा है ये जांच करने के लिए वो मणिपुर में आया है. वो राजनीति फैलाने के लिए नहीं आया. Why they are blocking the road? Why? I want to ask to the government why they are blocking the road, Rahul Gandhi ji.
You know, this is very, I'm joined by my input editor, Brijesh Pandey. Brijesh, you know, today we are doing this story, Rahul in Manipur.
Yeah.
This is the story we are doing, Rahul Gandhi in Manipur. I think Rahul Gandhi per se is important. What is important is you have a leader from the opposition going to Manipur. And he has made it a point to go there. I think that should be respected. There are two things which happened. You know, the Mera Pai base that blocked the road, and the spear core that visuals were released. The same organization stopped Rahul Gandhi's convoy, and Sambit Patra said कि जब इनको रोका गया तो राहुल गांधी क्यों नहीं जा रहे हैं. I think it's very strange that the same organization creates a situation on ground which leads to release of 12 militants. Same organization is being quoted by Sambit Patra in his press conference by his own. बहन शब्द का इस्तेमाल किया कि उन्होंने रोका, वो वहाँ पहुँच गए मोहब्बत की दुकान खोलने. I found it very surprising, and it went on air.
Well, I think, you know, the BJP is trying to delegitimize it as, you know, the information which Sambit Patra said, used jocularly in the tweet that, you know, the trip costs 2,500. I think this information was released to us about, you know, the state, from the sources of the state government. And honestly speaking, it doesn't behoove our state government. See, this incident happened at 5:30 in the morning, Kartike. Rahul Gandhi landed in Imphal at around 12. So the government was very much seized of the situation. What is happening there? They could have conveyed that to Rahul Gandhi then and there at the Imphal airport. That this firing has taken place, 2 people have died, and this protest and everything that is happening, and this is how the situation should have been. I don't think it was very prudent on the part of the security arrangement for allowing Rahul Gandhi to reach up to Bishnupur, and then from Bishnupur he is not allowed to go ahead and all. So I don't think it was a politically prudent step as far as the BJP is concerned, and it has further given ammo to the Congress party by saying that the entire trip is scuttled, politics is being played only because they don't want Rahul Gandhi to go there. And I think if Rahul Gandhi would have gone there, if I may draw a parallel, Kartikeya, you remember Bhatta Parsol, you remember that incident in Hathras, that where the girl was brutalized. They stopped Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi from going there. There was a mayhem. It was all big banner coverage and all. But when they allowed the Gandhi family, both Rahul and Priyanka and others, the situation did not blew out of proportion. This is like willingly blowing a situation out of proportion. And honestly speaking, irrespective of the scenario, if anybody says that that he or she or can hold security forces to ransom and have the entire situation buckle to their demand, I don't think it does augur well for the narrative point of view, which many of these people would want to portray.
Okay, we are also right now joined by Seeram Rojesh ji, and Dr. Ramanand Singh ji is also with us. Dr. Ramanand Singh ji, tomorrow there is going to be a big press conference by Rahul Gandhi, and we have also been given to believe that Rahul Gandhi is going to visit these 3 places, sir. Greenwood Academy, Tuibong, Churachandpur Government College, Community Hall, Konjengbam and Moirang College. Is there anything specific to these two places, sir?
See,
Yes.
The audio version and the pictures of what you have already posted. There are minor corrections has to be done in the your channel. When you put the things. One, boys I have listening from the Maira Paibi who are protesting there. One particular Maira Paibi clearly saying, I was not able to, understand the language initially, but after this break, I come to know what they are saying. They are not against Rahul Gandhi visit. Those who are protesting are against the police force. The police force are not able to provide a clear route. Police are stopping Rahul Gandhi convoy at some place in the Bishnupur, and the people, Mara Paipi and the ladies are coming out. Clearance to go to meet people there is safe. So as the Roses has already confirmed from the his channel, and I am also clearly hearing the language they are speaking. The people who are there at the place and seen in the pictures are clearly saying they are against police arrangement. People are not against Rahul Gandhi movement. People are welcoming them. Only they are against the police. This is what I come to know.
Okay.
But then that puts the entire narration on its head.
Okay. So Ramanand ji, basically what you are telling me is directly opposed to what Sambit Patra said on air.
Yeah, that's why.
मतलब आप जो मुझे कह रहे हैं रामानंद जी, वो बिल्कुल उल्टा है जो संबित पात्रा जी ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में बोला.
जो आपने पिक्चर दिखाया उसमें जो एक लेडी मैडम ने सामने जो बात रखी है वो यही है, उसका लैंग्वेज यही कह रहा है, वो मणिपुरी बोल रहा है. उसने यही बोला है कि आप लोग ने उसकी रास्ता क्यों रोका, उसको क्यों नहीं जाने दे रहा है, यही बोला है उसने.
Yes, yes.
मतलब ये लोग रोक कहाँ रहा है.
Okay, so you basically you are saying that इनका political misrepresentation हुआ.
Definitely.
ये मतलब इनका political misrepresentation हुआ.
हाँ, और दूसरा वो रोजेस ने कंफर्म किया है. रोजेस has talked to the people there itself and Roses has clearly said They are against the police who are not giving the permission to go.
Okay, great, great, great. Rojesh ji, do you agree? You know, sometimes ये होता है, भाषा के कारण होता है ये, मैं मानता हूँ. बहुत शुक्रिया रामन जी. Thank you so much for getting into those details. Rojesh ji.
Yeah, I have confirmed from those people who are present right now, and they are clearly saying that there was no point from the government to stop Rahul Gandhi going towards the Bishempur and Torbung and then going to Chochampu, because they really wanted that the political leaders from across the party really wanted to listen about the voice from both the communities. So there was no stopping it. But unfortunately, many of the groups, even the other intelligentsia, they're always trying to blame the Maira Paibi and women organization. And even, let me clarify another one point that day after yesterday, I was also attend in one of the channel. The army was actually released a statement that because the women actually forced that they have had to release 12 militant. It was not a true, because it was also confirmed from those groups. They said that they did not ask the army to release the 12 militant. It's also another revealing fact that they did not force them. They only actually telling about the opposition, about their problems to the state, but they have not forced the state to release them. So it was also confirmed from the ground. But the problem is, there is also like the two stories are not coming. Even some media have already tweeted on this context that Maira Paibi are stopping Rahul Gandhi, and they are also, saying many things about the Maira Paibi. Let me also clarify to understand what is Maira Paibi. All the women are not Maira Paibi in the context of Manipur. There are women's organization, BJP women's group, Congress women's group, any political parties, women's group are there. They are not Maira Paibi. Maira Paibi are only used in the context of when the women of Manipur taking torch in their hand and effectively working for the protection of the rights of the women, rights of the people, and necessarily against the state when the state is actually violating the rights of the community. Maira Paibi are basically used in that context. So Maira Paibi are not nothing to do with any of the election campaign. Maira Paibi are nothing to do with any of the issues related when women are involved. So many people are misunderstood that whoever women are involved, they are not Maira Paibi. So let it be clear that even when the nude, the 12 mothers of Manipur nude themselves in the Assam, in the front of Kangla in 2004 against the atrocities of the Assam Rifle, they are a Maira Paibi. So we don't use the word always in every platform, Maira Paibi, Maira Paibi, Maira Paibi. It is also good for the Brajesh and the Karthik to understand the when and how we will use Maira Paibi and when we will use not to Maira Paibi. So Maira Paibi is a very organization. They have an ideology. Another category of group of the women, Nisabandi. Nisabandi is also not Maira Paibi. Nisabandi of the women are those women who are actually campaigning against the drugs, against the alcoholism, against any kind of drugs and other. They are called Nisabandi. So in every context, the organization and context have been changing in Manipur. So please understand this thing. When they are crackdowning alcoholism or drugs, they are not even called as a Maira Paibi. Rather, historically, they are called as Nisabandi. And the Maira Paibi is actually using the context, and their main objective of the work is when the rights, the people's rights are being violated by the state forces and the Assam Rifle, then their intervention is involved. So I'm happy that you are given a chance to clarify those points, and that is the one. In this context of stopping Rahul Gandhi visiting in this place, every sensible person would actually object and condemn, because the people of Manipur, including Kukis and both, even many Kukis, even in Chochampu, they are waiting to meet Rahul Gandhi, and they have many things to tell about the way they are living in the very pathetic situation in the relief camp, they are not being provided proper rehabilitation program. The way they have been driven out from their own places. There are many things to tell the stories, but unfortunately, they have been stopped. I've also already expressed my concerns that we really wanted Rahul Gandhi to go, or any other political party leader, even and all the members, to visit. It's actually from Bishempur to Chorchampur. It may not take hardly 20 minutes, maybe 25 minutes more, and they will see how the roads are being, the abandoned houses, and even in the Torbung area, in many of the places are still not dominated by armed security forces. Many of the destroyed houses are used as a bunker by the Kuki militant. I'm really, maybe the state government may not want this kind of situation to be shown to the political leader and other, but even some years, some 3-4 days back, there was a big bomb blast happened in Bishempur, and even the issue is also very complex now, as you have already seen. So the women are not saying, and then opposing Rahul Gandhi's visit. And again, today also in Sajin Charang, they are in the camp in the Meitei villages. With the assurance of the security forces, the Meitei villages have dismantled their bunker, but they were attacked, and the two people been lost their lives. So there is a lot of tense. So whenever they are
your comments on this, which means people want the politicians to come. It means that the people wants politicians to come.
I think, Kartike, I'm thankful to Rajesh that, one thing which I want to make it very, very clear one more time, that, we never claim that we are the masters of the subject, and I have no sense of calm, shame, whatever you want to say, like, it's to learn from people who are on the ground.